Chapter 1: The Beginning of Wilderness Survival Weather System. In the early days of summer, the last rays of the setting sun still lingered on the horizon, yet Suyuchin shirt was filled with helplessness and confusion. He had merely been reading fan fiction in his rented room when he found himself transported to another world. Indeed, he had awakened from our slumber on light one explicable crossover, no lightning strikes, no infinite worlds, and certainly no glowing gold main granting wishes. As if the crossing itself were no tenor, while ether softy now rifting in fashion, much like the foolish Jew had admired, Suyuchin had instead manifested as an infant still in swaddling clothes. While a various days effortlessly took on the guise of Jew, conquering foes and winning the fictions of wealthy beauties, Suyuchin had been cast aside in a desolate wilderness. The moment he arrived, he caught sight of famine sprinting away no matter how Macaque cried. The man looked back. Now, lying in his swaddling blanket fort with three house, Suyuchin watched as the sun descended from its zenith to the distant mountain peaks. Soon, it will vanish completely. Resigned to his fate, he lately key the forwaiting judgment heaven, since he granted me the chance to cross over, why must he facet the prospect of dying right from the start? Suyuchin could not fathom how an infant, confined to swaddling, could save himself beyond crying. And if her simply cried without purpose, he feared Tate instead of fapping saviour, he might attract head and tie of wolves and tigers. After all, hewers, in essence, attend a morsel of delight. Having completed his internal monologue, he pondered how might a cat first bite of him, when a voice suddenly uttered in his mind. The sun is about to set, and the wolf pack, the rulers of the wilderness, is preparing to commence their hunt. Have I considered how to survive beneath the jaws of the wolves? Daddy, system grandpa, golden finger, speak tone, please, upon hearing the voice, Suyuchin, who had assigned himself to his fate, decided to make a last effort to save himself. After all, he was familiar with this verse. Ever the dreader of novel sharpers finters is a faggle den finger accompanying their crossover, yet Suyuchin never expected his looked up so extraordinary hector lie hard a golden finger by his side. Could it be that I am also our lover killed of heaven? Yet no matter how corler dude, ever seen his mind remain excellent, like a coy made noon willing to respond, as the zundapid lower in the ski. Frustrated, Suyuchin exclaimed, "Damn it, what is this? You might taste well wait hold you them in begging you to help me." Just as evidented his frustrations, the voice reappeared in his mind. "If I wish to avoid becoming wolf odor, you must survey yourself, create loudly for 3 minutes, and you shall encounter a turning point in your life, embarking in a journey of extraordinary fortune, young man." What kind of absurd system is this? Without time to ponder further, Suyuchin understood that the most pressing matter was to create Saviord might be nearby. However, the more anxious he became, the sheckled muster the tears, with the soul of an argel trapped in an infant's body, Henny forgo without a cry. Perhaps desperation drove him, for finally, Suyuchin emitted a loud wail. "You have beg unter cry please continue." Appersing saviour is nearby has heard your cries and eyes are approaching, please continue at a guide heim with you voice. Damn Suyuchin was nearly overwhelmed by Berthoud's absurd system. Fortunately, these stems emerged really blind the distance, ha heard the sound of galloping hooves. Dante's cow hen you are simplited, as if it were a heaven's arrangement. Realizing salvation ways imminent, Suyuchin creed even harder. There he had merely been a wordsmith in Blue Star, a solitary soul, he'd listed his basic needs met and enjoyed personal freedom. Now, having crossed over, half as done in certain future, reflecting on countless crossover tales who realized topmost protagonists either become slaves or endured hardships. Suyuchin could not bear car fate, and the more he thought about it, the more sorrowful he became, leading to loud decrees. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over him, startling him into silence, and he began to hiccup. When he looked closely, joy returned to his face savior aid indeed arrived. Uner lidro nedini aron saliva jatoy outright, becoming first crossover character to perish in Succumaner, you will register has spread away from making history. Your savior ask me about embarking in new uni, set sail. At that moment, Suyuchin gazed at the elegant man before him, feeling whirlwind doof motions from the initial panic of crossing over to despair, then surprise upon receiving the system, and finally, delight at this rescue. Overcome beer mixer fio in sorrow, he faint dint the man symes. The fine Eatman carefully lifted the swaddled infant from the ground, observing the killed ho hard no fallen asleep, his gaze turned cold for a moment, only to replace it by tenderness. Lost and hurt, has I deeply, as if burdened by unspoken worries. At that moment, the house of wolves echoed from the nearby forest, causing the horse behind him to hin restlessly, its front hoof stamping the ground. The elegant man hesitated not long a heckrattled the swaddled infant and swift lamented his steed, galloping away. Time passed, and Su Yuchen gradually gained consciousness, before he could survey surroundings, that infernal voice rang out once more in his mind. The timid and faint Ingia you mistaken for our sleepy fan, leaving a charming impression on your saviour. Originally intending Toliaveo for a farmer's wife todept, your saviour as developed an affection for yer. Young man, your opportunity has arrived. Ignoring the system, Su Yuchen looked around from Thimon's embrace. Outside this waddling cloth, fierce mountain wine shoaled, cast in dreary shadows among the distant trees, particularly unsettling in the night. The middle-aged man held Su Yuchen in no arm while a gripping a sword with the other, covering several paces with each stride. Su Yuchen felt Tathral Thesis martial prowess. Unfortunately, he hard near do expect this man belonged to, however, judging by the elegant man's attire, hair assembled askler. Su Yuchen racked his brain, trying to recall any formidable Confucians ex from the novel Shadred. Thoughty night seen a rai here race fry tenning, it cannot intimidation you ha send your head trials off the cupboard. Congratulations, you have correct lighted you see taught as I signed the martial arts world. The path leading up the mountain was marked with tolaja characters washan. Your saviour will be your support in this world, as Suro and Thebender had Hewlin Countahai's waiting wife. Strive to make ye good impression, young man. With all his might, Su Yuchen lifted his sheet from the swaddling cloth, Ijitosi clearly, but Heligantman held him tightly, as they turned at the mountain bend. In that fleeting moment, Su Yuchen caught sight of a young woman waiting quietly. Junior's sister, wiry as Stilathy, hurry back the mountain wine reckled at night but careful not to catch a chill. The Heligantman approached the woman, expressing mild concern. It's nothing, I just came out, thinking that you should be back by now. The woman glanced at the infant in them Psalms but said nothing more, merrily malignantly. Let's go back, Junior's sister. All right. Chapter 2 Unforeseen event sat Warshan, seeking to survive. At last, Su Yuchen beheld the first buildings and sees our rival in this world, beauty filled him with trepidation. The ancient structures breathe escars of battle, with evidence of sword song blade as secedint of yules, event repair grand revialida historia of violence, remnants of blood and fire whispering tales of the past. As to easier, you immediately discern the significance that this place has recently endured a brutal conflict. The Warshan sex Gazongan Jian Zongover Falanite, leading Tobin Dofo Theeded warriors, incited Bisnister forces, turning against Tyrone. Regrettably, their instigator, seeking to profit from Theshaus, was mistakenly killed in Themely and never returned to Shaylin. If the body hasn't decayed, you might still see Hesker on a scalp. The resulting battle shattered he and Seth riving Warshan sector day the remnants of the Jian Zong Hervi departed. Inner woman Shember, Su Yuchen found Dimsel for the first time free from Thimon's embrace, lying in a relatively soft bed, curious Lilu Kingarand. So, this is Warshan sect from the smiling, proud wanderer. The figure for must be Yubuchuan, who later strive to revive Warshan, and Theotha must be his wife Ningzhongzer. Why, was Warshan sect true lion sight against each other? Indeed, those bold and Kiscambrithless but I'm just as island child how could I possibly told you? Wouldn't I just think a marmistrand culman the spit? The Warshan Jian Zongasel Reda left, it missed Bethelinergy of Feng Buping Gan Chengbuyan, right? Excited, Su Yuchen Mitti de Ziris of Wei Wazarns. His wide, innocent ease to tinker around without a carriage forth team maternal instincts in Ningzhongzer, prompting her Talian doning play feliciteth as small child in swaddle senior brother. This child is truly arterable heredity I find him. Realizing that the word so independent and oaths for survival, Su Yuchen cordon thel beautiful for a charming smile, his tiny hand grasping Ning Zhongzazut's stretched fingertip. That spark of intelligence senizes, coupled with the pure as Milio fan, brata sensi of comforto Ningfomser, ha just endurity termer lat Warshan. Ubu kun hung gisword on the railing nearby, watching the scene unfold as she explained. Junior's sister, you noticed, while passing through Tongguan, I heard this child's cries and fueled in his and initial at some ways in distress. Alas, I found in Lithashield. Tintendu taliavain with liu from the 8th foot of mountain, but the o el behaved he doesn't creo fuss after being feed and sleep shandly. With Huashan sect now diminished, it took him with me he shall become war first disciple. Tomorrow, well introduce him to the master and uncles, and you will officially join Huashan sect. Though Ning Jongzid or Thecheld, Sheckled and Thelpet feel troubled but way have no experience in raising a child how while we care for him. Ubu kun had evidently considered this matter, responding with other citation sister fengen thickitchen hers experience with cauldron and should be blato help. I feel so inquired his child can already be Fego's milk, the kitchen has him prepared for the master and uncles, so giving him malam and won't be our problem. Hearing her husband's thoughtful considerations, Ning Jongzali tutor say ho for leave. Congratulations, you have successfully mained in Huashan sector thirthen me tingiar demisign third sof wolves. Aside from you Bucknand Ning Jongzer, the main injulders of the Huashan sector Iberle Hanjingen, unable to restrain the ambition so for theirs. Turin series survivor of the Huashan sect, several brothers from Chizong will descend to maintain tonight our preserver the legacy. The disciples descending from Huashan will be ambushed by experts from the Songshan sect and members of the demonic cult, with no survivors. Please inform you Bucknasoran as possible. At this point, the slow-witted Suyuchin had come to understand that the system would not engage in conversation, it merely provided mechanical reminders of what they'd already occurred. Our Suyuchin couldn't help but sigh internally, realizing why, in the novels, the Huashan sect was ultimately left with only Yu Bukun and his wife. Even if the Huashan sect had fallen on hard times, surely they wouldn't have wiped out the entire younger generation. It seemed that when they'd cidered not up you told eggs and on a basket, disaster struck. However, since old Yu survived in the original story, it was likely that the Others wouldn't dare totek the mountain and kill indiscriminately. Indeed, Feng Xinjiang should have returned by now, right, he wouldn't hallow the Huashan sect obesford from its roots. With these ethou clarified, Suyuchin temporalized her side his worries for his own life. Though Heffelt drowsy, he didn't want to miss the conversation between the couple. Summoning his remaining energy, Suyuchin reached Dutwi Thisterney hands into the air, successfully capturing Ning Jongza's attention. After playfully asking him for Ohile, seeing him lieth obediently, Ning Jongza lifted him, gently patting his back arshist. Did you encounter any danger while being pursued with Blackwind trio? Old Yu, seat doth a round table, shook his sheet and pursued a side ethers and Lizette down package, smiling as she spoke. The Blackwind triori merely bandits claiming dominion over their mountains. Way hard to ensure at the old Dovdrolk, so took Sir Metai Meto pursue Ethozu fled. However, their words were considerable wheeze eyes at 300 gels of silver, and with the payment from the Scort Arjansi, we having a tosha stainus for Ohio. These action also Sevesto establish your authority, deterring those lowest scoundrels from daring to reach for Huashan. The Hawaiian escort agent's invitation was both a quest and a test, but he wanted to read BU Buck's ruthless methods, allowing the remaining 300 dackers of Huashan land to be preserved. A ninja tiger whistle waste watcher by will vestornet become arrogant before Yaper's efficient strength always prioritize our survival. Suya Chen began to grasp the nature of his upcoming life before old Euro set prominence, he must survive. Ning Jong's Eglan see dart the art weathered package, momentarily disregarding the infant, also placed Heim and Thebed, Spirgentown packed the package, counting its contents while expressing her concerns. With the weather being so hot, wekenatly vethebodis and buried for long tone sure the buriala for predecessors, we have eggs or stead allure sources, and that doesn't even include a Thieland we sold off at the foot of T mountain. Injured brother soul sorry kaya care, and wekenot skimp on nourishing supplies they tired sub to a significant expense, for Thailand at foot of T mountain or mount stone like 300 acres and cannot be sold again or you will have no income in the future. Additionally, we need to prepare medicinal hubs for the master and uncles to aid their recovery, which is another heftism. A single row of ginseng, which is already hard to come by, costs over 1,000 taels, this a manto silver sigh. Since the king of Earthwarshan legacy, Ning Jongze have been consumed by worries over finances, with expenses flowing out like quarter and nern come in sight. Chapter 3 The Ruthlessness of Old Yu. The turmoil of the Huashan sect. Old Yu, seated nearby, was acutely aware of his wife's struggles. The Huashan sect was deteriorating before his very eyes, causing him deep anguish, yet he could only grit his teeth and persist. His master and uncles were in seclusion, nursing their injuries, utterly preoccupied with their own affairs. The surviving disciples lacked financial acumen, and the accounts previously managed by them had all been affected by the chaos of conflict. Just the thought of it pained old Yu's heart. These individuals had acted recklessly, leading to many deaths becoming irrecoverable, further exacerbating the plight of the Hoshan sect. "By the way, there's one more thing," Ning Zhongzi said, stowing away her bundle. Noticing the worry etched on her husband's brow, she felt compelled to voice it. "Today, the old cooks, Jen and Li, pleaded with me, saying that life at home is difficult and they wish to return to help their children. I agreed. Given the current state of the Hoshan sect, it would be unwise to detain them against their will, only to sow resentment among these people. Therefore, I have decided to let them leave at dawn tomorrow," Yu Buchuan replied, nodding. "Since these individuals have developed ulterior motives, it is indeed better to remove them from the mountain sooner rather than later. However, we cannot simply allow this to conclude. Those who are aware of the secrets held by our master and uncles must not be allowed to remain," he added, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The Hoshan sect was in a precarious state, teetering on the brink of disaster. Those who delivered meals and medicine to the master and others were bound to uncover traces of our secrets. If they were discovered by those with ill intentions from the lower realms, it would pose an even greater risk to the Hoshan sect. At that moment, old Yu's ears perked up, and he suddenly rose, stealthily approaching the window. Ning Zhongzi promptly extinguished the candlelight and stood behind her husband. This sudden development startled Su Yuchen awake, who instinctively covered his mouth with his small hands to avoid making a sound. Voices echoed in his mind once more. An elder of the Hoshan Chizong, on the verge of demise, secretly emerges from seclusion, determined to lend his final strength to the Hoshan sect. He will escort departing disciples for a distance. The remaining disciples of the Hoshan Chizong have been notified to descend the mountain in groups, seeking refuge, and the sound of their departure has reached Yu Buchuan. The remaining elder of Hoshan is just outside the window, having overheard Yu Buchuan's plans. "Congratulations, you are about to become the new Hoshan sect's chief disciple." Upon hearing this, Su Yuchen's anxious heart finally settled, as his energy was depleted from the fright, and he fell back into a deep slumber. Senior brother, they Ning Zhongzi appeared through the window to see those disciples silently leaving, vanishing into the night, unable to suppress her resentment. Yu Buchuan remained silent for a moment, sighing, "Every person has their own aspirations, we cannot forcefully detain them to their demise. If they can leave safely, that is also a boon for the Hoshan sect. However, this cannot simply end here. Those who are aware of our master's and uncle's secrets must be dealt with," he continued, revealing a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. The Hoshan sect was indeed in turmoil, and he could not afford to overlook any potential threats. Just then, old Yu's ears twitched, and he suddenly rose, stealthily making his way to the window. Ning Zhongzi immediately extinguished the candlelight and stood behind her husband. This sudden change startled Su Yuchen, who had been dozing off. He instinctively covered his mouth with his small hands, preventing any sound from escaping. As he listened, the voices in his mind echoed once more. An elder of the Hoshan Chizong, on the brink of falling, has secretly emerged from seclusion, determined to lend his final strength to the Hoshan sect. He will escort departing disciples for a distance. The remaining disciples of the Hoshan Chizong have been notified to descend the mountain in batches, and the departure has been heard by Yu Buchuan. The elder of Hoshan is now just outside the window, having overheard Yu Buchuan's schemes. "Congratulations, you are about to become the new chief disciple of the Hoshan sect." Hearing this, Su Yuchen's anxious heart finally settled, and he fell back into a deep slumber. Senior brother, they Ning Zhongzi appeared through the window to see those disciples silently leaving, vanishing into the night, unable to suppress her resentment. Yu Buchuan remained silent for a moment, sighing, "Every person has their own aspirations, we cannot forcefully detain them to their demise. If they can leave safely, that is also a boon for the Hoshan sect. However, this cannot simply end here. Those who are aware of our master's and uncle's secrets must be dealt with," he continued, revealing a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. The Hoshan sect was indeed in turmoil, and he could not afford to overlook any potential threats. Just then, old Yu's ears twitched, and he suddenly rose, stealthily making his way to the window. Ningxingzi immediately extinguished the candlelight and stood behind her husband. This sudden change startled Su Yuchen, who had been dozing off. He instinctively covered his mouth with his small hands, preventing any sound from escaping. As he listened, the voices in his mind echoed once more. An elder of the Houshan Chizong, on the brink of falling, has secretly emerged from seclusion, determined to lend his final strength to the Houshan sect. He will escort departing disciples for a distance. The remaining disciples of the Houshan Chizong have been notified to descend the mountain in batches, and the departure has been heard by Yu Buchuan. The elder of Houshan is now just outside the window, having overheard Yu Buchuan's schemes. Congratulations, you are about to become the new chief disciple of the Houshan sect. Hearing this, Su Yuchen's anxious heart finally settled, and he fell back into a deep slumber. Chapter 57, The Rivers and Lakes, All Are Water. In the scripture pavilion, Yu Yuchen pushed the recently transcribed Da Mo Yi Jin Jing across the table towards Ling Huchang, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, junior brother possesses extraordinary talent. You have swiftly embarked upon your own path of swordsmanship. I, as your senior, cannot compare. Ling Huchang shook his head, refraining from further comment, clearly not believing himself to be as formidable as his senior. Yu Yuchen gestured towards the volume of Yi Jin Jing on the table. This original text was procured by me from the imperial court. Given your martial prowess, it may prove useful to you in the future. Senior brother, Ling Huchang furrowed his brow, his curiosity piqued. Yu Yuchen gazed out at the scenery beyond the window, chuckling softly. Junior brother, I have a premonition that I may soon depart. He then turned back with a smile. There is no need for you to inquire further. At the founder hall of the Houshan sect, the atmosphere had transformed significantly since the sect was honored as the Daoist lineage of the Western Peak by the imperial court, and Yu Buchuan was bestowed the title of Zhangchunjinren. This place was no longer merely a family estate. It had become a recognized sanctuary of Daoist teachings throughout the realm. Despite the main structure remaining unchanged, a large-scale expansion had been undertaken, utilizing labors from the nearby populace. The original entrance had evolved into a grand triple archway. The central gate, unless for the transfer of leadership or the reception of imperial edicts, remained closed to all but the sect's leadership. Regular disciples of Huasharn now entered and exited through the left and right doors, ensuring the sanctity of the founder hall was preserved. Their halls on either side had also been enlarged to accommodate at least 400 to 500 attendees for ceremonial rites. Beneath the portico of the grand hall, 9 crimson pillars stood imposing and magnificent, while white jade railings adorned the corridors, and the floor was now laid with solemn black stone slabs. At this moment, Yu Buchuan, holding the emperor's sword and clad in a crimson Daoist robe, was flanked by Yu Yuchen and Ling Huchang. A multitude of Huashan's core disciples, including Ningxingzi, were relegated to bowing outside the founder hall. Under the leadership of Feng Qingyang, the most senior disciple of Huashan, Yu Buchuan led his first and second disciples in a ceremonial bowing before the ancestral tablets, 3 bows and 9 prostrations. He then placed the emperor's sword on the offering table, alongside the previous imperial decree, accepting the incense offerings of Huashan. After Yu Buchuan offered incense, Ling Huchang, acting as the deputy leader, followed suit, and the remaining disciples paid their respects in accordance with tradition. Once the last core disciple had completed their offering, everyone exited the founder hall. At this time, the 2 significant locations of the Huashan sect were under the vigilant watch of Yu Yuchen at the scripture pavilion and Feng Qingyang at the founder hall, with the 3 uncles taking turns to patrol. Once everyone had exited the hall and the doors were closed, Yu Buchuan exhaled deeply, revealing a hint of a smile. The Houshan sect was now firmly established during the Zhu Ming dynasty. With the imperial decree and the emperor's sword, even if future emperors chose not to confer further titles, the Huashan sect could continue its legacy in peace. The emperor's sword itself symbolized imperial authority, representing the finest reward bestowed by the Ming emperor to Huashan. Possessing this sword signified that during the Zhu Ming dynasty, Huashan was a sect to be acknowledged by future emperors. Yu Buchuan understood that the symbolic significance of the emperor's sword outweighed its practical value, serving as a deterrent to all sects, a clear message to the world: do not provoke me. Should it ever be drawn, the emperor would have a pretext to reclaim it, making the acquisition of another such sword nearly impossible. As significant figures of Huashan gathered, Yu Buchuan surveyed the room and declared, "Chang'er has acted as the leader for some time now. Seizing this opportunity, I wish to extend invitations to all major sects, formally announcing Chang'er as the heir." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Yu Yuchen, who shrugged and remarked, "Then my second junior brother shall have his share of burdens." Laughter filled the room, and Yu Buchuan patted his eldest disciple's shoulder, filled with immense pride. Chang'er, select an auspicious date swiftly and send out invitations to the various sects, informing them of the ceremony. Shortly thereafter, disciples of Huashan journeyed to various sects, including Shaolin, Wudang, the Beggars sect, the Five Mountain Swords sect, and other smaller sects, delivering invitations for the grand ceremony set for the 8th day of the 4th month in the 16th year of Xingde, where Huashan would hold the succession ceremony, inviting all sects to witness. On the 8th day of the 4th month in the 16th year of Xingde, at the foot of Huashan, heroes from all corners gathered, creating a bustling scene. To demonstrate the importance of the occasion and to prevent any potential disturbances, Yu Yuchen personally welcomed the martial artists arriving for the ceremony beneath the grand archway. In the aftermath of Dongfang Bubai's defeat at Blackwood Cliff, facing the one now hailed as the world's foremost martial artist, all sects adhered to proper etiquette, none daring to test the capabilities of the current master. As they ascended the mountain, disciples of Huashan stood guard along the way, guiding the multitude towards the Suochi Hall, with Yu Yuchen and Daoist Chengxu leading the ascent. The Huashan succession ceremony commenced. Yu Buchuan and his wife occupied the highest seats, flanked by Fangxing of Shaolin and Chengxu of Wudang, with representatives from the Beggars sect and other Five Mountains sects occupying the following ranks. Smaller sects were relegated to the back, merely spectators. As the imperial decree and the emperor's sword were presented, an instinctive hush fell over the assembly. All understood the gravity of the moment. Upon seeing the auspicious hour had arrived, Yu Buchuan rose and addressed the gathering. "Esteemed fellow practitioners of the martial world, today marks the succession ceremony for the next leader of the Huashan sect. I am deeply grateful for your presence." With a bow to the assembly, he then picked up the seal of the sect's leadership and turned to Ling Huchang. "Chang'er, please step forward." Today, with the emperor's sword above and the revered ancestors below, Ling Huchang, do you pledge to uphold righteousness, to elevate our sect, and to honor the legacy of our forebears? I am willing. Ling Huchang knelt before the ancestral portrait, bowing deeply. Today, with the emperor's sword above and the revered ancestors below, Ling Huchang, do you pledge to aid the weak, foster camaraderie among brethren, and protect the nation and its people? I am willing. Ling Huchang bowed once more. Today, with the emperor's sword above and the revered ancestors below, Ling Huchang, do you pledge to assist your fellow practitioners, combat the forces of evil, and uphold justice? I am willing. Ling Huchang bowed 3 times. Yu Buchuan, holding the seal, addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, from this day forth, Ling Huchang shall be the next leader of the Huashan sect. I ask you to witness this. Should anyone disturb the legacy of Huashan in the future, let us unite to punish them. As Ling Huchang rose to accept the leadership seal, congratulations and praises for him being young and accomplished and a model of righteousness echoed throughout the hall. Yu Buchuan and Ling Huchang exchanged pleasantries with their fellow martial artists. Just as they were about to invite everyone to partake, an announcement rang out from outside: "Imperial decree arrives." The crowd erupted in astonishment as a eunuch clad in a bright red robe stepped forward, followed by local officials. The eunuch scanned the room, nodded towards Yu Yuchen, and extended his hand to reveal a bright yellow imperial edict. By order of the emperor, the Huashan sect's leader, Yu Buchuan, is to receive this decree. Upon hearing this, Yu Buchuan knelt immediately, the eunuch being none other than Sun Ju, who nodded in acknowledgement. By imperial decree, by the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. The Huashan sect, inheritors of the Daoist lineage of the Western Peak, uphold righteousness, and assist the nation in times of peril, truly exemplifying the righteous path. I am greatly pleased. In the conflict against the Ningguang rebellion, Huashan's contributions were remarkable, demonstrating humility despite their achievements, and they have rendered great service in protecting the emperor, a merit of the highest order. Henceforth, I confer upon you Buchuan, the leader of Huashan, the title of Zhongchun Yangdao Master, to preside over the Chuanzhen Daoist lineage. Thus decreed. I humbly accept this decree with gratitude. May our emperor live long and prosper. Yu Buchuan responded, bowing deeply. Once he rose to accept the decree, the eunuch clasped his hands and congratulated. Jinren Yu, congratulations. Your service in protecting the emperor has secured your place in the imperial heart. Yu Buchuan repeatedly expressed his humility, asserting it was his duty. You have rewritten the conclusion of this world's Huashan sect, allowing it to truly stand tall in the martial world. Amidst the crowd, Yu Yuchen felt a stirring within, a sudden pull of energy coursing through him. Before he could comprehend, a silvery radiance enveloped him. Within the astonished exclamations of the gathered martial heroes and imperial envoys, Yu Yuchen ascended amidst the silvery glow. This is ascension to immortality, someone exclaimed in awe. Chapter 58, The Starving Beggar. I am hungry, very hungry, extremely hungry. This was the first sensation Su Yuchen felt upon awakening. His stomach was utterly empty, the pangs of hunger igniting a fiery ache within him. Weak and feeble, he could scarcely open his eyes, even the thought of a bitter smile eluding him. The only coherent thought in Su Yuchen's mind was, am I destined to starve to death right from the start? As he concentrated his thoughts, the cacophony of his surroundings gradually reached his ears. He was oblivious to what had transpired, but the atmosphere was chaotic, with hurried footsteps, shouts, and the sound of rummaging echoing all around him. In the next moment, a gust of wind swept towards Su Yuchen, and though he wished to evade it, he lacked the strength to move. With a thud, a round object landed beside him, crashing against the wall and rolling slightly. The intoxicating aroma wafting past his nose triggered an instinctive response. It was a flatbread. In a flash, Su Yuchen's body reacted, his eyes flying open to behold the flatbread. His taste buds and every cell in his body rejoiced, galvanizing what little strength remained as he reached out for it. In the next instant, the flatbread was at his lips. He had to forcibly restrain his left hand from gripping his right, knowing that in a state of extreme hunger, instinctive reactions could lead to his demise. Thankfully, though he had lost his cultivation, his original mindset remained intact. Reason triumphed over instinct, and Su Yuchen cautiously tore off a piece of the flatbread, letting his saliva moisten it before slowly chewing. As soon as the morsel entered his stomach, he could feel the organ's contractions, as if pleading for more. Ignoring his stomach's unreasonable demands, Su Yuchen took small bites of the flatbread, gradually filling his mouth to avoid overeating. Due to your occupation of another's body, which had not eaten for an entire day, as the first almost starved transmigrator, young one, you have forged a new history. After a lengthy while, having consumed nearly half the flatbread, Su Yuchen finally felt some relief in his stomach. He then turned his attention to the hints provided by the narrator. You have completed the tale of the smiling proud wanderer, allowing the Huashan sect to truly stand tall in the martial world. You have entered the temporal maelstrom. System energy is insufficient. The vessel automatically serves as energy replenishment, selecting the nearest anchor point for the leap. Recalling his entry into the void, the narrator's voice resonated, and a silvery corridor, shimmering with flecks of silver light, appeared before him. Then, everything faded into oblivion. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in this current state. This is the consequence of insufficient energy, the vessel serving as fuel for the traversal. Su Yuchen mused inwardly. Shaking his head, he realized further contemplation was futile. As he surveyed his surroundings, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It was no wonder he felt so famished. This body was that of a beggar. His hands were filthy, fingers stained black, nails filled with dirt. As the evening breeze blew, more sand and dust settled onto his hair, clothes, and even the flatbread. Even without a mirror, Su Yuchen knew he looked every bit the beggar. He spat out the dust from his mouth, brushed off the flatbread, and brought it to his lips, cautiously surveying his surroundings. He was in an unknown marketplace, which appeared to be under siege by horse bandits. Every household was shuttered tight, with no one daring to linger outside, while a group of raucous black-clad bandits roamed the street, brandishing steel knives, their demeanor far from welcoming. The dozens of horses tethered nearby unmistakably indicated the strength of these bandits. After all, in the Central Plains, which bandit group could muster such a force of horses, save for an army or those from the borderlands? Su Yuchen found it difficult to fathom any other explanation. Could these bandits be disguised soldiers? What could their motive be? Observing the bandits milling around a stall selling flatbreads, Su Yuchen dismissed his previous theory. If they were soldiers, they would seek wealth and captives. The townsfolk would have been rounded up to await a grim fate. If they were true bandits, they would not squander time at a flatbread stall. Their primary targets would surely be the wealthy of the town, not the impoverished. Reasonable conjectures demonstrate your wisdom, baseless guesses are mere fantasies. Su Yuchen scoffed at the narrator's mockery, unfazed by the system's taunts. Having endured the previous world, he understood that engaging in a futile argument with a non-communicative system would only lead to frustration. Search thoroughly, leave no corner unturned. Even if we must raise this place, we will uncover the truth. A furious roar interrupted Su Yuchen's reverie. Looking up, he saw the sole black-clad figure who had remained mounted, swinging his whip in anger, while a subordinate retreated, intimidated. And the next moment, the man's whip cracked against the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He pointed at a corpse on the ground, barking, "Two of you, inspect him from head to toe, leave no hair unexamined. The rest of you, tear apart the beams and the heated beds, and break the bricks one by one to search thoroughly." Understood. Two bandits promptly stepped forward, stripping the corpse of its clothing and even unbinding the hair to inspect it closely. Moments later, they exchanged glances and shook their heads at the mounted leader. Disappointment washed over him as he waved them off, directing them to join the others in demolishing the building. With the sounds of clattering and crashing, the bandits' fury mounted. Aside from the furniture that had already been discarded, tables, chairs, and even the dishes were thrown out of the flatbread stall. A bowl shattered on the ground, cracking but not completely breaking, rolling towards Su Yuchen and coming to a stop just a few steps away. As the chaos continued, the sky grew darker, but the black-clad bandits showed no signs of relenting. They dismantled the flatbread stall's doors and windows, using clothing soaked in lamp oil as torches to illuminate the wreckage, indicating their intent to stay. With the remaining half of the flatbread in his hand, Su Yuchen desperately needed water to quench his thirst. The dryness of the flatbread made it difficult to swallow, yet he remained huddled in the street corner, unwilling to move. Firstly, he lacked the strength, and secondly, these bandits did not seem like individuals who would reason with a beggar. He certainly did not wish to be caught and executed before he could find food. After some time, the sky was completely dark. The bandits exchanged glances of resignation, clearly at a loss. They had turned the flatbread stall upside down, leaving not a single intact brick. "Brother Jew, we truly cannot find that item. We have searched every possible location, and there is nothing left," one of the bandits reported, bowing to the mounted leader. Although Brother Jew's expression was grim, he recognized his comrades had indeed done their utmost. With a heavy sigh, he waved his hand, "Let us regroup." Upon hearing this, the bandits mounted their horses and rode off, shouting as they left the marketplace. Once he was certain the bandits had departed, Su Yuchen, guided by the light of the torches, prepared to rise and retrieve the broken bowl to search for water when he heard a faint groan. His expression shifted in surprise as he turned to look at the corpse that had remained motionless. Indeed, the next moment, under the moonlight, the blooded and mangled body stirred. As Su Yuchen watched as it shakily stood up, surveying its surroundings. Rather than fleeing, it bent down and began to gather the discarded flatbreads from the ground. Su Yuchen felt a surge of emotion. What spirit, even on the brink of death, this being was determined to collect the flatbreads. What a love for food. Chapter 59, The Appearance of the Mysterious Iron Order. Only then realizing where one stands in the next moment, Su Yuchen understood that he had overthought the situation. The corpse was not searching for pastries but rather seeking something. At this point, Su Yuchen was no longer in a hurry but curiously watched as the figure picked up one object after another, breaking them apart only to discard them carelessly. The corpse, having yet to locate the desired item, grew increasingly frantic, its movements becoming more rapid, as if on the verge of despair. it howled, "Pastry, pastry, my pastry." As the corpse continued its relentless search, squeezing each pastry it encountered, Su Yuchen's heart stirred. He glanced at the pastry in his own hand, a note of suspicion escaping his lips. Shaking the pastry, curiosity gleamed in his eyes as he squeezed it, pondering, "Surely, this must be what you seek." A look of triumph spread across Su Yuchen's face, as if luck was indeed on his side. His fingers had pressed against a hard protrusion within the pastry. If his assumptions were correct, this was precisely the object the corpse thought. Upon hearing the noise made by Su Yuchen, the pastry shopkeeper's corpse turned its attention towards him, its gaze fixating on the pastry in his hand, and it let out a guttural scream, "Pastry! Return my pastry, return my pastry." With wild abandon, the corpse clawed towards Su Yuchen, ignoring the judge's pen still protruding from its lower abdomen. Blood flowed freely from its wound, leaving a gruesome trail upon the ground, staining the pastries in its path. "Hey, be careful not to dirty my pastries," Su Yuchen exclaimed, his brows furrowing in annoyance. The corpse paused momentarily, its face and hands smeared with blood and dirt, its grotesque features appearing even more terrifying under the cloak of night. Undeterred, it crawled closer, reaching for Su Yuchen's ankle, demanding, "Return my pastry." Rolling his eyes, Su Yuchen chewed on the pastry, retracting his ankle to evade the blooded hand. "What do you mean, your pastry? This is my pastry." The corpse, now mere inches away, seemed taken aback, perhaps having never encountered such an audacious little beggar. Su Yuchen, in turn, shook his pastry in front of it. Muffled by the food in his mouth, he inquired, "What is in this pastry?" The corpse hesitated, its eyes flashing with a vicious intent, a terrifying smile creeping across its face as it donned a falsely congenial tone. "Little brother, if you give me the pastry, I shall reward you with money, enough to buy many pastries." "Why would I want pastries when I could purchase a roast chicken instead?" Su Yuchen replied, taking a bite of the pastry while regarding the corpse with an expression of incredulity. Oh, the corpse, unaccustomed to such a cheeky beggar, found itself at a loss for words. After a moment of bewilderment, it replied with a grin, "That is acceptable, I shall give you ample money, allowing you to buy roast chicken. Now, hand over the pastry." As it spoke, it reached out for the pastry. Su Yuchen swiftly dodged, "You're dead, so the money is mine. Besides, do you even have any money left?" With that, he gestured toward the ruins behind them, looking at the corpse with a mixture of pity and amusement. "I will kill you, you wretched beggar." The corpse could no longer conceal its murderous intent, lunging forward, its right hand grasping for Su Yuchen's throat. In that instant, as the corpse moved, so too did Su Yuchen. He rolled on the ground and executed a swift kick, striking the corpse squarely in the face with a technique reminiscent of a dragon's tail sweep. Caught off guard, the corpse stumbled, collapsing face first onto the ground. The two judges' pens embedded in its abdomen pierced through to its back, delivering a fatal blow. Unable to maintain its form any longer, the corpse emitted incoherent sounds, its mouth foaming as it succumbed to death, its head drooping to one side. Su Yuchen glanced at the motionless body, shaking his head. He casually broke open the pastry in his hand, revealing a small iron fragment, no larger than a fingernail, dark red in color. Though small, the piece felt heavy. Su Yuchen tossed it lightly, recognizing it as a fragment of mysterious iron, pondering why so many were vying for it. After all, such a small piece would barely suffice to forge a mere inch-long throwing knife. Before he could delve deeper into contemplation, a voice echoed in his mind. "You have obtained the mysterious Iron Order." The eccentric figure of the martial world, Xie Yang, forged 3 mysterious Iron Orders. Whoever possesses one may make a single request of him. 2 have already been reclaimed by Xie Yang. This is the last one lost to the outside world. The judge's pen. Wu Daotong acquired the final mysterious Iron Order, concealing himself as an old man at the pastry shop, intending to await Xie Yang's appearance. The leader of the Golden Knife Gang, Anfeng Ri, has learned of this news and intends to snatch the item from Wu Daotong. With Wu Daotong's demise, the mysterious Iron Order has fallen into your hands. In Jiangnan, the black and white twin sword Shiqing and Minute Ru couple have also come for the mysterious Iron Order and are on their way. The Snow Mountain sects Ging Wanzhong and Hua Wanzi, leading disciples of the sect, are tracking Shivengyu and have rushed to the vicinity upon hearing news of the mysterious Iron Order. The recluse Xie Yang has learned of the last mysterious iron order and is hastening towards it. So, this is the world of Xie Kuxing? Does that make me the protagonist, that dog of a bastard? Bar. Su Yuchen was momentarily stunned. Quickly realizing which world he had entered, however, he had no desire to identify anyone as father or mother. Even if the original story depicted Xiqing and his wife as good people, they now had a troublesome son, did they not? Moreover, if he were to call them mother and father right away, they might not even acknowledge him. The mere thought of having to call others father and mother while pretending to be young sent a shiver down Su Yuchen's spine. He promptly stashed the mysterious iron order away, hurriedly picked up 2 garments from the ground, and made his way toward the ruins. Shortly after Su Yuchen's figure vanished, the empty marketplace was once again filled with the sound of horse hooves, resonating crisply and swiftly, though this time it was the sound of only 2 horses. As their hooves came to a stop outside the pastry shop, illuminated by the flickering flames that had yet to extinguish, it became evident that these were 2 extraordinary steeds. One horse was pitch black, without a single speck of color, save for its snow-white hooves, a true marvel known as clouds covering snow. The other horse was its complete opposite, entirely white with black hooves. Riding these exceptional mounts were a man and a woman. The man was clad in black, while the woman donned pure white, both adorned with matching sword sheaths at their waists, perfectly complementing the colors of their steeds, enhancing their remarkable presence. They surveyed the chaotic scene before them, their expressions betraying a hint of surprise. The man cracked his whip, flipping Wu Daotong's corpse over for closer inspection. After a moment of scrutiny, the man nodded. Rumai, this is indeed Wu Daotong, the judge's pen. It seems Infengri has succeeded. The mysterious iron order must now be in his possession. Chapter 60, all arrived together. The woman, referred to as Rumai, urged her horse forward, examining the wounds on Wu Daotong's body. She nodded and said, "Qingji, the blood on Wu Daotong's wounds has yet to congeal. He must have died not long ago." Qingji nodded and gazed westward, toward the direction of the Golden Knife Gang. Understanding passed between them, and without a word, they pulled the reins and galloped westward. Not long after they departed, Su Yuchen had washed himself and changed into a set of oversized, ill-fitting clothing as he emerged from the rubble. Although he still appeared to be a filthy little beggar, his complexion had improved significantly. In his hands, he held an intact earthen basin, sifting through the pastries strewn about on the ground, collecting those that were still edible into the basin. He made several trips back and forth, gathering a few usable bowls, chopsticks, and benches. Returning once more, he picked up a torch from the ground. As he turned to leave, he cast a glance at Wu Daotong's corpse, hesitating momentarily before letting out a sigh. "Well, taking your belongings, it wouldn't be right to leave you to rot in the streets." With that, he planted the torch into a nearby mound of earth, grasped Wu Daotong's lower leg, and dragged him beneath a nearly collapsed low wall. Finding a suitable position, he kicked at a corner of the earthen wall several times until it finally gave way, crashing down and burying Wu Daotong's corpse beneath the rubble. Having completed this task, Su Yuchen picked up the torch and headed towards the back of the ruins. Bending down, he entered a corner formed by 2 earthen walls, where the collapsed debris provided a suitable hiding place. Earlier, Su Yuchen had gathered Wu Daotong's bedding and blanket, along with a stash of flatbreads and pickled vegetables. Sitting in the makeshift beggar's den, Su Yuchen ignited the torch in the prepared campfire, and as the flames danced to life, he placed the earthen basin atop the fire to boil water and roast the flatbreads. Under the deepening night, Su Yuchen began to enjoy his first meal since arriving in this world. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he reduced the campfire to a smoldering ember, ensuring it was shielded from the wind. Su Yuchen then reclined on his makeshift bedding. "This body is too frail, lacking in vital energy. I cannot practice cultivation recklessly, and prolonged malnutrition makes it impossible to train in external martial arts. The urgent task at hand is to replenish the lost vital energy. It seems that the Dharma Yi Jinjing is the best choice, capable of refining muscles and marrow, enhancing my essence." No wonder in the original story, Dog Brother only managed to cultivate Xie Kuxing to such a degree. The postnatal deficiencies were severe, and he recklessly attempted to refine essence into qi. Though he had Ding Buzen's medicinal liquor to supplement some of it, the essence had already been compromised. It could also be that my assumptions are incorrect, but it matters not. Now that I have arrived, I shall follow my own path. It appears I will need to serve as Xie Yang's bodyguard for a while. His Mount Qian is sparsely populated and offers ample provisions, making it a perfect place for recuperation. Taking out the mysterious iron order, Su Yuchen tossed it lightly, pondering what thoughts it evoked, before tucking it away. Though stripped of martial prowess, his understanding of the realm remained, and Su Yuchen began to practice the movements of the Dharma Yi Jinjing on his bedding, soon entering a deep meditative state. As the rooster crowed at dawn, the sky gradually brightened. After a night of anguish and trepidation, the common folk were compelled to venture out of their homes, risking their lives to earn a living. The clamour of hushed voices roused Su Yuchen from his meditation, and as the townsfolk noticed the little beggar nestled within the ruins of the pastry shop, none paid him any heed, merely casting a fleeting glance and marvelling at his audacity in the face of death. Following suit, Su Yuchen rose beneath the dim pre-dawn light, boiling water to prepare his morning flatbreads. Taking advantage of the lingering darkness before the sun fully rose, Su Yuchen quickly consumed his fill, then sat quietly in a meditative posture, awaiting the first glimmers of purple energy. At a certain moment, as his thoughts coalesced, Su Yuchen closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Simultaneously, the sun leapt above the horizon, a crimson orb breaking free from the earth. Su Yuchen opened his mouth to draw in a fleeting wisp of purple energy that vanished into his nostrils. A smile flickered across his face. Your gateway has opened. He patiently sought to capture this rare essence of heaven and earth until the sun fully ascended, the air growing warm. At that moment, Su Yuchen lay down, adopting the sleeping arhat posture to absorb the sun's purple energy. As the Dharma Yi Jinjing circulated within him, the sound of tiny crackles echoed from his body, and his bones trembled with vitality. Passers-by merely glanced over, mistaking the sounds for the ruins on the verge of collapse. Upon sighting the little beggar nestled within the debris, they merely sighed, lamenting that lazy people enjoy lazy fortunes, without anyone warning him of the potential danger. Once the wisp of purple energy had been absorbed, Su Yuchen rose, his bones cracking with a satisfying sound, a glimmer of purple flickering in his eyes. Feeling his stomach grumble, Su Yuchen couldn't help but chuckle wryly. This body was indeed starved, lacking in nourishment. He grabbed a few remaining flatbreads and poured himself a bowl of warm water. Crossing the street, he found a corner wall facing the rising sun, settling down to eat his flatbreads while sipping warm water, observing the bustling crowd. You have successfully absorbed a wisp of the sun's purple energy. Your essence has slightly replenished, unquantifiable in its improvement. Continue striving forward. Once again rendered a weakling, you must seize every opportunity. How about Xie Yang? Work hard, young one. As noon approached, Su Yuchen finished his fifth flatbread and drained his bowl of warm water. He pondered whether to fetch another couple of pastries when he heard the distinct sound of hooves outside the marketplace, echoing crisply and swiftly, as if only one horse was present. As the sound drew nearer, it became apparent that there were indeed two horses, moving in perfect unison, producing a singular sound. Upon seeing them, Su Yuchen couldn't help but exclaim, "What fine steeds!" Recognizing their attire, he surmised it was none other than Shiqing and Minute Ru, who had returned. It seems they have caught up with the Golden Knife Gang but failed to acquire the mysterious Iron Order, prompting them to return for a thorough search. Su Yuchen contemplated from the shadows of the corner. The townsfolk, upon spotting the two sword-bearing martial artists, promptly scattered, lamenting their parents for not having given them 2 additional legs, though how they would curse Shiqing and Minute Ru upon returning home remained unknown. The local constable, lingering nearby, also fled, slamming shut the door to his home with a resounding thud. In the blink of an eye, the marketplace street was left devoid of any presence save for Shiqing, Minute Ru, and Su Yuchen, creating an eerie silence that raised suspicions of a ghost town. Rolling his eyes, Su Yuchen nestled deeper into the shadows, his head bobbing slightly as he awaited the arrival of Xie Yang. Shiqing and Minute Ru immediately scanned their surroundings, and upon spotting Su Yuchen, Shiqing dismounted and approached, scrutinizing the young beggar closely. "Little brother, may I inquire as to the whereabouts of the man who died last night?" Su Yuchen glanced up momentarily before lowering his gaze, ignoring him. Shiqing exchanged a look with Minute Ru, then chuckled, reaching into his bosom. When he withdrew his hand, it bore 2 pieces of broken silver. "Your cunning demeanor has displeased Shiqing and Minute Ru, yet they refrain from passing judgment upon you. Your behavior does not resemble that of a newcomer emerging from the wilds, but rather that of a seasoned veteran. You have successfully elicited a hint of disdain from Shiqing and Minute Ru, offending the parents of Dog Brother. You are in trouble. Su Yuchen disregarded the system's commentary. Pointing at his bowl, Shiqing chuckled and promptly tossed the silver into the bowl. Only then did Su Yuchen gesture toward the earthen wall where Wu Daotong lay buried, indicating that the man was beneath. Chapter 61. The Gathering. As Shiqing approached the collapsed earthen wall, he cast a sweeping glance around, and then, with a firm stomp of his right foot, a post from a fallen beam sprung up, hurtling directly towards him. With a swift motion, Shiqing grasped the beam, securing one end under his arm while his right hand curled into a claw, fingers digging into the timber. With a powerful thrust, he drove the beam into the breach of the earthen wall, and as he exerted his strength, chunks of the wall were sent flying, revealing the bodies lying beneath. After meticulously clearing the area around the corpses, Shiqing crouched down and inspected the body from head to toe, leaving no strand of hair or toe unexamined. Once he had completed his inspection, he stood up and shook his head at Minute Ru, indicating that he had found nothing. It seems I have been foolishly optimistic. With Fenrir's sharp acumen, it is unlikely he would have overlooked anything, Minute Ru lamented, her expression darkening with sorrow. And Jin Dao is indeed astute, yet his subordinates may not share his capabilities. Let us continue our search, as Shiqing reassured her. The two of them then circled the ruins, scouring both the interior and exterior once more, but yielded no further discoveries. Minute Ru, overwhelmed by grief, began to weep, while Shiqing offered her comfort. The details of their conversation remain unknown, but eventually, they mounted their horses and made their way toward the Kaifeng prefecture. Meanwhile, Su Yuchen exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, bearing the body of another son weighed heavily on him. Remaining oblivious was one thing, but knowing stirred a sense of guilt within him. Fortunately, this feeling was fleeting. Before long, as Su Yuchen awaited in a drowsy stupor, he heard the sound of a gentle breeze, and immediately noticed several shadows cast upon the wall behind him. Disciples of the Snow Mountain sect have arrived, originally en route to the Xuansu Manor in Jiangnan. Gengwanzhong and Huowanzi, upon receiving news of the Xiantai Ling, made a special trip here. Regrettably, your cleansing was insufficient. Otherwise, you could have taken on the guise of Shizhongyu and been summoned to Lingxiao City for execution. Su Yuchen lifted his gaze to see several figures clad in thick white robes descending, encircling him. Dressed so heavily, he mused quietly to himself, suspecting them to be disciples of the Snow Mountain sect. Did they not fear the heat upon their journey from the snow-capped mountains to the heart of the Central Plains? Upon their arrival, the leading man headed straight for Wu Daotong's corpse, which was now surrounded by a swarm of flies due to the sweltering weather. Unfazed, the man waved away the flies and conducted his examination, subsequently shaking his head at his companions. The other disciples of the Snow Mountain sect, having thoroughly searched the ruins, also shook their heads, indicating their lack of findings. A woman from the crowd approached, her gaze drawn to the fragments of silver in Su Yuchen's bowl. Her eyes brightened as she produced a piece of silver and tossed it into the bowl. Young brother, who bestowed this silver upon you? Su Yuchen regarded her silently, prompting the woman to smile and then produce a solid silver ingot weighing 10 taels, asking, "A young brother, may I inquire now?" Taking the ingot from her hand, Su Yuchen replied, "A man and a woman, one black and one white." Their horses were likewise of black and white. The woman turned to her companions. "Geng Shixiang, could it be that the black and white twin swords couple has acquired the Xiantai Ling?" The man was indeed Geng Wanzhong of the Snow Mountain sect, and the woman was his junior sister, Huowanzi. Before Geng Wanzhong could respond, he caught a sound at the entrance of the market, where a yellow steed was galloping toward them, ridden by a somewhat short, stout man with a golden sword hanging at his waist. Is it not the disciples of the Snow Mountain sect? Why have you not even greeted us upon your arrival in Henan? The voice of Fengri echoed, as resonant and striking as his golden sword. He was indeed a man of great charisma. Geng Wanzhong exchanged glances with his sister, and promptly stepped forward, stating, "Could it be that you are the gold sword leader, and Fengri, Geng Wanzhong of the Snow Mountain sect offers his respects?" And Fengri surveyed the group without preamble, countering, "Are you all here for the Xiantai Ling as well?" Geng Wanzhong, not one to hide his intentions, nodded. Indeed, We heard of the Shen Tailing's appearance in the martial world and came to investigate, but alas, he gestured toward the decaying body of Wu Daotong. We have arrived too late. Wu Daotong has already met his demise, and the Shen Tailing has surely been seized. And Feng Ri glanced at Wu Daotong's corpse, uncertain whether to disclose that Wu had fallen at the hands of the Golden Sword stronghold. The pivotal point was that he himself had not acquired the Shen Tailing. Have Shiqing and his wife returned? I wonder if they have made any discoveries, and Feng Ri pondered. In that moment, the gathering fell into an uneasy silence. Geng Wanzhong and Hou Wanzi exchanged puzzled glances. Logically, as local landlords, and Feng Ri should have inquired about the Shen Tailing's whereabouts, yet he appeared hesitant and refrained from asking. Could it be that the Shen Tailing has already fallen into Feng Ri's possession? They both speculated simultaneously. Unbeknownst to them, Feng Ri's mere hesitation had sparked their suspicions, leaving him at a loss for how to justify his actions. Just then, the atmosphere shifted as the sound of galloping hoofs echoed from outside the town. Two magnificent steeds, one black and one white, thundered in, revealing the returning couple, Shiqing and Minute Ru. Strange, why have they arrived only now? Feng Ri mused, unaware that the couple had just returned, mistakenly assuming they had just reached the town. Given that their horses were renowned steeds, it seemed illogical for them to have arrived so late. At this moment, Shiqing and Minute Ru dismounted, and Minute Ru stepped forward, clasping her hands in greeting. Ging Shixiang, who are Shamai, we heard mention of your presence and guessed that disciples of the Snow Mountain sect had entered the city. We did not expect it to be you two. May I inquire after you are? The initial pleasantries aside, the latter part of her inquiry drew hostile glares from the Snow Mountain sect disciples. Hou Wanzi, quick to retort, opened her mouth to cast a barb, but was restrained by Ging Wanzhong's hand. Hou Wanzi glanced at Feng Ri, snorting disdainfully without offering a response. Shiqing and Minute Ru exchanged glances, bewildered by the animosity directed toward them, wondering if their son had caused some trouble, as the Snow Mountain sect disciples regarded them as foes. At that moment, Shiqing's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to look behind the disciples of the Snow Mountain sect. Everyone followed his gaze to see a small beggar, who had been seated earlier, tossing a black iron shard the size of a fingernail into the air. Xie Yang has arrived, discovering Wu Daotong's demise. Filled with rage, he is about to depart. You have presented the Shen Tailing, yet Xie Yang remains, lurking in the shadows to observe. The system's narration rang out, causing Su Yuchen to feel a surge of urgency. Xie Yang was the caretaker he had arranged for, and he could not let him leave. Su Yuchen quickly produced the Shen Tailing, anxious that the others might not notice, deliberately tossing it in front of him, thinking, surely, this will keep you from leaving now? Shen Tailing? Shiqing exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Snow Mountain sect swiftly turned to surround the beggar. Before Hou Wanzi could utter a word, Feng Ri had already drawn his golden sword, pressing forward toward the small beggar. As Feng Ri moved, the disciples of the Snow Mountain sect instinctively followed suit, their long swords thrusting forward. Before Feng Ri could even touch the Shen Tailing, he found himself compelled to retreat for self-preservation. With a flourish, he unleashed the Night Battle 8 forms technique, cleaving in 8 directions. The swift and agile strikes danced in a whirlwind of golden light, effectively parrying the long swords of the Snow Mountain sect disciples. United by their shared training, the disciples coordinated seamlessly, forming a sword net with their 7 blades to ensnare Feng Ri. Feng Ri, wielding his golden sword, utilized the principles of the 8 trigrams to navigate his way through the onslaught, adept at facing multiple assailants with fewer numbers. In an exhilarating exchange, both sides fought fiercely, each evenly matched in skill. Chapter 62, The arrival of the crowd. The assembly had gathered, all drawn by the allure of the Shen Tailing. As the legendary artifact seemingly manifested, Shiqing and Minute Ru, a couple in perfect harmony, did not hesitate to draw their swords simultaneously. 2 beams of light, one black and one white, surged forth like agile dragons, weaving into the intricate web of blades. The couple, intent on causing no harm, wielded their swords with a deftness that bore 3 parts finesse. Shiqing swept his sword from left to right, executing a delicate arc that ensnared for long swords with a subtle force. In an instant, a gap appeared in the sword net. Concurrently, Minute Ru's sword flickered with brilliance, its tip aimed directly at the wrist of a disciple from the Shwesharn sect. With a swift flash of cold light, the sound of clashing metal echoed as 4 long swords fell to the ground. Minute Rue, careful not to injure, had merely knocked the swords from their grasp with the body of her blade, declaring, "My apologies." Hua Wanzi's face flushed with indignation as she lunged at Minute Rue with a sword aimed at her right hand. Observing this, Ging Wanzhong joined in the assault. Minute Rue smiled faintly. Her sword suddenly unleashed a flurry of strikes, launching over 10 attacks in the blink of an eye. The onslaught appeared fierce, yet it bore an underlying softness, encircling both assailants within her sword's reach. Shiqing, evidently confident in his wife's prowess, plunged into the sword net without a glance back, deftly deflecting Anfengri's knife strike with a flick of his blade. Anfengri was taken aback, feeling his golden dagger skewed, just as Shiqing's sword grazed dangerously close to his right hand. Realizing the imminent loss of his hand, Anfengri was about to relinquish his weapon, but Shiqing's sword flipped and seized the golden dagger, promptly returning it to Anfengri's grip. With a subtle smile, Shiqing reached for the small beggar's hand, causing Anfengri's face to flush with embarrassment, aware that he had been spared. Preserving his dignity. As Shiqing and Minute Rue prepared to seize the Xian Tai Ling, their faces lit up with joy. Suddenly, a figure clad in grey-blue darted forward, snatching the iron piece from Su Yuchen's grasp. "Release it!" Shiqing and Minute Rue exclaimed in unison, their swords slicing left and right towards the intruder. Shiqing aimed his sword's tip at the figures Kai Zi and Shen Men, while Minute Rue targeted Yun Men and Zhang Fu. The figure chuckled coldly at the black and white swords and nothing but this. As he spoke, his hands delved into the sword net, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds, causing Shiqing and Minute Rue's grips to falter. Alarmed, the couple retreated simultaneously, but the figure did not pursue. With a flourish of his sleeve, he ensnared the disciple's swords and Anfengri's dagger. In a single motion, the weapons clattered to the ground, leaving the faces of Anfengri and the disciples pale with shock, as their armaments had been thoroughly confiscated. The figure stood arrogantly, ignoring those around him, his gaze fixated on the iron piece in his hand, evidently reveling in triumph. Shiqing's eyes flickered as he clasped his fists, inquiring, "Might you be the esteemed Xie Yank?" The figure glanced at Shiqing, then let out a peculiar laugh. The couple from Jiangnan Xian Su Zhuang is indeed renowned for their swordsmanship. Today's encounter is truly as the rumors suggest. Even my finger snap technique could not wrest those swords from your grasp. Chuckling, he tossed the iron piece in his hand. I never anticipated reclaiming this last Xian Tai Ling would be so effortless. Today, I am in good spirits, so I shall not hold it against you. Having said this, Xie Yank turned to depart, but Su Yuchen, while stowing away silver from his bowl, called out, "Hold on." Xie Yank turned, initially dismissive, but Su Yuchen continued, "You've taken my possession. Are you simply going to walk away without consequence?" "Yours?" Xie Yank replied, his expression bemused and incredulous. Su Yuchen nodded, raising his gaze, "Did you not snatch it from my hands? To take without asking is akin to thievery. Will you not acknowledge this?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, turning to Xie Yank to see how he would respond. Xie Yank's face shifted hue, vacillating between rage and contemplation. Though he often straddled the line between righteousness and wickedness, his actions governed by personal whims, he had always prided himself on his integrity. To seize the Xian Tai Ling from a mere beggar would betray the promises he had once made. Should he leave now, rumors would surely spread, branding him as a man of no honor. He glanced at the beggar, then, with a quick motion, produced a pouch of coins, displaying a cascade of golden leaves within. "Little beggar, how about I trade you this pouch of gold leaves for that iron piece?" Su Yuchen scoffed derisively, "Perhaps if you offered me a lump of silver, I might consider it." Observing the curious expressions of the onlookers, Su Yuchen added, "Yet you insist on offering a pouch of gold leaves, which clearly indicates the iron piece's value far exceeds this meager sum. Do I appear to be a fool?" At this, Hua Wanzi could no longer suppress her laughter, though she quickly stifled it upon recalling Xie Yank's notorious reputation. Others, though less audacious, bore flushed faces, clearly struggling to contain their amusement. Xie Yank's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated this beggar's cunning. With a swift motion, he raised his arm, a flicker of azure energy flashing in his palm, poised to strike, yet he suddenly recalled his vow to refrain from harming those bearing the Xian Tai Ling. Shiqing, Minute Ru, and Anfengri watched with bated breath, sensing the tension in the air, but Xie Yang lowered his hand once more, pointing at the swords in Shiqing and Minute Ru's hands. He proposed to Su Yuchen, "What if I were to seize those fine swords and present them to you?" Shiqing and Minute Ru tightened their grips, clearly wary of Xie Yang's sudden proposition. Su Yuchen shook his head. "I refuse." Before Xie Yang could inquire further, Su Yuchen turned to Shiqing and Minute Ru, asking, "Uncle, may I ask what purpose this iron piece serves that prompts so many to covet it?" Shiqing glanced at Xie Yang, noting his displeasure yet lack of obstruction, and explained, "This Xian Tai Ling is a token given by Xie Laozu to a friend long ago. It is said that anyone who presents this token to him may request a favor." Su Yuchen nodded, then turned to Xie Yang. Very well, I have a task for you. The crowd gasped in astonishment, many pondering whether this beggar was a pawn of another. Even Xie Yang's expression darkened, suspecting he had fallen into a trap. Su Yuchen inquired, "Old man, where do you reside?" Xie Yang was taken aback, realizing the term, old man, referred to him. He pointed at himself, still in disbelief. Seeing Su Yuchen nod, indicating him, Xie Yang's expression soured as he turned away in silence. It was Shiqing who elaborated, "This esteemed Xie Laozu resides atop the Moqian Ridge, known as Moqian Jushe." Chapter 63. Xie Yang and Su Yuchen nodded, gazing at Xie Yang and said, Old man, let us return to Mount Jianling." "Old man, I require you to support me for a decade. During this decade, I expect you to procure for me all the medicinal herbs and treasures of heaven and earth that I desire." "What did you say?" Xie Yang replied incredulously. Su Yuchen affirmed with unwavering certainty, "Old man, you did not mishear me. Did you not claim that you could fulfill a request for me? Are you now considering reneging?" Xie Yang rubbed the Xiantai token and declared, "I, Xie Yang, am a man of my word. I do not go back on my promises. How could I possibly renege? Then it is settled, let us be on our way." Su Yuchen replied. Xie Yang's face darkened like a soot-laden pot. "Little beggar, if you seek a place to spend your remaining days in peace, there is no need to go to Mount Jianling. I can arrange a estate for you in the water towns of Jiangnan. The medicinal herbs and treasures you desire, Jiangnan is a flourishing land, abundant in all that you seek." Su Yuchen shook his head, saying, "A child holding gold in a bustling market, are you foolish or am I? At your age, you should be more discerning with your words." He cast a look of utter disdain, causing Xie Yang to feel an itch in his palm, and even the onlookers were stifling their laughter. The illustrious Xie Yang, renowned in the martial world, found himself chastised by a mere beggar. It was indeed a curious tale. Xie Yang was infuriated, his expression darkening. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his face shifted to a shade of green as he sternly interrogated, "Are you seeking to learn my martial arts? Who sent you here?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Clearly not having anticipated this line of thought, they began to ponder whether this little beggar truly had ulterior motives, perhaps even a vendetta against Xie Yang. Given Xie Yang's notorious reputation for ruthlessness and the countless enemies he had made over the years, compounded by the betrayal of a former disciple, his mind became a chaotic tempest of suspicion. At one moment, he doubted that the little beggar was sent by an enemy to uncover his martial weaknesses. The next, he speculated if he was a descendant of that treacherous disciple, sent to test him. "Is your martial skill truly—" Upon hearing this, Xie Yang's countenance initially relaxed, only to darken again like a storm cloud. "You, a mere beggar, dare to belittle my martial prowess." Beside them, Minute Ru, with a kind heart, interjected, "Little brother, this esteemed Xie is exceptionally skilled in martial arts. If you could learn even a fraction." Before she could finish her sentence, Xie Yang waved his robe, unleashing a gust of wind that howled through the air. Stone Qing and Minute Ru, standing a foot away, struck out with their palms in unison. With a resounding bang, Xie Yang remained unmoved, while Stone Qing and Minute Ru were forced to stumble back 3 steps. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The depth of Xie Yang's internal power was evident, as even the combined might of Stone Qing and his wife could not withstand a mere casual strike from him. Hey! Su Yuchen let out a derisive laugh. Before anyone could react, he picked up a shard of wood from the ground. With a swift motion of his right hand, he slashed downward with the wooden piece, creating a flurry of after-images. Then he proceeded to thrust, block, slice, and jab with the makeshift weapon, culminating in a flick of his right index finger. Blade of the armored horse, Asher Dragon Blade. Snow Mountain Sword Technique. Dual black and white swords. Flicking finger technique. The crowd exclaimed in unison, recognizing that the little beggar was employing the very martial techniques they had just witnessed, flawlessly replicating each move. Do you dare claim such trifling skills as being exceptional? Su Yuchen retorted. The crowd fell silent, and Xia Yang's gaze flickered as he swiftly approached Su Yuchen, reaching for his shoulder. Su Yuchen flicked his right hand, pointing directly at Xia Yang's palm. With a single movement, it became apparent to all that he was merely performing the motions without any internal power. He didn't even know how to locate acupoints. Xia Yang's hand flickered aside, evading Su Yuchen's finger and seizing his shoulder instead, swiftly assessing his skeletal structure before retreating to his original position. Hee, Xia Yang suddenly cackled. Very well, I shall take you back to Mount Jianling. Little beggar, you have merely requested that I raise you, yet you did not ask me to teach you martial arts. By the time you mature and your bones set, it will be too late to learn. Up on Mount Jianling, the paths are deserted, and birds cannot cross. Even if you wish to converse with someone, it will be impossible. Har, the thought of such a talented gem being wasted in his hands made Xia Yang laugh heartily, feeling as though a long-held grievance had finally found release. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Such a promising talent, one sought after by numerous prestigious sects, was now slipping through their fingers. Before anyone could respond, Xia Yang seized Su Yuchen's arm and strode away, quickly turning into a side alley. Alas, the crowd exchanged glances, and simultaneously sighed in resignation. Meanwhile, Xia Yang hurriedly led Su Yuchen away, indifferent to whether he could keep up. This prompted Su Yuchen to grumble, thinking that he should have demanded the old man carry him all the way to Mount Jianling, but lamenting that it was too late for such thoughts, he felt a twinge of regret for his own oversight. Old man, slow down, are you being chased by a dog? Su Yuchen stumbled along, struggling against the wind. Feeling aggrieved by his current lack of strength, he resolved to teach the old man a lesson once he regained his abilities. You speak nonsense, how could a dog chase me? You are the one being pursued by a dog. Hearing this, Xia Yang momentarily halted, cursing under his breath. Su Yuchen feigned ignorance, asking, if you are not being chased by a dog, why are you running? And why specifically through such secluded alleys? Oh, I see, what have you figured out now? Although Xia Yang had already recognized the little beggar's sharp wit and biting tongue, he couldn't help but inquire. Inwardly regretting his question, Xia Yang feared he would hear something unpleasant, while he was unable to retaliate. He cursed himself for having established the rule against laying a finger on anyone holding the Shentai token, and now he found himself in this predicament. Feigning innocence, Su Yuchen remarked, old man, are you looking for that half-closed door? He then kindly explained, I saw those burly men at the market, well-fed and satisfied, entering this alley to seek out some half-closed door business. Upon hearing the phrase a half-closed door, Xia Yang's face turned from pale to crimson, and then from red to yellow, as if he were in a dying workshop, while the little rascal in front of him maintained an expression of childlike innocence, pretending not to understand. You, Xia Yang pointed at the boy, struggling to articulate his words, his anger boiling as he caught sight of the amusement in the boy's eyes. In a fit of rage, he slapped the wall behind Su Yuchen with tremendous force. With his internal energy fully unleashed, the strike produced a resounding crash, creating a large hole in the earthen wall. Through the opening, a burly man and an elderly woman could be seen engaged in their own business. Chapter 64 Su Yuchen causes trouble. The Snow Mountain sect states its reason. The robust man was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous sound, and upon noticing a frail figure accompanied by a small beggar standing outside the hole, he momentarily froze in place. The roar of a fierce tigress erupted beneath the sturdy man, causing him to shudder before he promptly fled in disarray. Su Yuchen raised his eyebrows and exchanged glances with Xia Yang, his eyes sparkling with mischief and his tone laden with significant implication. Xie Yang's face flushed crimson, and he immediately turned to depart, his form swiftly vanishing into a nearby alley. As he heard the incoherent curses of the robust man behind him, Xie Yang quickened his pace, leaving Su Yuchen to laugh heartily without a care. You jested at Xie Yang, who, rather, could it be that he suffers from Asperger's syndrome? Xie Yang regards you with a mix of 6 parts vigilance, 3 parts curiosity, and 1 part pity. Your unabashed laughter prompts Xie Yang to resolve to impart upon you a minor lesson. Upon reading the final commentary, Su Yuchen let out a TSK, and, before he could react, Xie Yang had already made his move. Su Yuchen's mockery incited a tumult of resentment within Xie Yang, who felt that the ire he'd accumulated over a lifetime paled in comparison to the intensity of his emotions today. Yet, he found his initial wariness dissipating unbeknownst to him. He harbored an increased fondness for Su Yuchen, intent on avenging himself against this young rascal. Xie Yang surged forward, employing his lightness skill to hasten his pace. Old man, slow down. Su Yuchen stumbled against the gusting wind, struggling to keep up. Xie Yang observed the tears streaming down Su Yuchen's face in the wind, and his mood lightened considerably, letting out a cold chuckle as he not only continued but quickened his pace. Meanwhile, as Xie Yang led Su Yuchen away, Hua Wanzi nudged Geng Wanzhong's arm and cast a disdainful glance at the Shi couple. Though Geng Wanzhong's countenance was grim, he still cast a sidelong glance at Fengri, clearly reluctant to discuss matters in front of outsiders. Shiqing and Minute Ru were increasingly unsettled. Initially, their family maintained a cordial relationship with the Snow Mountain sect, which is why they had sent their son to learn martial arts at the Snow Mountain Lingxiao city. However, witnessing the expressions of Hua Wanzi and Geng Wanzhong, it was evident that their opinions of the couple were considerably unfavorable and no longer concealed. My wife and I share a close friendship with Fenghua Shenlong Feng Wanli. Regardless of what, in consideration of the master brother of the Snow Mountain sect, these two should not act in such a manner. Shi Qing mused in distress. Minute Ru, too, had come to a similar realization and exchanged a worried glance with her husband. At this juncture, Fengri picked up the golden dagger from the ground. Clearly, the Snow Mountain sect harbored the sentiment that his presence was a hindrance, which soured his mood further. The actions of the Snow Mountain sect were a blatant disregard for the face of the local Gold Dagger village. If he were to leave just like that, the prestige of Gold Dagger village would be trampled into the ground by the Snow Mountain sect. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Shiqing realized they had offended Fengri. The couple had always been amiable and were unwilling to antagonize him. Thus, Shiqing clasped his hands and said, "Jin Dagger, please do not take offense. It was merely a moment of concern for my son, who is studying at the Snow Mountain sect, and I apologize for my rudeness." Geng Wanzhong, having come to his senses, also clasped his hands and added, "Ian Village Master, please do not hold it against me. I have matters weighing on my mind, and this issue concerns the grievances between our Snow Mountain sect and Xian Su Zhuang, making it inappropriate to discuss in public." And Fengri felt a stir of interest. Could it be that the Snow Mountain sect and Xian Su Zhuang have fallen into discord? I wonder what the reason could be. However, he felt it inappropriate to linger and eavesdrop, lest he further offend both the Snow Mountain sect and Xian Su Zhuang. Thus, he clasped his hands and took his leave. Once Fengri had departed, Geng Wanzhong surveyed the prying eyes in the market and considered the characters of Shiqing and Minute Ru, unwilling to see them embarrassed publicly. Consequently, he extended an invitation, saying, "Shizhuang Master, this place is filled with onlookers, perhaps we should converse outside." The Shi couple, sensing the stiffness in his tone and the mixture of pity and resentment in his gaze, felt increasingly troubled, unsure of what transpired. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, Geng Wanzhong hesitated for a long moment, remaining silent. Shiqing, noticing his apparent indecision, clasped his hands and inquired, "Yuan Ji, may I ask?" Geng Wanzhong waved his hand, halting his words. "Shizhuang Master, some truths may be unpleasant, but today I must speak candidly. Should I offend in any way, I ask for your understanding. If that is not possible, it would be wise to endure." Shiqing and Minute Ru exchanged awkward glances and forced smiles. Shi Qing replied, "A brother Ging, how could you say such a thing? If we have offended in any way, please speak freely. We shall apologize in person." Upon hearing this, Ging Wanzhong turned to assign tasks, intending to disperse the Snow Mountain sect members. Though the disciples complied, prior to scattering, they glared resentfully at the Shi couple, yet did not stray far, subtly encircling them instead. Before Ging Wanzhong could speak, Hua Wanzi could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Shizhuang master, where is that rascal Shizhongyu? You must hand him over." The Shi couple felt displeased at her choice of words regarding their son, yet seeing the fury and hatred in her eyes, coupled with the gazes of Ging Wanzhong and others, they were taken aback. "Isn't Yuer at Lingxiao City? Could it be that he has stirred up trouble? Brother Gang, Sister Hua, we are here to apologize to you." Minute Ru, filled with maternal concern, hastily asked. Ging Wanzhong furrowed his brow and exchanged glances with Hua Wanzi, assessing that the Shi couple did not seem to be feigning ignorance. He then asked, "Shizhuang master, do you truly not know?" Shi Qing, feeling helpless, clasped his hands and replied, "I truly do not know. I am unaware of what transgressions Yuer has committed." "That wretched child," Hua Wanzi began to curse. "Hua sister," Ging Wanzhong admonished, "you go take a look over there. Senior brother, that wretched child is capable of such deeds, and is there not a need to speak of it?" Hua Wanzi shot a venomous glance at the Shi couple before kicking up a cloud of dust and stepping aside. Only then did Ging Wanzhong adopt a serious demeanor. "Shizhuang master, I beg for your forgiveness, though my junior sister speaks without a thought. Our Lingxiao city would never wrong an innocent. However, there are matters that truly cannot be discussed before your wife. Might I request that she step aside for a moment?" Shi Qing and Minute Ru were taken aback. In the world of martial arts, where decorum was often disregarded, such a statement clearly suggested a concern for a woman's honor. Shi Qing clasped his hands and replied, "It is of no consequence, Brother Gang, please feel free to speak. It concerns our only child, and we can endure the truth." Seeing this, Ging Wanzhong held back further words and instead turned to say, "Shizhuang master, aside from our group, my senior brother Bai has also brought people down the mountain, aiming to burn your Xian Suzhuang to the ground. We are here for the Xian Tai Ling. Now, Xian Suzhuang is likely already reduced to ashes by my senior brother Bai. Should you truly wish to protect that wretched child, my Snow Mountain sect will spare no effort in flattening your Xian Suzhuang, leaving no survivors. If you are willing to hand over that wretched child today, allowing me to take him back to Lingxiao City, there remains room for reconciliation between our two parties. I can do my utmost to plead with my master to spare your son's life, though he shall be stripped of his martial arts and imprisoned for life in the Great Snow Mountain." Upon hearing this, Shi Qing's expression darkened. His son was but in his teens. He could not fathom what grave mistake he had committed to warrant such punishment, not only facing the destruction of their Xian Suzhuang but also the threat of imprisonment. Yet, the situation remained unclear, and Ging Wanzhong had made it evident that it would be a fight to the death between the two factions, which only deepened the gravity of Shi Qing's expression. "I fail to understand what transgressions Yuer has committed to deserve such punishment. Even if your Snow Mountain sect holds a multitude of followers, there must be some semblance of reason in this matter. I hold great respect for your sect's stringent rules, and given the gallant and righteous nature of Fenghua Shenlong, I sent my son to the Snow Mountain sect to seek knowledge, yet I cannot allow you to humiliate us in such a manner. Today, I implore you, Brother Gang, to clarify this matter." Before Ging Wanzhong could respond, Hua Wanzi, not far off, had already unleashed a torrent of curses. "Shi Zhongyu is indeed a vile creature, his crimes too numerous to list, and he is certainly not a product of our Snow Mountain sect's teachings." "Hua sister," Ging Wanzhong exclaimed. Hua Wanzi shot him a glance, then with a swift motion of her sword, shattered a pebble at her feet with a resounding crack but refrained from interjecting further. Shi Qing, filled with fury, clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking audibly. "I fail to comprehend what transgressions Yuer has committed to warrant being labelled as vile and irredeemable." Minute Ru approached, grasping her husband's arm, her gaze fixed on Ging Wanzhong, clearly awaiting him to elucidate the matter at hand. Ging Wanzhong sighed before continuing, "Shizhuang master, madam, my master has but one son, and my senior brother Bai has been married for many years, with a daughter to his name. You must be aware of this." Shi Qing and Minute Ru nodded, refraining from comment. Ging Wanzhong continued, "My little niece is the only descendant of my master and senior brother, thus she is cherished by everyone in the Snow Mountain sect, held in higher regard than anything else. To put it bluntly, should my senior brother Bai remain childless, this child would become the future heir of our Snow Mountain sect. Upon reaching this point, Shiqing seemed to grasp the underlying implications and responded, "So, it is that my son has offended this young niece." Chapter 65. The Snow Mountain sect's grievance. Su Yuchen provokes Xie Yang. "Forgive me." Har Gung Wanzhong let out a cold sneer, his tone laden with hatred and murderous intent, as frigid and piercing as the eternal ice upon the snow-capped peaks, leaving Shiqing and Minute Ru utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the unfolding circumstances. The disciples of the Snow Mountain sect glared in indignation, itching to charge forth at that very moment. Gung Wanzhong shut his eyes, inhaling deeply to compose himself, before bitterly proclaiming, "The actions of that wretched scoundrel cannot simply be brushed aside with a mere "Forgive me" from the esteemed master of the Stone Manor. That vile creature, seizing the opportunity during our martial demonstration when all disciples were gathered in the Lingxia Grand Hall, stealthily infiltrated my niece's chamber, employing despicable narcotic fumes to render her unconscious. As if that were not egregious enough, he even bound my dear niece, stripping her of her innocence, intending to sigh." Shiqing and Minute Ru gasped in unison, exchanging a glance, their faces drained of color. The Snow Mountain sect and the couple Shiqing and Minute Ru recount their grievances, denouncing Shi Zhengyu's nefarious deeds, which are utterly despicable. In consequence of Shi Zhengyu's actions, Feng Wanli bore the brunt of Bai Zizai's wrath, resulting in the severing of an arm. Due to Shi Zhengyu's misdeeds, Bai Zizai and his wife quarreled, leading to her departure to found the Jinwu sect, vowing to dismantle the Snow Mountain sword technique. As a result of Shi Zhengyu's actions, the Snow Mountain sect and Xiansu Manor fell into enmity, their relationship irreparably damaged. In light of Shi Zhengyu's actions, the couple Shiqing and Minute Ru presented their black and white twin swords to Gung Wanzhong as a token. Xie Yang found it amusing that you, despite your tender age, wore a troubled expression, yet he, maintaining his dignity, would never inquire. At this moment, on the bustling streets of Kaifeng, Xie Yang and Su Yuchen walked side by side. Under Xie Yang's insistence, they had hastened their way into the city. As the system's narrative flashed before them, Su Yuchen couldn't help but feel a profound sympathy for Shiqing and Minute Ru. To be burdened with such an ill-fated son must surely be a consequence of several lifetimes of misfortune. After painstakingly building a reputation over the years, it had all been irrevocably tarnished by their own progeny. "Old man, do you wish to know why I sighed?" Su Yuchen inquired, gazing at the aloof Xie Yang, his eyes glinting with mischief. Xie Yang snorted dismissively, turning away, unwilling to engage, for he found the boy far too cunning, fearing he might fall into another of his traps. Noticing Xie Yang's silence, Su Yuchen nodded knowingly. "You old fellow, it's no wonder you have lived so long. In the realm of the Jianghu, only those who harbor no curiosity can survive for ages." "How true that is." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xie Yang retorted angrily. "I am the esteemed Xie Yang, a figure of great renown, commanding respect in both the black and white realms. I do not rely on cowardice to endure." Su Yuchen scoffed. "1,000-year-old turtle, what's wrong with that? If you wish to live that long, the heavens might not even permit it." You Xie Yang glared fiercely, while Su Yuchen feigned innocence. For a moment, the two engaged in a silent standoff in the street, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Xie Yang, in a fit of frustration, chuckled mockingly. "Little beggar, you should be grateful that I once vowed not to harm those bearing the Xiantai order. Otherwise, HMPH. I see it now," Su Yuchen stated matter-of-factly, observing Xie Yang's gaze. He looked around before heading toward a nearby tavern, continuing, "Earlier at the Hujian gathering, you were so furious that you nearly struck, yet you refrained from doing so. Just now, you were so incensed that your eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and still, you did not act. Thus, I deduce that you certainly cannot lay a hand on me. Now that you must protect me for the next 10 years, you absolutely cannot allow anyone else to harm me. Should I come to harm or, in a fit of despair, take my own life, you shall be deemed untrustworthy. You wouldn't wish to be labeled a faithless scoundrel, would you?" Upon uttering the last statement, Su Yuchen turned to Xie Yang. "Therefore, you must ensure my safety. If I were to lose hope, you would become a treacherous betrayer." Disregarding Xie Yang's darkened expression, Su Yuchen found a table and beckoned the waiter to begin serving the dishes. Observing Su Yuchen seated there, idly playing with a pair of chopsticks, every movement echoing the sword techniques of the Snow Mountain sect and the styles of Shiqing and Minute Ru, Xie Yang felt a wave of astonishment at his innate talent. At that moment, Xie Yang had managed to calm his tumultuous emotions, dismissively stating, without a foundation in internal energy, such scattered techniques will not yield mastery. Su Yuchen cast him a disdainful glance, shaking his head as if lamenting the man's ignorance. Xie Yang's ire flared yet again, but he suppressed it, feeling as though misfortune had befallen him throughout the day, having endured a lifetime's worth of vexation. He chose to remain silent, fearing that further conversation might lead to his own demise from frustration. He watched as Su Yuchen manipulated the chopsticks with increasing finesse. After a while, Xie Yang suddenly gasped, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. He observed as Su Yuchen's chopstick techniques grew more numerous. Although the essence still mirrored the Snow Mountain sect's swordplay and the styles of Shiqing and Minute Ru, it began to incorporate an eclectic array of other techniques. As Su Yuchen continued to wield them, the initially chaotic sword moves began to coalesce into a coherent form, ultimately taking the Snow Mountain sect's techniques as its foundation, resulting in a semblance of a unique sword style. You have crafted a new sword technique, using the remnants of the Snow Mountain sect's swordplay as a framework, integrating the upper clear sword technique of Xiansu Manner, the Five Peaks sword technique, the Breaking Five Peaks move, the Exorcising Evil sword technique, and more. Your spontaneous creation has left Xie Yang profoundly shaken, convinced that you are a martial arts prodigy of unparalleled talent. Xie Yang wishes to take you as his disciple, but having been betrayed by a previous pupil, he has vowed never to accept another, leaving him in a quandary. Listening to the system's narration and witnessing this new iteration of the Snow Mountain sect swordplay, Su Yuchen felt a swell of satisfaction. Though his martial prowess was lacking, his understanding of the realm remained intact. It seems some of those moves are from the Nanhai sect swordplay, and others from the Laosan sect, and a few more that I do not recognize. Where did you acquire such techniques? Xie Yang could not help but inquire. At that moment, the waiter began serving the dishes, and as Su Yuchen picked up his chopsticks to eat, he finally addressed Xie Yang, whose expression had darkened. Old man, those sects you mentioned, I am unfamiliar with. I merely observed a little here and there, and if I thought I could incorporate it, I just played around with it. Xie Yang let out a derisive snort, inwardly cursing, you casually play around with techniques that others might take a lifetime to master. By comparison, does that not mean I have wasted my life? Contemplating this, Xie Yang's frustration deepened. If he were to express a desire to take on a disciple, would this boy not ridicule him in return? The thought of humbling himself to solicit a pupil while this boy strutted about with such arrogance made Xie Yang's expression darken further. Su Yuchen regarded him, observing his face akin to one stained with soy sauce, and wondered if Xie Yang was disheartened by his own realization of the swordplay he had casually devised. I say, old man, what are you thinking about while eating? Su Yuchen inquired. Xie Yang glared, hey, such impertinence, what old man, you may call me Uncle Xie, you disrespectful little beggar. Cut it, Su Yuchen retorted, if you understand manners, then why do you keep calling me little beggar? Do I not have a name? Oh, you have a name, what is it, dog egg? Xie Yang teased, unable to contain his laughter. Su Yuchen looked at him, astonished, yet remained silent. Xie Yang, under his gaze, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his laughter, and in frustration, he asked, you truly are named Dog Egg? Su Yuchen nodded, no. Are. What? Xie Yang reiterated, growing enraged, slamming his chopsticks on the table, if you are not Dog Egg, why do you nod? Su Yuchen cheerfully replied, why can't I nod if I'm not called Dog Egg? I could shake my head even if my name is Su Yuchen, is that not permissible? Xie Yang took a deep breath, picking up his chopsticks with a scowl, be quiet, eat your meal. All right. Su Yuchen replied with a grin. Chapter 66, Bargaining at the Apothecary. In a state of discontent, Xie Yang was disinclined to engage further with the old man. Observing the palpable tension emanating from him, Su Yuchen opted to refrain from provoking the elder too much. Despite the old man's commendable character in the original narrative, he had become quite pitiable, akin to someone suffering from post-traumatic stress, perceiving malice in everyone following his disciples' betrayal. Su Yuqing had intended to gently coax him back to a better state of mind, but it seemed that such a transformation would not occur swiftly. With the understanding that time was on their side, he decided to exercise patience. The two were disinterested in conversation, focusing instead on their meal, which they consumed at an accelerated pace. After finishing, Su Yuqing ordered some braised meat, steamed buns, pancakes, and other provisions to be packed. However, when it came time to pay, Xie Yang found himself in an awkward situation, realizing that the pouch he held contained only a few gold leaves and lacked any small silver coins, nearly leading the shopkeeper to assume they were attempting to dine without payment. The shop assistant's expression practically screamed, "Our establishment operates on minimal profit, we do not extend credit." Ultimately, it was Su Yuqing who produced a piece of silver to settle the bill, allowing them to exit the apothecary amidst the shop assistant's disdainful gaze. Xie Yang was deeply frustrated. Had this been a time when he could act freely, he would have been unperturbed by the assistant's insolence and would have gladly sent him to the underworld with a single slap. However, with the presence of this sharp-tongued young man by his side, he feared that any impulse to retaliate would only reflect poorly on himself. Thus, Xie Yang walked ahead with a scowl, while Su Yuqing, burdened with their belongings, secretly reveled in the situation. "Hey, old man, we've passed it," Su Yuqing called out as he stood before a larger apothecary. Upon turning around, Xie Yang saw Su Yuqing pointing at the nearby shop and promptly entered. Inside, the apothecary was relatively empty, save for a clerk weighing herbs at the counter and a frail old man seated in a grand chair, sipping tea while reading a book. Su Yuqing approached the counter directly, glancing at the shelves behind it, and nodded in approval. "Not bad, you seem to have the essentials." "What can I assist you with, sir?" the clerk asked, initially dismissing Su Yuqing, who appeared to be a vagabond in his coarse, oversized garments. However, the entrance of Xie Yang, dressed in fine silk, piqued the clerk's interest, revealing an unmistakable wealth. "I seek some herbs for strengthening the body and bones. Do you have any?" Su Yuqing inquired. At his request, the clerk's eyes lit up as if a gold ingot had just fallen into his lap. He immediately glanced toward the old man, who had overheard Su Yuqing's words and regarded the two with interest before slowly setting his book down. "Please, gentlemen, come this way." Once seated across from the old man, he unfurled a delicate porcelain vial from a drawer beneath the table. "Their herbs for strengthening the body and bones are closely guarded secrets, and thus, rather costly." "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" the elder inquired, gesturing to the vial. Although the old man's question was directed at Su Yuqing, his gaze remained fixed on Xie Yang, clearly awaiting his approval. "May I have a whiff?" Su Yuqing asked, pointing at the vial. The elder's eyes flickered, but he nodded and gestured for him to proceed. Su Yuqing took the vial, inhaling deeply before closing his eyes for a moment. He shook his head, stating, "This secret remedy is rather underwhelming. Its efficacy is woefully wasted." The old man straightened, visibly irked, but before he could respond, Su Yuqing quickly rattled off a list of herbs. Ginseng, deer antler, astragalus, codonopsis, white atractylodes, cooked rihania, fairy grass, poria, aconite, these are all common ingredients. Your so-called secret remedy consists merely of lotus stamen, alismer, and turtle shell. Wait, the elder waved his hand urgently. "How does this young man know?" Su Yuqing grinned mischievously. "How do I know what herbs you have here?" Observing the elder nodding, he added, "But I shan't tell you." Xie Yang, initially astonished by Su Yuqing's knowledge of herbs, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, recognizing that the impudent rascal had resurfaced. The elder chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "My remedies," Su Yuqing interjected, "your remedies cannot even compare to Shailin's Lohan Gi, the white bear bone strengthening elixir, or the tiger bone muscle fortifier. Even a modest martial arts school could produce something with similar efficacy." The elder was now furious, slamming his hand on the table. "What jest is this? If I could concoct Shailin's secret remedies, would I still be here dealing with such matters? Leave, I shan't serve you any longer." Unfazed, Su Yuqing tossed the porcelain vial lightly. "Then name your price." "How much?" 700 taels, the elder replied. Su Yuqing shook his head. 400 taels, that is its true worth. Impossible. Just the century-old ginseng alone is worth more than that, the elder retorted. Su Yuqing scoffed. The ginseng you possess is at most 70 years old, it is certainly not a century, you know very well the difference in value. 600 taels, the elder gritted through clenched teeth. 600 taels for 2 vials, Su Yuqing countered, noting the elder's growing ire. He waved his hand, adding, moreover, I assure you that I shall not divulge your prescription. You, the elder glared at Su Yuqing, wishing to strike him down, convinced that he had drawn the short straw today. Seeing Su Yuqing's playful demeanor, the elder closed one eye and then opened it again, slapping another vial onto the table. Su Yuqing, undeterred, sniffed the vial and, upon confirming its quality, waved his hand. Old man, let's settle the payment. Xie Yang chuckled softly, initially inclined to be angry, but the elder's frustration amused him, causing his ire to dissipate. He retrieved his pouch and tossed it on the table. Su Yuqing appended the pouch, spilling gleaming gold leaves onto the surface. After counting a few, he returned 2 leaves to the pouch and stood up. Not far from the apothecary, the two heard the elder berating the clerk, evidently venting his frustrations over his loss to Su Yuqing. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Once their mirth subsided, Xie Yang stroked his beard and remarked, You, young man, possess a rather extraordinary flair. Very well, I shan't inquire about your background. Su Yuqing grinned. Feel free to ask, I might just tell you. He, Xie Yang rolled his eyes, scoffing in disbelief at Su Yuqing's supposed goodwill. He then pivoted towards the east gate, clearly intent on exiting the city. Su Yuqing quickened his pace to catch up, and the two strolled leisurely into the sunlight, their figures gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 67, Encountering Great Sorrow. At this moment, the midday sun blazed fiercely, radiating waves of heat akin to a raging inferno, causing the distant official road to shimmer like rippling water, an illusion born from the searing humidity in the air. In light of such conditions, the two travelers promptly veered away from the pathway and plunged into the shade of the nearby woods to continue their journey. Although the oppressive heat persisted, they were at least shielded from the sun's merciless glare. After traversing nearly 30 miles, with frequent pauses to catch their breath, they finally endured the hottest part of the day. In the forest, Su Yuqing intermittently raised his water pouch to his lips, savoring a sip to keep his mouth moist. Hey, old man, aren't you going to take a drink? Su Yuqing inquired, lifting the water pouch in his hand. Xie Yang, eyes closed, completely ignored him. Amused, Su Yuqing settled beside him, placing the water pouch and some food on the ground. Old man, you bought this, so if you don't eat, you'll be at a loss. Xie Yang shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, You little rascal, quit your nonsense. This was clearly purchased with your own silver. Su Yuqing nodded, True, I paid for it, but isn't it still your treat? I merely got to it first. This is what we call. You invite, I pay. With that, he offered him a piece of braised meat. Xie Yang, after a moment of reluctant pride, accepted it and began to eat, while Su Yuqing cheerfully handed him the water pouch. Your favorability with Xie Yang has significantly increased. Young man, your strategy is proving effective. However, Xie Yang remains troubled by unresolved feelings. Your approach leaves him secretly anxious, feeling beholden to you, yet he stubbornly refuses to impart any martial skills. Xie Yang has decided to take you back to Mount Tianling, allowing you to develop freely, showing no interest in probing your background any further. The island master of White Whale Island, the elder of Great Sorrow, is engaged in a fierce battle with 3 leaders from the Changla gang. The elder of Great Sorrow, possessing the Shaolin technique, Arhat subduing demons, has yet to fully comprehend its depths throughout his life. The system's narration brought a smile to Su Yuqing's face. This old man wasn't he entirely bad, merely afflicted with a touch of arrogance. As for the elder of Great Sorrow, Su Yuqing hesitated momentarily, recalling that this seemed to be a pivotal opportunity for the character dog brother in the original tale. The prerequisite for mastering Arhat subduing demons is the absence of a desire for martial prowess, making its cultivation as challenging as a muscle change classic. It was precisely because Dog Brother lacked understanding that he managed to cultivate this skill, yet due to his ignorance of its nature as an internal technique, he remained clueless on how to utilize it after mastering it. Reflecting on this, Su Yuchen pondered, in the original story, Beihai ultimately practiced muscle change classic, but without the stipulation of not harboring a desire for martial practice. Could it be that Beihai's muscle change classic combined with Arhat subduing demons forms the Dharma muscle change classic of this world? With this thought, Su Yuchen shook his head. Currently, he did not lack martial arts. His immediate priority was to cultivate their Dharma muscle change classic, complete the transformation, and enrich his foundation, which was of utmost importance. As for opportunities, he would leave that for later. While Su Yuchen was lost in thought, Xie Yang lifted his gaze to the sun, then snorted softly before rising to continue forward. Su Yuchen shook his head, tidied up the provisions, and shouldered his bag to catch up. After walking merely 3 to 5 miles, they heard the clashing of weapons emanating from the woods to the east. Su Yuchen deduced that the commotion must be caused by the Elder of Great Sorrow and the 3 members of the Changle gang. While Su Yuchen hesitated, Xie Yang glanced at him and promptly strode toward the source of the noise. Noticing Su Yuchen following, a faint smile crept onto Xie Yang's lips, quickly replaced by a frown as he thought to himself, "What is wrong with me? Why am I concerned about this kid's thoughts? I ought to take him to Mount Qinling and let him fend for himself. HMPH, never mind, this brat has treated me to 2 meals. I can't let him think I owe him anything. Since he is interested, I might as well take him to see this, consider it repaying his kindness." After comforting himself with this rationale, Xie Yang felt increasingly justified in his decision. The forest was dense, and the two stood beside a large tree, effectively concealing most of their figures. Looking up, they observed a skirmish unfolding some 27 or 8 feet away, where 4 individuals were engaged in combat, 3 of whom were ganging up on a short, stout elder. The elder, using his 2 fleshly palms, valiantly faced off against the trio, his arms a blur as he employed a combination of punches, palms, and grappling techniques, maneuvering with finesse. Despite the overwhelming odds, he was holding his ground for the moment. Su Yuchen, observing the Elder of Great Sorrow's moves, couldn't he help but nod repeatedly. Though most of his techniques were common in the martial world, such as various forms of grappling and entangling maneuvers, the Elder executed them with an extraordinary flair, clearly a veteran of countless battles. Examining the attackers, one was particularly unsightly, his face marred by 2 deep X scars, wielding a hefty backblade with a ferocious intensity. Su Yuchen could tell at a glance that this man was either born with a robust physique or had trained rigorously in external techniques, or perhaps both. His backblade swung with the force of a mountain axe, creating a whistling sound, yet his moves lacked any originality, being merely the standard 6 harmonies blade technique. After a brief glance, Su Yuchen lost interest and shifted his focus to another figure, a Daoist clad in a yellow robe, wielding a chain hammer that danced through the air with surprising agility. This Daoist seemed more suited for ambush tactics, his chain hammer striking unexpectedly, forcing the Elder of Great Sorrow to remain constantly on guard. Though Su Yuchen had never practiced such unconventional weaponry and was unsure of the Daoist's martial arts, he knew from Dugu 9 swords that there were methods to counter such weapons. A single glance revealed multiple openings in the Daoist's technique, extinguishing his interest. Only the last figure, a slender man wielding a long sword, stood out as exceptional. His swordplay was ethereal and fluid, resembling the effortless flow of clouds and water, clearly a disciple of a renowned master. Amidst the flashing sword light, he was the primary force in the assault. After observing for a short while, Su Yuchen shook his head. This slender man was evidently concealing his true capabilities. If not for the burden of his 2 companions, he could match the Elder of Great Sorrow single-handedly, rendering his allies a liability. In what felt like an eternity, though it was merely a few breaths, the 2 had just settled beneath the tree when, Xie Yang gasped in surprise at the sight of the 4 combatants, then seemed to recall something, letting out a cold chuckle. "Old man, do you know them?" Su Yuchen asked without turning his head, still watching the fight. Xie Yang instinctively nodded, then retorted angrily, "You little brat, you're utterly lacking in manners, you should call me Uncle Xie." All right, old man, Su Yuchen replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Xie Yang snorted, realizing he couldn't do much about Su Yuchen, and begrudgingly continued, I don't recognize the three attackers, but the one being assaulted is the Elder of Great Sorrow, the Master of White Whale Island. Hehe, years ago, I fought this old man and only narrowly triumphed over him. He is indeed a rare master in the martial world. I wonder what provoked these three. It seems the Elder of Great Sorrow is in dire straits. Chapter 68, Strange Encounters. After the introduction of the Arhat subduing demon skill, Xie Yang's expression darkened, leaving him perplexed as to whether he had fallen under some sort of enchanting spell or sinister martial arts. Otherwise, how could he be so obedient to this young man? Su Yuchen, oblivious to the turmoil within Xie Yang, disdainfully remarked, it seems your martial prowess is rather unimpressive. Xie Yang, incensed by his words, insisted that Su Yuchen elucidate his thoughts, threatening to subject him to another bout of facing the wind if he did not comply. Unfazed, Su Yuchen observed the four combatants and commented, the three assailants, those scarred fools, have strayed far from the essence of the Six Harmonies blade technique, relying solely on brute force to inflict harm. Such individuals are most fearful of the principle of using strength against strength, and the technique of overcoming hardness with softness. As for the man wielding the chain hammer, his moves predominantly consist of ambushes, and this peculiar weapon is ill-suited for the confined and obstructed space of the forest. Look there! That fool's strike has inadvertently rebounded onto the scarred man beside him courtesy of the great sad elder. He is nothing but a liability. Now, that slender figure exhibits commendable martial skills. His swordplay unmistakably bears the hallmarks of a master, his technique is graceful and agile, harmonizing strength and gentleness, and the internal energy he channels appears to be predominantly adhesive in nature, suggesting a concealment of true prowess. As for the great sad elder, were it not for his wealth of combat experience, I would wager that within 50 moves, he would succumb to that swordplay. No sooner had Su Yuchen's words left his lips than the slender swordsman and the great sad elder engaged, their energies entwined, rendering them momentarily inseparable. After a prolonged struggle, the man with the chain hammer suddenly had a moment of clarity. He swung his weapon, leveraging the nearby tree trunk to strike at the great sad elder's back. The great sad elder attempted to counter with the silk-winding hook of his left hand, but was thwarted mid-move by the scarred man's thick-backed knife. In that fleeting instant, the chain hammer struck the great sad elder's rear, causing him to spit blood and momentarily lose his strength. Seizing the opportunity, the slender figure thrust his sword, severing the tendons of the great sad elder's right hand. At the same time, the scarred man delivered a vicious blow with his thick-backed knife to the elder's left side, accompanied by a series of sickening cracks as bones shattered, resulting in the elder's left side collapsing entirely. He was clearly beyond saving. As the battle concluded abruptly, Su Yuchen cast a meaningful glance at Xie Yang. Well, did I not speak the truth? Xie Yang's eyes flashed with a mix of indignation and embarrassment, unwilling to concede the inadequacies of his martial arts, yet undeniably taken aback by Su Yuchen's keen insight. Witnessing the great sad elder's demise, the scarred man and the chain hammer wielder bent down to search him. However, the slender swordsman raised his left arm to obstruct their advance and called out intentionally to Su Yuchen, Great sad elder, our Changle gang's leader, Sichu, has expressed a desire to invite you to join us. Even if you refuse, you need not resort to slander against our gang. Regardless of who it is, we, the Changle gang, shall not be intimidated today, and rest assured, we will not let this matter rest. Realizing the presence of others, the two men became wary, and the slender swordsman gestured for his companions to retreat while warning Su Yuchen, friend over there, this is a private grievance between the Changle gang and the great sad elder. It would be wise for you not to interfere. As they retreated 10 paces, and seeing no reaction from Su Yuchen, the three turned to leave. Su Yuchen could not help but express his admiration. Excellent swordplay, commendable internal energy. Although you did not intentionally lower your voice, he could still catch a hint from such a distance. Clearly, his internal cultivation is quite profound. Moreover, he evidently recognizes you and knows better than to provoke you, which is why he chose to withdraw. Both his martial arts and insight are commendable. If this fellow were not a disciple of a renowned master, I would be utterly astonished. With that, he disregarded Xie Yang's reaction and strode towards the great sad elder. Upon reaching him, he discovered that the old man was lifeless, his left side entirely collapsed, and his right hand hanging limply. Su Yuchen clasped his hands together and murmured, "Let no blame be cast upon me, I merely came to inspect a corpse, you ought to seek out those three who brought about your demise." He then commenced his examination of the corpse, retrieving a letter, a map, and a wooden box from the great sad elder's possession. "You have obtained a letter from Sichu, the leader of the Changle gang, addressed to the great sad elder. You have learned of the return of the dual emissaries of reward and punishment to the martial world. You have acquired a maritime map drawn by the inhabitants of White Whale Island, which will greatly assist you in fishing at sea. You have received a set of clay figurines depicting the Shaolin basic internal skills, containing the Shaolin secret art Arhat subduing demon skill. You have experienced a fortuitous encounter." The system's narration echoed in Su Yuchen's mind, causing him to smirk, nearly believing he was caught in some online game. He promptly returned the letter and maritime map to the great sad elder's embrace, opening the wooden box just long enough to glimpse the 3 rows of clay figurines before stowing them in his own attire. Xie Yang, observing his actions from the side, offered no objection, finding that the young man was indeed extraordinary. It was only when Su Yuchen stuffed the clay figurines into his clothing that he displayed a childlike glee. Once he had completed his task, Su Yuchen rose and gestured to Xie Yang, indicating that another corpse lay on the ground. In the dim, secluded forest, the 2 men and 1 body stood in silence, each lost in their thoughts. "What are you staring at me for?" After a moment of mutual staring, Xie Yang felt a twinge of unease. Su Yuchen replied nonchalantly, "Isn't this your acquaintance? Do you wish for him to rot in the wilderness?" Xie Yang retorted, "Who told you he was my friend? The great sad elder has met his demise, and I couldn't be more pleased." Su Yuchen shook his head, "That is where you were. He was once a formidable opponent, capable of contending with you. Though he fell in a single exchange, he was still a kindred spirit. Consider this, if you were to fall to another's hand and be forsaken in the wild, how would you feel?" Xie Yang, incensed, exclaimed, "What nonsense! How could I ever be defeated by another? In the martial world, there are countless who would fall before me." Su Yuchen interjected, "There are many who could best you in the martial world. Let us not even mention the leaders of the Shaolin and Wudang sects. What of their esteemed ancestors and hidden trump cards? Would you dare claim you could surpass them all? How do you know there aren't concealed old monsters lurking about? And what of the Snow Mountain sect? Are you so certain you are untroubled by them? Setting aside the distant threats, what of those 3 from the Changle gang just now? If a few more had joined them, would you be so confident against being besieged?" His words left Xie Yang speechless with indignation. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his internal energy, his face momentarily flushed with anger. With a powerful strike from both palms, the ground beneath him erupted into a significant crater. He then swept his right sleeve, hurling the great sad elder's corpse into the pit. Chapter 69, The Test of Su Yuchen. After Xie Yang buried the elder of great sorrow, he felt no inclination to erect a tombstone for him, and Su Yuchen did not press the matter. Standing before the grave, Xie Yang let out a cold, mocking laugh, then mused, "Elder of great sorrow, you were fortunate indeed, even in death. I am here to bury you. I wonder, when my time comes, who will be there to inter me?" With this thought, Xie Yang subconsciously cast a glance at Su Yuchen, only to feel a surge of irritation, chiding himself, "It is this foolish boy who has led my thoughts astray, causing me to ponder such trivial matters." With a dismissive snort, he turned and strode away into the distance. As the sun began to set, Xie Yang had already led Su Yuchen deep into the mountains, where no village or shop was in sight. Suddenly, he chuckled coldly, grasped Su Yuchen by the collar, and executed a swift movement, propelling them to the side. In just a few leaps, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. "Boy, this is a bear's den. If I were to toss you in and a black bear devoured you, it would not count as me harming you directly." Xie Yang's expression was one of mockery as he chuckled sinisterly. Su Yuchen glanced at the cave and nodded, saying, "There's no need for you to dig a grave for me. This is simple and convenient, a splendid idea." Upon hearing this, Xie Yang's laughter abruptly ceased, and after a moment of silence, he set Su Yuchen down, asking, "How did you discern that?" As Su Yuchen walked toward the cave, he replied without turning back, "The stone walls at the entrance bear clear signs of having been scorched by fire. It is evident that this cannot possibly be a bear's den. I am not foolish." Upon reaching the cave's mouth, Su Yuchen peered inside but could see nothing in the thick darkness. He stood aside, watching as Xie Yang entered the cave, his face drawn. After a brief commotion of shifting stones, a flicker of firelight emerged from within. Only then did Su Yuchen follow him inside. Once inside, he discovered not only dry firewood, stone pots, and clay bowls but also a bed made of hay. Beside the entrance lay a pile of stones, sufficient to seal the cave. Sitting by the campfire, Xie Yang gestured toward a stone pot, saying, "There is a water pond not far to the east, go fetch some water." Su Yuchen rolled his eyes, unstrapped his satchel, and sat across from Xie Yang, pointing to the howling of wolves outside. "Are you sure I can return after venturing into this deep forest?" Xie Yang's expression stiffened, clearly taken aback by this consideration. Angered once more by Su Yuchen, he rose with a scowl and took the stone pot toward the cave's entrance. In the dim light of the campfire, the stone pot simmered with meat broth and wild vegetables. Su Yuchen held a set of clay figurines, continuously inspecting them, while Xie Yang fiddled with the fire and glanced at the contours of the figurines. Noting Su Yuchen's intense focus, he scoffed, "This is merely the basic internal martial arts manual of Shaolin. Only someone as unversed in the true transmission as you and the Elder of Great Sorrow would regard it as a treasure. Such commonplace material, if you had 10 taels of silver, you could easily find a martial arts school or escort agency in any town to teach you." Su Yuchen looked up at him and replied, "You mentioned that the Elder of Great Sorrow was an equal to you. Does that mean he didn't know to seek instruction in a town? If he might have inquired yet still kept it with him, do you truly believe these clay figurines are so simple? Is he the fool, or are you?" Xie Yang's expression faltered as he processed Su Yuchen's words, frequently glancing towards the set of figurines. Despite the apparent simplicity of the basic internal arts depicted, he began to entertain Su Yuchen's assertions. Yet, he could not bring himself to lower his pride and request them from Su Yuchen. Thus, he turned away, refusing to engage further. "You have acquired the basic internal martial arts manual of Shaolin Luohan Gong. This forms the foundational internal practice of the Shaolin Luohan 18 hands. The Luohan 18 hands is the introductory stance of Shaolin. Though easy to learn, it is challenging to master, serving as the cornerstone for countless Shaolin disciples. Please reorder the Luohan 18 hands as follows: 1, 7, 9, 16, 8, 4. The Luohan 18 hands emphasize the importance of slow practice over speed, focusing on cultivation rather than combat. Among countless practitioners, only a rare few achieve mastery." As Su Yuchen listened to the system's narration in his mind, he quickly rearranged the order of the clay figurines. With a keen focus, he began to practice the Luohan 18 hands, executing them repeatedly. Soon, he shook his head and sighed. Though this foundational technique was excellent, it required years of diligent practice. While it was suitable for honing the minds of Shaolin disciples, it was fundamentally ill-suited for him. After finishing dinner, Su Yuchen, unreserved, settled onto the pile of hay and ingested a foundational nourishment pill. He then assumed the movements of Damo I Jin Jing, entering a state of deep contemplation. Xie Yang had initially observed him with amusement until he noticed Su Yuchen's demeanor, which radiated an air of solemnity akin to that of a Buddhist monk. A sense of unease crept into Xie Yang's thoughts. What martial art is this? Such formidable presence. Who exactly is this lad? However, remembering his decision to refrain from delving into Su Yuchen's past, he sighed and began his own breathing exercises nearby. As the sun rose higher, Su Yuchen lay on his side, performing the movements of Damo I Jin Jing to absorb the emanating purple energy. By this time, Xie Yang had risen and glanced at Su Yuchen, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He then entered the cave to retrieve the stone pot. After Xie Yang departed, a smile crept onto Su Yuchen's face as the system's voice echoed in his mind. "You have revealed profound internal cultivation techniques. Xie Yang regards you with suspicion, yet he has resolved not to pursue your past, awaiting your departure in a decade." Chapter 70, Su Yuchen teaches their Yi Jin Jing. As they ascended the towering Mount Mortian, during breakfast, Xie Yang remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Su Yuqing, holding a ceramic bowl, sipped his hot soup and suddenly inquired, "Old man, would you like to learn? I can teach you." Upon hearing this, Xie Yang's eyes narrowed, followed by a cold chuckle, clearly skeptical of Su Yuqing's intentions, and he grew somewhat wary. Undeterred by Xie Yang's apparent disinterest, Su Yuqing continued, "The dynamic cultivation I practice is called the Dharma Yi Jin Jing, which is divided into Dharma Yi Jin Jing, the highest secret technique of Shaolin." With a resounding crash, Xie Yang's ceramic bowl shattered in shock, but he paid no mind to it, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing, with an air of impatience, remarked, "I ask you, old man, do you wish to listen or not?" Seeing Xie Yang still staring at him, he sighed and confirmed, "Indeed, it is the Dharma Yi Jin Jing you are thinking of." A flicker of desire crossed Xie Yang's face, but then he seemed to recall something, swiftly seizing Su Yuqing's wrist, a surge of internal energy coursing through him before it retracted. Frowning, Xie Yang asked, "Why do you still possess no internal energy?" Su Yuqing looked at him as if he were a fool and patiently explained, "My body has long been depleted of its essence. I have trained in the methods of the Dharma Yi Jin Jing that focus on restoring and strengthening the body. The complete Dharma Yi Jin Jing requires one to have no thoughts of cultivation to practice," he added with a narrow smile, "this is something you cannot learn." Noticing the displeasure on Xie Yang's face, Su Yuqing decided not to provoke him further and stated earnestly, "I can divide the Dharma Yi Jin Jing into two parts. The method for accumulating true qi and harmonizing various energies is something I can teach you. Your internal cultivation method for accumulating true qi is evidently quite ordinary, far inferior to the Yi Jin Jing. With this set of internal techniques, you will at least have some means of self-defense in the martial world. My body is too depleted. Without 6 months of recovery, I cannot cultivate qi, and I will need you to protect me. You cannot die." Xie Yang's expression faltered, his face a mix of emotions. He insisted, "I am a renowned hero in the martial world. How could I covet your martial arts? Even now, I can ensure your safety for 10 years. Su Yuqing did not counter this, nodding in agreement, "Indeed, you are a great hero, not one to covet a mere set of internal techniques. I merely wish to seek your guidance." Upon hearing this, Xie Yang snorted coldly. In the past, he would have thought the boy was deliberately mocking him, but now he sensed a lack of that reckless killing intent. He reassured himself, "Let me hear what this boy has to say. How could the Yi Jin Jing compare to my Biqing Jinji?" With a slight smile, Su Yuqing began to expound upon the Yi Jin Jing he had acquired in the world of a, laughing proudly. As he elucidated each point, weaving in Buddhist anecdotes, Xie Yang listened, enraptured. As Su Yuqing's explanations deepened, Xie Yang, engrossed, asked questions whenever he encountered confusion, and Su Yuqing answered without reservation. After Su Yuqing completed his discourse, Xie Yang remained in contemplation. Not wishing to interrupt, Su Yuqing rose and went outside to practice Tai Chi. When Xie Yang finally came to his senses, he felt a flush of embarrassment. He had merely intended to refer to the teachings but had become utterly absorbed. Xie Yang found himself troubled, thinking, "A meal or two I can repay, but how can I repay this favor of the Yi Jin Jing? I have always prided myself on not owing anyone anything, yet I find myself in this boy's debt time and again, and now it seems my debts are only increasing. Ensuring his safety is my duty, but what should I do now? Do I truly have to pass on all my martial arts to him?" Recalling the thought of imparting his skills, he was reminded of that rebellious disciple, and his fervor cooled somewhat, leading him to pace within the cave. Outside, Su Yuqing paused in his movements as the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Xie Yang has learned a fragment of the Yi Jin Jing from you, and his Biqing Jinchu will be cultivated at an accelerated pace. Xie Yang feels indebted to you, yet the debt of the Yi Jin Jing can only be repaid with his entire learning. He is increasingly anxious. Xie Yang has acknowledged that you might look down upon his martial arts, the only reason being that you seek a caretaker. Amidst the ups and downs of his emotions, Xie Yang's fondness for you has greatly increased. He has begun to regard you as kin." Su Yuqing smiled faintly, realizing that the old man had resolved a significant portion of his inner turmoil, but what remained was beyond his reach. In the cave, before Xie Yang could devise a plan, Su Yuqing had already walked in, declaring, "It's getting late, we should set off." Xie Yang glanced at Su Yuqing with a complex expression before shouldering his bag and walking out of the cave, with Su Yuqing cheerfully following behind. For the next 5 or 6 days, the two traveled through the mountains, practicing their skills at dawn and resting at sunset. Xie Yang was evidently very familiar with the route, always managing to locate sources of water and places to stay, thus saving them considerable trouble. Su Yuqing focused on his cultivation, his complexion increasingly rosy, and his physique no longer as frail as when he first arrived in this world. One day at noon, they arrived at a barren area devoid of greenery, standing beneath a towering peak that shot straight into the clouds, its exposed rock faces bearing the scars of time. A heavy iron chain dangled down, more than 3 yards above the ground, clearly the only means of ascent or descent. Xie Yang hoisted Su Yuqing onto his back and leaped up, swiftly climbing the iron chain to the summit, where he set Su Yuqing down and announced, "Here we are at Morqian Ridge. We shall reside here from now on. The summit has everything you need, just tell me what you require, and I will fetch it." With that, Xie Yang paid no further attention and headed straight for a cave at the peak. Su Yuqing stood on the summit, taking in the gentle, open terrain around him, where lush trees flourished and small animals and wild birds dashed about, clearly abundant in wildlife. The area was shrouded in mist, uplifting the spirit, making it an excellent place for cultivation. For the next 10 years, I shall quietly cultivate here, hoping to recover my former prowess. After surveying the surroundings, Su Yuqing made his way into the cave, where he found Xie Yang spreading a bearskin over a clean rock. Upon seeing him enter, Xie Yang pointed to the laid-out bearskin and said, "You will stay here, and my quarters are right next door." He indicated where the rice, flour, and oil were stored, then led Su Yuqing to the traps hidden in the woods, casually collecting the wild rabbits he had caught. By noon, Xie Yang prepared a pot of rabbit meat and rice, and the two of them shared a meal. Thereafter, they settled into their new life on Morqian Ridge. Chapter 71. Commencing cultivation on Morqian Ridge. Time flew by, and it had been over 6 months since Su Yuqing arrived at Morqian Ridge. With continuous foundational restoration and conscious physical training, Su Yuqing had transformed from a diminutive beggar to a sturdy young man standing at about 5'7". One day, after consuming the last medicinal pill, as Su Yuqing practiced his dynamic cultivation, a series of crackling sounds erupted from within him, indicating that he had finally replenished his depleted essence. Now, Su Yuqing could, at will, refine his essence into qi and conjure a wisp of true qi, yet, he hesitated. The longer he practiced the Dharma Yi Jin Jing, the more he sensed the extraordinary nature of this internal cultivation. It was not merely about restoring essence, it also enhanced physical strength and seemed to trend toward a transformation akin to the indestructible body of a Buddha. Contemplating this, he turned and walked towards the cave entrance. He found Xie Yang performing a series of movements, one hand channeling internal energy to stoke the fire while the other propelled the food to boil. His eyes sparkled with intensity, his breath steady, showing no signs of fatigue, as if he could maintain this indefinitely. Upon noticing Su Yuqing's arrival, he held his hands aloft, causing the iron pot to soar into the air, spinning rapidly as the food within tumbled and boiled. "All set, time to eat," Xie Yang announced, using his right hand to deftly grasp the hot pot's base and pouring the food into a nearby ceramic bowl. With a flick of his sleeve, the pot spun back to its original place. Su Yuqing had already set the table and, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but applaud. "Impressive, your internal power is profound, and your breath is long and potent. The Beijing Xinjiang is indeed flowing with grace. Old man, your martial arts have reached a commendable level." Xie Yang grunted in response, yet remained silent, reflecting inwardly, "You taught me this technique, how could you not understand it better than I? Whether I have achieved success or not is not for you to judge." In truth, during these past 6 months, as the two spent day and night together, Xie Yang, through the Yi Jin Jing, had been accumulating true qi while refining and perfecting his own Beijing Qi. Many questions he had pondered deeply, Su Yuqing would answer effortlessly, leading Xie Yang to eventually lay bare his own Beijing Qi. Together, they delved into the intricacies, and Xie Yang's internal power deepened significantly, his progress remarkable compared to before. Eventually, he practiced his self-created techniques, Beijing Xinjiang and Danji Shentong, no longer shying away from Su Yucheng, allowing him to observe freely. To Xie Yang's surprise, Su Yucheng learned the techniques with ease and occasionally offered fresh insights. Over time, he even jested about Xie Yang's lack of understanding in blending practice with daily life, lamenting the waste of precious time. Initially, Xie Yang struggled. Sometimes the food was undercooked, while other times, his internal energy was too fierce, burning it. Gradually, as he discovered the subtleties, his internal energy, palm techniques, and finger techniques became increasingly refined and adept, allowing him to move fluidly. The initially soft Biqing Qingjiang was transformed under Xie Yang's practice into a technique of both grace and precision. Now, with a casual flick of his finger, he could project energy 3 yards away, capable of creating a small dent in a rock face. His palm techniques flowed seamlessly, shifting rapidly, effectively applying pressure and locking techniques with great skill. The rapid advancement of his martial arts left even Xie Yang in awe, realizing that he could now easily defeat 3 versions of his former self, all while remaining unscathed. After their meal, Su Yucheng took it upon himself to wash the dishes before moving aside to write down a list of medicinal ingredients. He handed it to Xie Yang, saying, "Old man, please make a trip down the mountain and procure these herbs. Also, bring back a new iron pot and a scale." To prevent Xie Yang from slacking off, he emphasized, many of these herbs are crucial for concocting the secret medicines of Shaolin. Make sure to visit multiple herbal shops and don't settle on just one. Xie Yang glanced at the list, noting that it contained only the names of the herbs, with no specific quantities, indicating that more was better. He tucked the paper into his cloak, then let out a peculiar sound, eyeing Su Yucheng curiously. "What are you staring at, old man? I may be good-looking, but I'm no maiden," Su Yucheng retorted, rolling his eyes as he sat at the stone table. At this, Xie Yang scoffed, recalling the old farmers he had seen in town, and a chuckle escaped his lips, which startled Su Yucheng. After their meal, Su Yucheng sorted and weighed the necessary herbs, not shying away from Xie Yang, explaining as he worked, "This batch is for concocting the Shaolin Luohan Suye. It is an auxiliary oil used in cultivating the indestructible body, requiring a full night of simmering to become thick. This batch is for the tiger bone strengthening powder. When taken, it aids in stretching the muscles and bones, enhancing agility. This batch is for the white bear strengthening pill, which improves the toughness of bones, making them robust and powerful. I will demonstrate today. You've seen the ingredients, and in the future, you must assist me in concocting them to ensure we have enough supplies. Are you planning to cultivate the indestructible body technique?" Xie Yang couldn't help but ask. Su Yucheng shook his head, responding, "Initially, I intended to cultivate qi after replenishing my bodily essence. However, now that your martial arts have progressed sufficiently to protect me in my early stages, I plan to further explore the effects of the Dharma Yi Jin Jing. To be honest, I have not devoted serious effort to this internal technique since acquiring it, so I aim to push its foundational practices to the limit. I also want to see if the Dharma Yi Jin Jing can achieve a fleshly body that is indestructible without the aid of internal power." Xie Yang regarded him for a moment but ultimately said nothing, and the two began to brew the medicinal ointments and pills under Su Yucheng's guidance. After a long night of labor, they admired the golden medicinal ointment and 2 separate types of pills piled in the ceramic basin. Su Yucheng nodded in satisfaction, then swallowed one of the pills and coated his entire body with the ointment. Facing the golden sun, Su Yucheng stood on a rock outside the cave, commencing his practice of the Dharma Yi Jin Jing. As he cultivated, the absorbed ointment caused his skin to flush red, enveloped in a white mist, while a significant amount of moisture evaporated from him. He felt a searing pain, as if every fiber of his being was being sliced apart, each muscle and nerve subjected to relentless agony. The heat was akin to being placed on a barbecue grill, as if he were fully cooked. With tremendous willpower, Su Yucheng forced himself to maintain a detached, observer-like calm, enabling him to persist through each movement. He was certain that the monks of Shaolin did not train their bodies in such a manner. Seemingly in response to his grievances, the system's voice mocked him in his mind. "You are practicing the foundational chapter of the Dharma Yi Jin Jing. Have you ever considered why Shaolin monks only gain fame after 4 to 5 decades? You are indeed a true warrior, directly entering the most rigorous mode of training without initial tempering or auxiliary cultivation. Your muscles, nerves, meridians, and bones are undergoing comprehensive transformation from the medicinal properties. Your fierce dedication has created a miracle in cultivating the Dharma Yi Jin Jing, allowing you to attain the indestructible body of the Buddha more swiftly. As he practiced, the bones in his body occasionally emitted faint cracking sounds, and by the end, the sounds crescendoed into a unified symphony, reminiscent of copper being sizzling in a hot pan. Once he completed the final movement, Su Yuqing felt an intense hunger, an insatiable yearning, longing to devour an entire ox. Grabbing a dried rabbit hanging at the cave entrance, he began to gnaw on it, causing Xie Yang to twitch at the corners of his mouth. Only after Su Yuqing polished off 2 dried rabbits and a pot of rice did he feel he had reached about 80% fullness. Burp, Su Yuqing patted his belly and looked at Xie Yang with a smile. It seems I have underestimated the difficulty of cultivation. This is the first time, and I fear I will need even more food in the future. There are legends in ancient texts of consuming 9 oxen in a day. I wonder when I will be able to eat a whole ox in one sitting. With a wistful expression, Su Yuqing gazed into the distance, while Xie Yang's face darkened, inwardly cursing, "With your eating habits, how could I possibly afford to sustain you?" Unaware of Xie Yang's thoughts, Su Yuqing resolved to continue his training as the system's notifications indicated no imminent danger. Time flew by, and 3 years passed since Su Yuqing began using medicinal aids in his cultivation. As his training progressed, the quantity of required herbs increased dramatically. Xie Yang witnessed his transformation from a novice without burdens to a figure clad in iron armor, his arms bound with iron chains as he trained. Eventually, he began pushing large stones across the peak, starting with weights of dozens of pounds, then progressing to hundreds. The diverse training methods left Xie Yang astonished, forcing him to marvel at how some individuals were simply born to be cultivators. To support Su Yuqing's rigorous training, Xie Yang transformed into a wild hunter. He raised a substantial number of calves and wild deer at the peak, launching hunts against the surrounding packs of tigers, leopards, and wolves. As Su Yuqing's appetite grew, Xie Yang found himself struggling to keep up and was often compelled to venture down the mountain to earn money, frequently being away for over half a month. Initially, the local bandits, water bandits, and tyrants in the Central Plains bore the brunt of his wrath, as they were unceremoniously slaughtered by him. Yet, Xie Yang felt helpless. After all, they made money quickly. Eventually, emboldened by his martial prowess, Xie Yang began extorting the wealthy families and county bullies in nearby towns, eliciting widespread grievances from both sides of the law. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, the martial families of the region, alongside various forest heroes, jointly called upon the Shaolin Three Purities, the 7 Swords of Jiannan, and the Xiansu couple to maintain order. As Su Yuqing made strides in his cultivation, Xie Yang's martial skills also advanced rapidly. During confrontations, Xie Yang fought the Shaolin Three Purities using the Biqing Qingzhang alone, and he shattered the 7 Swords of Jiannan with his Danji Shintang, emerging unscathed. The surrounding families had no choice but to concede defeat, for Xie Yang was a volatile and arrogant solitary figure who would stop at nothing when pushed to the brink. Despite acting on his whims, Xie Yang held honor in high regard, promising to take only money and goods but not lives, and he kept his word. In the end, under the witness of many, a peculiar balance was struck between Xie Yang and the martial families, where one provided money and herbs while the other ensured their protection from further extortion, each side mutually understanding. After all, what Xie Yang sought were primarily herbs, and he required little money, as the merchant caravans routinely brought back some herbs during their travels. Chapter 73, Conversations at Mount Moshang about Dharma. Realizing the essence of jade in Changlu in recent days, Su Yuqing had reached a critical juncture in his practice of their Dharma muscle-changing classic. Aware that he had offended many martial artists, Xie Yang chose to reside atop Mount Moshang to avoid unnecessary troubles. Apart from the 3 daily meals, Su Yuqing immersed himself in his training, while Xie Yang took it upon himself to hunt and prepare their food. A martial hero of his stature reduced to such a state, it was no wonder that Xie Yang's spirits were low, often descending the mountain to stir up trouble. Outside the cave, a fire blazed with a whole wild deer roasting above it. Xie Yang, with his left hand gesturing and right hand striking, moved around the fire with agility. As he quickened his pace, his right palm swirled like the wind, delivering powerful strikes to the deer, causing the marrow and blood to seep out. The deer spun wildly on the fire rack, and as his steps accelerated, his strikes became more deliberate, each one producing a distinct crack as it hit the bone. With every strike, though the exterior of the deer remained still, its bones softened, yielding a crispy golden exterior, with oil dripping and igniting small flames in the fire. As it neared completion, Xie Yang cupped his palms, channeling his internal power to send the deer meat flying onto a stone table several yards away. Witnessing this, a smile crept onto Xie Yang's face. Although his control over the air was not tangible, his internal cultivation had reached an impressive level. Just as Xie Yang reveled in his success, a distant rumble echoed from the woods, and soon Su Yuchen, clad in iron armor and bearing a massive stone bowl, emerged. Each step he took felt as though the earth trembled, yet his movements were surprisingly light. In just a few strides, he was beside Xie Yang. With a flick of his arms, the stone bowl soared into the air, crashing into the ground and rolling in a shallow pit. Xie Yang watched in astonishment as Su Yuchen tossed the nearly 1,000-pound stone ball with the ease of handling a feather. Su Yuchen, with his bronzed physique and sharply defined muscles, resembled a statue, casually tearing apart the deer leg with his teeth. "How is your foundational practice of the muscle-changing classic coming along?" Xie Yang inquired as he settled beside him. Su Yuchen pondered for a moment, nodding and then shaking his head, observing Xie Yang's indifferent expression, as if it were merely a casual question. With a grin, he quipped, "Old man, are you concerned about me?" Xie Yang merely chuckled, remaining silent. Su Yuchen continued, seemingly talking to himself. "In the past, when Dharma crossed the seas to spread teachings, there was a legend of Shakyamuni throwing an elephant. Today, I realize that this is not mere Buddhist exaggeration. Now that I am on the verge of establishing my foundation, possessing nearly 1,000 pounds of brute strength, I am still far from Dharma's level." This foundational section of the muscle-changing classic appears to be a continual practice until one achieves the legendary indestructible body of the Buddha. "Old man, once my skin is honed to resemble ivory, returning to its original state, that will signify my foundational success. I have a premonition that at that moment, I will naturally transition into the energy cultivation section of the muscle-changing classic." As he spoke, Su Yuchen flicked his fingers, producing a sound akin to metal clanging, then effortlessly pressed his fingers into a heavy rock as if it were tofu. With a slight exertion, he broke off a piece of rock and, with a casual squeeze, turned it into a handful of fine sand, exhibiting the strength of a diamond. Observing this, Xie Yang exclaimed, "The Dharma muscle-changing classic is indeed extraordinary. I am not as capable as Dharma." Su Yuchen chuckled. "Dharma traversed the seas, facing wolves and leopards along the way, enduring countless hardships. His survival to reach the mainland was surely due to the muscle-changing classic. Old man, although your martial skills are commendable, to compare your wisdom to Dharma is quite shameless. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the martial world?" Xie Yang scoffed coldly. "I have cultivated internal power and palm techniques that rival the Shaolin's ultimate skills. Moreover, modern practitioners may not necessarily be inferior to ancient ones. I intend to create an internal cultivation system that rivals the Dharma muscle-changing classic." Such ambition! Su Yuchen applauded, though his face bore a teasing expression, infuriating Xie Yang. After exchanging a few more barbs, Su Yuchen changed the subject. "Old man, now that I have achieved success in body refinement, I truly need fewer medicinal materials. You should avoid pushing those people too hard." Xie Yang, however, remained unconcerned. In his eyes, righteousness and morality were worthless. If he took a step back, those martial families and rogue heroes would only become more arrogant, seeking to test him further. He wore a playful smile, cautioning Su Yuchen to refrain from meddling too much. Su Yuchen understood that everyone had their own destiny and did not feel the need to interfere excessively, merely nodding in agreement. Suddenly, Xie Yang's expression shifted as if he recalled something. He looked at Su Yuchen with peculiar curiosity. With a grin, Su Yuchen remarked, "Old man, do you have a romantic interest down the mountain? Want to bring her back for me to meet?" Xie Yang's face flushed with anger, and with a flick of his finger, a gust of wind shot towards Su Yuchen from several yards away. With a resounding clang, Su Yuchen stood firm, his chest resonating like a copper bell, dispersing the force of the strike. As Xie Yang stroked his beard, he asked, "Young man, do you wish to know about your family's whereabouts?" Seeing Su Yuchen's perplexed expression, Xie Yang, believing he held the upper hand, chuckled. Before returning to the mountain, I encountered someone who bears a striking resemblance to you. Had I not confirmed your secluded training here, I might have thought he was you. Unfortunately, that fellow was fair-skinned and utterly useless. I secretly followed him for a while and discovered he is the leader of the Changle gang. I wonder what has happened to Sichu Hing. How did the Changle gang fall into the hands of a child? You and he are nearly identical. Had I not verified it, I would hardly believe there could be two such lookalikes. You must be related, either as brothers or kin. Though Xie Yang's words were jumbled, Su Yuchen realized he had encountered Shi Zhongyu. Where had that rascal been hiding all these years? He hadn't even located Shi Qing and Minute Ru. Impressive indeed. The two enforcers of rewarding good and punishing evil are about to re-enter the martial world, and Sichu Heng's evasion of the decree has led to internal strife within the Changle gang. Bei Haisher, in order to evade the decree, deceives Shi Zhongyu into taking the position of gang leader while hiding in the Chuanyu garden. Though Shi Zhongyu is hedonistic and acts recklessly, he is clever and has begun to sense something amiss. Upon reading the system's narration, Su Yuchen smiled. It seemed the plot was about to unfold soon. He addressed Xie Yang. That kid is of no concern to you. He will find his own path. Don't let him deceive you. With my martial skills, I no longer require your assistance, nor should you worry about the matter of the Xian Tailing. Xie Yang understood the logic in his words and nodded in agreement, feeling a weight lift off his mind. Chapter 74, Su Yuchen defeats Xie Yang in 3 moves. Time swiftly passed, and another year had gone by. Standing beside the pond at the peak of Mount Moshang, Su Yuchen, with his long hair tied back by a ribbon and clad in a scholar's robe, appeared as a graceful young gentleman. Standing by the water's edge, he flicked his fingers, unleashing a powerful force that broke through the surface of the water, driving straight to the bottom, before erupting into a column of water that shot up high. After 5 years of cultivation, your Dharma muscle changing classic has reached foundational success, and you automatically transition into the energy cultivation section. Your medicinal essence and energy have transformed into vast Buddha's true energy, achieving mastery of the Dharma muscle changing classic. From now on, your abilities in both movement and stillness will cultivate simultaneously, allowing your muscle changing classic to advance to higher realms and glimpse the indestructible state of Dharma, with the time required being uncertain. The internal power of Buddhism is indeed fierce and domineering, yet it lacks the subtlety of Daoist internal arts, which can nourish the spirit. I will need to revisit the Complete Truth Daoist Song and the Zixia Secret. The Golden Lock Illuminating Spirit technique must also be prioritized, and the Arhat Subduing Demons technique. Thinking of it this way, I have quite a few matters to attend to. Moreover, to refine true energy, the best method is to concoct the Shaolin Grand Rejuvenation Pill. It seems I will need to descend the mountain once again. As he pondered these matters by the pond, Su Yuchen felt an abundance of tasks piling up. Having finally refined the muscle-changing classic to the point of self-generating true energy, he found himself with even more to consider. At this moment, Xie Yang arrived, soaring through the air like a crane, landing gracefully beside Su Yuchen. Seeing the water erupt, he couldn't help but be delighted. He approached without hesitation, flicking his fingers to strike. Let me see how formidable your muscle-changing classic has become. Su Yuchen responded with a similar finger flick, releasing a stream of true energy that collided with Xie Yang's strike, dispersing it into nothingness. Xie Yang, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of finger strikes, firing off several in quick succession to counter Su Yuchen's energy. With a slight smile, Su Yuchen retaliated with 9 precise finger strikes, each one as transparent as water, refined and substantial, resembling swords as they shot towards Xie Yang, subtly blocking his avenues of escape. Startled, Xie Yang thought, how can his true energy be so refined? It flows with such grace, indicating he has reached the realm of true energy shaping. Though he was astonished, he did not wish to appear weak before Su Yuchen. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his Asher true energy to its peak and launched several strikes to counter Su Yuchen's finger techniques. With his feet firmly planted, he leaned back and sprang off the ground, retreating swiftly while avoiding the remaining strikes. After moving back several yards, he hooked his left foot around a pine tree, executing a swift half-circle, sending pine needles cascading down. In midair, he thrust his palms forward, gathering the fallen needles, which swirled around his arms like a green dragon, charging toward Su Yuchen. The multitude of pine needles danced in the wind, each one sharp and swift, empowered by true energy, creating a faint sound as they sliced through the air, enveloping Su Yuchen. Su Yuchen gathered his palms before his chest, as if embracing Tai Chi, and a powerful suction emanated from his palms, drawing all the pine needles into a green mass. With a circular motion, he unleashed a cloud-like wave, compressing the multitude of pine needles into dust that scattered in all directions. With a twist of his right hand, he sent Xia Yang spiraling past him, unable to resist. Wudong's secret Tai Chi. Xia Yang huffed, striking the nearby pine tree with his palms to dissipate the force, flipping mid-air to leverage the tree's power. His form moved like a dragon, bouncing off more than 10 trees, accumulating true energy, which surrounded Su Yuchen from all angles. Standing still, Su Yuchen waved his hand like a peeper, his fingers curling, releasing a series of luminous finger strikes that intersected and sealed off his surroundings, the 5 claws exuding an indomitable, all-piercing aura, breaking through any barriers. Before Xia Yang could react, Su Yuchen's fingers glided along his arms, sealing his joints, chest, and throat, surrounded by drifting green pine needles. Xia Yang gazed at Su Yuchen's outstretched fingers hovering over his throat, his expression complex. This technique, though appearing to be a grasp, carried an all-piercing sword intent that effortlessly penetrated his protective true energy, lightly tapping his acupoints. Such a grasping technique, if used against an opponent, could render their martial prowess null and void in an instant, incapacitating them. Xia Yang's face darkened, a mix of shame and regret washing over him, yet he still inquired, "What martial art is this?" Su Yuchen released his grip, the 9-yin divine sword claw. To spare his pride, Su Yuchen added with a grin, "Old man, don't belittle yourself. This claw combines my swordplay, sword intent, and claw technique plus my familiarity with your martial skills allows me to achieve this victory." Xia Yang, while knowing he was being flattered, felt considerably better. However, he would never admit it, maintaining a cold demeanor. "Now that you have the ability to protect yourself, I need not linger on the mountain any longer. I shall descend to visit some old friends." With that, Xia Yang floated backward, darting away with remarkable speed, disappearing in an instant. "Hey, that old man." Su Yuchen shook his head with a chuckle, realizing that Xia Yang had lost face and would likely not return for a while. With a powerful push, he soared upward like a wild goose, leaping several yards before lightly landing again, covering great distances quickly. After repeating this maneuver, he arrived at his wooden cabin by the forest. Concerned that the old man had not strayed too far, Su Yuchen decided against further provoking him, opting to descend the mountain the following day. From within the cabin, he retrieved a set of clay figures gifted by the Great Compassion Elder, lightly pinching one, revealing another set sealed within. "You have acquired the Shaolin, Arhat Subduing Demons technique. This technique was created by a high monk of Shaolin and requires the practitioner to transcend all forms to cultivate." Calmly, Su Yuchen focused his energy, allowing it to flow as he navigated the meridians and acupoints of the clay figures. In no time, he had traversed the pathways of all 18 figures, sensing a surge of true energy that balanced yin and yang, flowing freely. At this moment, in addition to the true energy from the Dharma Muscle Changing Classic, he gained the true energy from the Arhat Subduing Demons technique. The true energy from the Muscle Changing Classic, being of a higher nature, began to digest the true energy from the Arhat Subduing Demons technique, both originating from the Buddha's teachings. The true energy of the Muscle Changing Classic, while refining the body and accumulating true energy, now possessed an offensive capability previously absent. Chapter 75, A Penny's Worth Can Stump a Hero. The following morning, as dawn broke, Su Yuchen awakened from his meditation on the Muscle Changing Classic, making his way to the peak to meditate on the Golden Lock Illuminating Spirit technique before descending to Kaifeng. This time, not a single rogue was to be found nearby, likely aware of the formidable presence that had emerged, causing them to flee. A group of constables, however, observed from a distance, seemingly confirming Su Yuchen's identity before departing. Whether it was due to some rumor circulating, for an entire day, no one approached Su Yuchen, and a 5-meter radius around him became deserted. The system's narration appeared as if it sensed his confusion, providing timely insight. "You taught a lesson to the local ruffians yesterday and confiscated their protection fee. Your actions caused the constables, who colluded with the ruffians, to lose a source of income, leading them to harbour resentment against you, yet they know better than to provoke a martial artist. The constables have driven away merchants and servants intending to shop nearby. As long as you remain, this place will stay desolate. The dark side of the government and your actions have profoundly impacted the livelihood of the citizens here. The constables are waiting for the accumulated resentment to reach a tipping point, prompting the citizens to drive you away. Your fortune is about to change. Anticipate the arrival of the Changle gang. After reading the system's message, Su Yuchen shook his head helplessly, rising to leave, feeling the need to think of another plan. Should I force the local tyrants and county families like the old man? The next morning, while eating in the front mountain cave, Su Yuchen grumbled, "That damned old man left me with not a single tael of silver and vanished without a trace." He had no intention of descending the mountain today. He needed to purchase materials for the Grand Rejuvenation Pill and would need to devise a different strategy. It was a pity that Xie Yang had also seemingly disappeared, otherwise, he could have sought him out directly. Reflecting on his previous life, where he had carefree beginnings without worries, aided by an elder in the early stages and a junior brother later on, he now found himself meticulously planning every aspect of his life, which was exhausting. As he pondered, a sound caught his attention. The iron chain leading up the mountain had started to rattle. "A few people are coming up the mountain, who could it be?" Moments later, a smile broke across Su Yuchen's face. With his martial prowess, he sensed 9 distinct breaths just outside the cave, subtly blocking the entrance. These 9 individuals possessed deep internal power, their breathing long and deliberate, clearly trained in martial arts, yet they remained silent outside, their intentions unclear. Could it be the old man's enemies banding together to confront us? Or perhaps the system's mention of the Changle gang has come to fruition. Su Yuchen mused silently. Before he could investigate further, the system provided another update. The Changle gang, led by Sichuhang, aims to disband the gang to evade the rewarding good and punishing evil decree and has been secretly sabotaged by Beihaisher. Shizhongyu, the newly appointed gang leader, has sensed Beihaisher's intentions to use him to take on the decree and has been in hiding for half a year. You and Shizhongyu share an uncanny resemblance, leading the Changle gang members to mistakenly believe you are him. Having observed your presence in Kaifeng for 2 consecutive days, they have tracked you here. Beihaisher, having been injured by the Shalin's Arhat formation while scheming for the muscle-changing classic, has become a skilled healer over the years. Known for his 5-element 6 harmonies palm, Beihaisher is a martial arts expert on par with Xie Yang. Reading the system's hints, Su Yuchen chuckled. It seemed fortune smiled upon him, as he was in dire need of medicinal materials and silver for alchemy, and the Changle gang had conveniently arrived. "Is that you, Mr. Bei? Please come in," he called out, his voice traveling clearly through the air. Outside, Beihaisher and his companions surrounded the cave entrance, standing several yards away. Among them were the thin man, the Taoist, and the scar-faced man who had previously encircled the great compassion elder. Well aware of Xie Yang's solitary and arrogant nature, Beihaisher understood that his martial prowess was no match for Xie Yang's growing reputation. Although they had a numerical advantage, they could not afford to offend him without consequence, as it would leave lingering issues for the future. How did this kid come to be associated with Xie Yang? This man is known for his unpredictable temperament, making decisions based solely on personal whims. Surely Xie Yang would not take a liking to him. Beihaisher thought to himself, troubled. Should the boy and Xie Yang ally, they could easily thwart his plans. Realizing his own miscalculation, Beihaisher felt the weight of his scheming pressing down on him. Should it come to that, I will have to sacrifice a few brothers, fighting Xie Yang to bring this boy down the mountain. Beihaisher assessed his companions, contemplating which of them would be expendable. The one surnamed Mi possesses an elegant and dynamic sword technique, clearly trained. He claims to be self-taught, indicating ulterior motives. He cannot be left alive. Casting his gaze toward the burly man holding silver short daggers, Beihaisher thought, the one surnamed Jian wields the formidable Qianlong 8 daggers. He poses a significant threat, and it would be better for him to die at Xie Yang's hands than to contend with him later. Beihaisher had once plotted against the Shaolin muscle-changing classic and managed to keep his actions a secret. He was skilled in both martial arts and strategic manipulation. With his resolve firm, he would not allow his plans to unravel. After formulating a comprehensive strategy for confronting Xie Yang, Beihaisha signaled his companions to prepare for a confrontation. Each member understood the strength of the reclusive martial artist and fortified their defenses, readying themselves for any eventuality. Stepping forward, Beihaisha focused his true energy, feeling an ache in his internal organs from his old injuries. Before he could issue an invitation, a voice rang out from within the cave. "Is that you, Mr. Bei? Please come in." The voice resonated like thunder, echoing in their ears and causing dizziness. Despite their protective true energy, the sheer force of the voice left some of them disoriented, with a few even bleeding from their ears. "Is that Xie Yang?" "No, the voice is familiar, it's that boy." Beihaisha gathered his internal energy to resist the thunderous voice, feeling blood trickle from his mouth as he realized who it was. How could he possess such internal power? In just half a year, how has he achieved this level of mastery? Has he truly become Xie Yang's disciple? A flurry of thoughts raced through Beihaisha's mind as he regretted the hasty visit. If the boy had allied with Xie Yang, they would be unable to leave Mount Moshang unscathed. Contemplating the potential fallout of his plans, Beihaisha felt a surge of frustration. If it comes to that, I will have to be more respectful. I shall endure for now. The stronger he becomes, the more the two enforcers will believe he is the true leader of the gang, ensuring my plans succeed. As the other 8 members recovered from the disarray, they, too, were astonished by the boy's unexpected power. They had only known of Xie Yang's prowess, but this was on a different level altogether. They had assumed the voice belonged to Xie Yang, issuing a warning for their intrusion into Mount Moshang. As Beihaisha speculated, the others gathered closer to him, their thoughts racing. The sword master exchanged glances with the Taoist and the scar-faced man, signaling that they had their own plans. The middle-aged man, surnamed Jian, wore a solemn expression, clearly unsettled by the implications of their discovery. All of them were skilled in their own right, and their thoughts were as varied as their backgrounds. Beihaisha observed this dynamic, choosing not to reveal his insights. He waved his fan, saying, "This voice undoubtedly belongs to the gang leader. Since he has invited me, I shall go in first. Brothers, please wait here for the leader's summons." The Minun leaders nodded in agreement, urging Beihaisha to proceed swiftly, fearing they might irritate the leader by delaying. With a slight bow, Beihaisha enveloped himself in protective energy and stepped toward the cave, remaining alert for any signs of danger. As he rounded the entrance, the cave opened up before him, revealing Su Yuchen seated calmly at the far end, his long hair cascading down his shoulders, clad in a scholar's robe. The youth sat serenely, his eyes like polished jade, sparkling with an otherworldly light, as if he could see directly into one's soul. Su Yuchen's gaze, both amused and penetrating, met Beihaisha's. Instantly, Beihaisha felt as though his very essence had been laid bare, and he stood frozen, drenched in cold sweat. How could this be? How could he possess such an all-seeing gaze? Beihaisha thought, feeling utterly captivated by Su Yuchen's eyes, unable to move. With a flicker of light in his eyes, Su Yuchen retracted his mental pressure, observing the middle-aged man with interest. "Are you afraid of me, Mr. Bei?" In that moment, Beihaisha felt as if time itself had stretched indefinitely, both his spirit and body weighed down by an unusual fatigue. In a moment of panic, he attempted to speak. I wish to report to the leader." Yet, meeting Su Yuchen's gaze again, he found the word stuck in his throat, an overwhelming sense of gravity filling his heart. "Reporting to the leader, I see your power has reached great heights, and I am in awe." Beihaisha managed to bow deeply. Su Yuchen chuckled lightly, and the atmosphere in the cave shifted to one of ease. As laughter filled the air, Beihaisha felt the weight on his heart lift, though his astonishment only deepened. What kind of power is this? It can influence emotions. When he makes me happy, I feel joy. When he invokes heaviness, I feel burdened. Beihaisha's inner fear grew. I didn't expect Mr. Bei to be so eloquent. Come, have a seat. Su Yuchen gestured to a stone bench across from him. Beihaisha, still bent over, smiled. In the presence of the leader, how could I dare to sit? After a moment of hesitation, he continued, "The brothers have been concerned about your absence and learned you were at Mount Moshang, so they ventured here without invitation. Please forgive us." "Oh. Su Yuchen replied, intrigued, how did you come to know I was at Mount Moshang? Beihaisher, not daring to conceal the truth, recounted the events. After Shi Zhengyu's disappearance, Beihaisher and the others had dispatched members of the Changle gang throughout the region to search for him, coordinating with various local factions and constables. That day, when Su Yuchen had spotted the constables in the marketplace, it confirmed his identity, prompting them to inform Beihaisher and the others. They set off immediately, tracking Su Yuchen's movements from the previous day and ultimately deducing that the only well-known place nearby was Xie Yang's residence on Mount Moshang. After listening to Beihaisher's explanation, Su Yuchen couldn't help but admire the Changle gang's efficiency in mobilizing their forces. As for the rest of the details, he remained non-committal. Realizing Su Yuchen's ambivalence, Beihaisher felt a wave of unease. The youth's martial skills were not only profound, but his methods were also remarkably unconventional, reflecting a maturity that was both surprising and alarming. He regretted having initially viewed Su Yuchen as a mere pawn in his plans, now recognizing the potential dangers of allowing such a clever individual to remain at large. Let us hope that the enforcers of rewarding good and punishing evil are truly formidable. Otherwise, all my careful planning may end up benefiting this young man. Beihaisher silently prayed. As Su Yuchen's martial prowess flourished and his mental acuity sharpened, he could read Beihaisher's thoughts with remarkable clarity. However, he chose not to expose the truth, as the position of gang leader was precisely what he sought. Yet, he could not allow Beihaisher to lose respect, lest he attempt to test his limits, requiring that he navigate this complex relationship carefully. How is your practice of the muscle-changing classic coming along, Mr. Bei? Su Yuchen casually inquired. Chapter 78, The Scheme of Beihaisher. How is Mr. Bei's cultivation of the Yi Jinjing progressing? Upon hearing Su Yuchen's inquiry, Beihaisher, momentarily lost in thought, involuntarily responded, the Yi Jinjing is still missing the final chapter. Beihaisher instinctively exclaimed, the greatest secret laid bare, his gaze contracting in immediate fear as he looked at the youth. Su Yuchen's grunt resonated in Beihaisher's ears like a thunderclap, sending his mind into turmoil, leaving him in a state of unrest, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead incessantly. Beihaisher felt as though he were traversing a tempestuous sea, the colossal rumblings of thunder and towering waves threatening to engulf him at any moment. Just as he sensed himself sinking into the abyss, it was as if a pair of eyes opened high above, a warm and luminous glow pulling him back from the depths of despair. When Beihaisher regained his composure, he found himself drenched in sweat, sprawled on the ground, utterly drained of strength, drops of perspiration falling from his forehead, each one striking the stones below. Only the youth's gentle, glimmering gaze remained fixed upon him, as if smiling knowingly. Observing Beihaisher's shattered state of mind, Su Yuchen sighed quietly, realizing that this man would forever be haunted by his inner demons. Even if he mastered the emasculated Yi Jinjing, he would never amount to anything significant. The leader possesses immense capabilities. I, Bei, have indeed practiced the Yi Jinjing, yet I am still lacking the final chapter and have been unable to achieve mastery. With no further pretense possible, Beihaisher, feeling mentally defeated, spoke candidly. Su Yuchen nodded, reflecting, once we return, I would be most grateful if Mr. Bei could lend me the Yi Jinjing for a closer examination. Mr. Bei, having suffered from illness for so long, is renowned as a miraculous healer. Surely, your knowledge of medicine and the art of poisoning is exceptional. Have you penned any works on the subject? At this moment, Beihaisher, finding himself under the eaves, naturally consented. Subsequently, Su Yuchen summoned the 8 men, intimidating them for a moment before surveying the place he had inhabited for several years. The only item worth taking was a box of clay figurines. Hey, I wonder if the old man will be able to find me upon his return, Su Yuchen mused, shaking his head as he turned to leave. At this juncture, everyone bore internal injuries, moving at a pace slower than Su Yuchen's solitary strides, which left him rather vexed. Beihaisher had been observing his demeanor in silence. Upon seeing him descend the cliff, a look of displeasure crossed his face. After a brief moment of contemplation, he deduced the underlying cause and thought to himself, is this not a consequence of your own desire to display profound inner strength, now lamenting the situation? Despite such thoughts, as the clandestine leader of the Changle gang, Beihaisher felt it was his duty to alleviate the leader's concerns. He clasped his hands and said, Leader, the brothers, lacking insight, rashly heeded your divine call, resulting in some injuries. This might inevitably delay your journey. Why don't we gather some dry branches to make litters? I, along with the leaders Mi Xiang and Yun Xiang, can carry one each, while the remaining brothers can assist in bearing the others, thus hastening our pace. This desolate wilderness is hardly suitable for camping. Let us endure a little hardship and rest properly once we return to town. Su Yuchen nodded, signaling for him to proceed. Bei Haisher then directed the others to prepare the litters, and their speed indeed increased significantly. Su Yuchen felt no pity for them. After all, he recalled from the original text that the Changla gang seemed to be composed entirely of rogues. As they journeyed, the group, skilled in martial arts, moved swiftly, each demonstrating their abilities. Among them, Bei Haisher and Mi Xiang boasted the highest agility, still outpacing others while carrying a person each. Aside from Su Yuchen and Bei Haisher walking side by side, Mi Xiang lagged just a step behind. Su Yuchen's lightness astonished them all. Throughout the journey, the members of the Changla gang noted that his feet hardly ever touched the ground, as he effortlessly glided several yards with each gentle push off the grass. On occasion, when traversing bare earth, he would deftly spring from foot to foot, propelling himself far away, as if he were completely airborne. Though 6 individuals traveled together, only 5 sets of footprints were discernible on the ground. During their rest, Bei Haisher and the others discreetly examined the tracks. The others could only speculate that their leader had profound internal strength and remarkable agility, but only Bei Haisher was aware that the youth possessed an enchanting martial art. Soon, they arrived at the nearest town, where members of the Changla gang had already made arrangements. After a brief respite, they boarded carriages bound for the gang's headquarters. In the carriage, Su Yuchen occupied one alone, while the severely injured men each had their own. Bei Haisher, Mi Xiang, and Yun Xiang were crammed together in one vehicle. Su Yuchen closed his eyes to rest, while the voices of Bei Haisher and the others in the last carriage reached his ears clearly. In the final carriage, Bei Haisher's already sickly visage appeared even more distressed, having succumbed to a relentless cough since boarding. My brothers, the leader has finally returned, and our Changla gang has regained its backbone. Do you not agree? Mi Xiang's face flickered with concern, but he soon smiled and added, the leader's return is indeed a cause for celebration. That matter will find resolution. Mr. Bei should take the foremost credit. Bei Haisher cast a glance ahead, but the thick curtain obscured his view. He lowered his voice, now that the leader has returned, everyone can find peace of mind. The rewarding good and punishing evil duo from the heroic island is re-entering the world. However, the decree requires the leader's personal retrieval, otherwise I fear that everyone in the Changla gang may face dire calamities. The burly Yun Xiang could not contain his disdain, exclaiming, we brothers have merely indulged a bit in our pleasures. We harbor no affection for those hypocritical, self-righteous scholars and their nonsense from Heroic Island. Upon hearing this, the 3 fell silent for a moment. Bei Haisher sighed, coughing as he said, for so many years, the rewarding good and punishing evil duo from Heroic Island has always been about punishing evil. There has never been any reward for good. Without the leader, we truly cannot escape this disaster. However, given the leader's martial prowess, you have already witnessed it. If the leader were to learn of this, I fear that even before Heroic Island arrives, our Changla gang would. Mi Xiang narrowed his eyes and whispered, are you implying that? Bei Haisher sighed, in my humble opinion, it would be best for our brothers to minimize contact with the leader. Let me handle any matters that arise to spare the leader the burden. Yun Xiang spoke gloomily, what if that boy insists on summoning others? Can we really prevent him? I fear that if he merely hums a tune, we brothers may fall first. Bei Haisher narrowed his eyes, stroking his beard as he said, thus, we must first stabilize the leader. Both men turned their attention to Bei Haisher, eager to hear his insights. Bei Haisher smiled and said, when the leader summoned me, he inquired about my martial arts. In my view, the leader seems quite interested in martial skills. We might as well seek out more profound techniques for the leader to study diligently. If he finds joy in that, he may become less concerned with gang affairs. I possess a humble skill, the 5 elements unifying palm, which has reached a certain level of proficiency. I wonder if my brothers, upon hearing that he intended to offer up his renowned technique, both men were taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Xiang stammered, I recall that the 5 elements unifying palm is Mr. Bei's unique skill. With this technique, you have vanquished the 3 calamities of Zhejiang, earning acclaim within the martial world. Such a unique skill, giving it to the leader for study, would that not be inappropriate? After all, the leader's martial prowess is already so unfathomable. Should he master our unique technique, I fear. Chapter 79, The Scheme of Beihai Stone 2. Our Beihai Stone waved his hand, a smug expression gracing his face as he suggested, "My 2 brothers, let us not forget the rewarding the good and punishing the wicked duo. These 2 will be arriving shortly." No matter how formidable the leader's martial prowess may be, can it surpass theirs? As long as we can stabilize the leader for the time being, once those 2 arrive, he will have no choice but to comply. Naturally, he will attend the banquet at Heroes Island. Once the leader sets foot on Heroes Island, it will be a one-way journey for him. Are you 2 still concerned? Har. Upon hearing this, Mi and Yun exchanged knowing smiles, clearly intrigued. "Mr. Bei, you truly possess foresight," praised Mi Xianju. "In that case, I shall not be stingy. I have a unique technique, the dancing willow swordplay, which is my exclusive mastery. I shall present it for the leader's perusal." Yun Xianju nodded in agreement, stating, "My heavenly dragon 8 halberds also has its distinctive merits. I hope the leader can study it thoroughly." The 3 reached a consensus, sharing a conspiratorial chuckle, clearly aligned in their intentions. Beihai Stone regarded the 2, unable to resist stroking his beard. "Since the leader desires my easing of the muscle scripture, I cannot leave you 2 behind. Once I acquire it, I shall transcribe a copy. HMPH, when the leader arrives at Heroes Island, if he does not utilize it for my benefit, it will spell your demise." Beihai Stone understood that he had little leverage over Su Yuchen and could only seize this opportunity to uncover Mi and Yun's martial weaknesses, ensuring their easy elimination when the time came. As for the others, they were either mindless brutes or martial artists of little concern. Beihai Stone was confident he could subdue them. Once the discussion on this matter concluded, Beihai Stone's eyes glimmered, and he shifted the topic. "My esteemed brothers, having addressed this matter, there is yet another issue we must deliberate upon. All our brethren are aware that on the Double Ninth Festival, the 4 major sects of the East have agreed to pay their respects at our main stronghold. Their intent is clearly to mourn the late chief, Sichu. The circumstances surrounding Sichu's demise are inherently our Changle Gang's affair, and we ought to resolve it behind closed doors, yet these 4 insist they shared a profound friendship with the late chief and claim there are peculiarities surrounding his death. If we do not provide an explanation, should this matter be publicized by them, it could tarnish our Changle Gang's reputation." Mi and Yun both nodded in agreement. Although the Changle Gang's reputation was already sullied, they could not allow rumors of subordinates conspiring against the former leader to circulate. In the martial world, while righteousness and morality may be disregarded, the fundamental principles of loyalty and integrity must be upheld. Otherwise, who would dare to associate with them if they wished to avoid the fate of being hunted down by all? This issue could not be underestimated, otherwise, their reputation would be irreparably. Seeing that the 2 had absorbed his words, Beihai Stone finally let out a sigh of relief, grateful that his rhetoric had not gone to waste. He looked at the 2 and said, "How did the late Chief Sichu meet his end? As participants in this affair, I trust neither of you wishes to bear this infamous legacy. Thus, the matter of the 4 Eastern sects' visit must be handled with utmost care." Yun Xianju caressed the pair of short halberds at his waist and chuckled. "Those 4 Eastern sects are merely a woman and 3 brutish men trying to make a name for themselves. If they wish to amuse themselves outside the borders, let them be. But should they dare to intrude into the heart of our territory, they will find our weapons are not to be trifled with. In the midst of the White Mountains and Black Waters, their numbers may intimidate. But here, a dragon must coil, and a tiger must lie low." As he spoke, Yun's gaze turned fierce, and he made a gesture across his throat. Observing that the 2 were on the same page, Beihai Stone smiled broadly, covering his mouth as he coughed. "Thus, when the 4 pay their respects, I will require both of you to exert yourselves. Alas, my previous journey to Mount Tiantian was indeed a blunder. My old wounds have worsened, and it seems I must retreat for a period of recuperation. In the future, the affairs of our gang will rely heavily on your contributions. As he finished speaking, Bei Highstone coughed up a hint of blood, staining the handkerchief crimson, indicating a serious injury. Now that I have summoned the leader back to oversee the gang, whether it be against the 4 Eastern sects or other matters, we have a firm foundation, allowing us brothers to rest easy. Truly, it is divine providence. Both Mi and Yoon nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is divine providence. Bei Highstone declared, in that case, let us act according to plan and never offend the leader. During this period, if any issues arise, I implore all brothers to exercise patience. In the carriage, Su Yuchen listened to the trio scheming and could not help but chuckle inwardly. However, this ignorance might serve him well. Sometimes, blissful ignorance is a boon. The group traveled swiftly, changing horses without changing the carriage. After 2 days, they finally arrived at the Changal gang's headquarters. In the afternoon, that very evening, Bei Highstone presented the martial arts manuals, as well as his meticulously compiled medical texts. You have received Bei Highstone's medical book, Poison Scripture. You have received Bei Highstone's revised version of Easing of the Muscles Scripture, missing the harmonization techniques. You have received Bei Highstone's 5 Elements 6 Harmonies Palm, with incorrect meridian operations requiring the following modifications. You have received the revised version of Dancing Willow Swordplay, requiring the following modifications. You have received the revised version of Heavenly Dragon 8 Halberds, requiring the following modifications. Upon seeing the prompts in his mind, Su Yuchen could not help but sneer. Truly, they were all nefarious characters, not a single one to be trusted. Bei Highstone had been carefully observing his expression, noticing the disdain on Su Yuchen's face and his constant sneering. Bei Hi's heart sank, and he lowered his head. Su Yuchen compared the Easing of the Muscles Scripture manuscript sent by Bei Highstone with the version acquired from the Laughing Proud World, noting there were no significant differences. This internal cultivation manual now only retained the essence of accumulating true energy, having omitted the techniques for harmonizing energies, as indicated by the prompts. Su Yuchen nodded, remarking, it seems the one who infiltrated Shaolin to steal the Easing of the Muscles Scripture years ago was indeed Mr. Bei. Who was the other? This Bei Highstone was taken aback and at a loss for words, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Su Yuchen tossed the Easing of the Muscles Scripture manuscript onto the table and picked up the 5 Elements 6 Harmonies palm to examine, not lifting his head as he spoke. Easing of the Muscles Scripture is a secret transmission of Shaolin, accessible only to the abbot and the reclusive elders of the Daimo cave. Mr. Bei's manuscript of Easing of the Muscles Scripture is incomplete, missing the final section. Clearly, it was already lacking when it came into your possession. Who might possess that final part? You have remained within the Changal gang. Was it Sichuheng? The 2 of you were the ones who stormed Shaolin years ago. Did he hide away the last section of Easing of the Muscles Scripture, and you have not been able to locate it? Mr. Bei, your injuries were inflicted by the diamond palm, were they not? Your old wounds have not healed, and you hope to use Easing of the Muscles Scripture to harmonize the energies and expel the energy stagnating within. Once Su Yuchen finished speaking, Bei Highstone was drenched in cold sweat, his right hand gripping the side of the table as he trembled, stammering, leader, please see clearly. It was a moment of folly on my part that led to today's misfortune. I implore the leader. Su Yuchen waved his hand, saying, let us put this matter to rest, Mr. Bei. I am not concerned with your pursuit of Easing of the Muscles Scripture. However, regarding the manuscript of Easing of the Muscles Scripture you provided me, why is it missing so much? Can you guess how I came to know this? Bei Highstone was taken aback. Indeed, how did this youth know? No one else had seen the manuscript he provided. How could he be so intimately aware of the intricacies of such an unparalleled martial art? Bei Highstone felt increasingly overwhelmed by the terror he had experienced in recent days. This youth, after disappearing for half a year, had become as unfathomable as a bottomless cold pool, striking fear into his very core. Chapter 80, The 3 Shocks of Bei Haishir in One Day. Mr. Bei, are you afraid of me? Su Yuchen shook the manual titled 5 Elements 6 Harmonies palm in his hand. In this palm technique, you have tampered with the workings of the Han Shaoyin heart meridian, Han Jiangming large intestine meridian, and Han Taiyin lung meridian. Truly remarkable, Mr. Bei, that you could orchestrate such manipulations in such a brief span of time. If you practice according to the manual you provided, you might indeed master this 5 elements 6 harmonies palm. However, with each exercise, the acupoints of Chihai, Shangxiu, and Suqi will be besieged by cold energy. Over time, I fear the cold poison will infiltrate your body. Before Bei Haisher could respond, Su Yuqing had already placed the manual on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he began to execute a sequence of palm techniques. This set of movements was utterly familiar to Bei Haisher, as it resonated with the principles of the 5 elements, grounded in the 6 harmonies, flowing with effortless grace. In an instant, the shadows of his palms danced in the air, enhanced by many variations that Bei Haisher had never witnessed before. For a time, Bei Haisher was entranced, his eyes fixated and cold sweat beading on his brow. He felt as though this technique had transformed entirely in the hands of the youth. What was once familiar now bore an inescapable aura of dread. Within Su Yuqing's mind, countless palm technique phantoms flickered, ultimately converging into one. Moments later, the youth's movements quickened, and it appeared as though 6 identical youths were simultaneously practicing the technique. After a brief interval, the youth's pace slowed, executing the palm technique in silence, as if burdened by an immense weight, each motion imbued with a peculiar sensation, rendering even his breath significantly heavier. You have comprehended 5 elements 6 harmonies palm. This palm technique harmonizes with the 5 elements, capable of refining the internal organs, enhancing vital energy, and strengthening the physique. Grounded in the 6 harmonies, it can refine the 6 bowels, improving digestion and detoxification. This technique is intended for Daoist longevity practices, capable of prolonging life and augmenting physical strength, serving as a form of internal alchemical movement. Once Su Yuqing ceased, the system's narration echoed in his mind. He cast a glance at Bei Haisher and remarked, "Mr. Bei, this palm technique ought to originate from the Daoist tradition. I wonder from whence you acquired it." Bei Haisher's heart raced at the scrutiny of his gaze, leaving him parched and at a loss for words, daunted by the youth's extraordinary prowess. After a moment of reflection, Bei Haisher recounted his past. As a young man, he had wandered the ancient mountains of Zhongnan and inadvertently stumbled upon a secluded Daoist temple where an elderly practitioner resided. During a night spent there, in casual conversation, he discovered the old man perusing a particular book. Out of curiosity, he had secretly glimpsed the text, which turned out to be none other than 5 elements 6 harmonies palm. However, his clandestine act did not go unnoticed, and upon his departure, the old man had repeatedly hinted that he should not misuse this knowledge for malevolent purposes. Initially disregarding the warnings, Bei Haisher practiced the technique intermittently at home, lacking understanding of the Daoist terminology, leading to a distorted comprehension of its principles. Eventually, when he sought clarification on those terms, he was discovered harboring a profound secret, resulting in a relentless pursuit to eliminate him. It was only after he single-handedly defeated 3 skilled martial artists that he realized the true significance of the palm technique. From that point onward, he transitioned from scholarly pursuits to martial practice, gradually gaining renown within the martial world. Upon hearing Bei Haisher's account, Su Yuqing nodded, finding the explanation plausible. With the ability to internally refine the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, this palm technique far surpassed ordinary martial arts manuals. Should Bei Haisher have cultivated it to the level of channeling energy into his organs, employing the principles of the 5 elements could potentially neutralize even the mightiest of striking techniques. However, to caution Bei Haisher was out of the question. The man was shrewd and calculating, and it would be best to allow him to navigate his own path. Su Yuqing gestured towards the manual on the table, smiling as he addressed Bei Haisher. "Just a few tomes of manuals, Mr. Bei, yet your intricate schemes are commendable, reflecting your diligence." Bei Haisher's face flushed with embarrassment. Bending slightly, he managed to explain, "In terms of martial arts, these are unique techniques among my subordinates. It is difficult to part with them. I fear someone might attempt to pilfer them, which is why I made certain alterations. I intended to discuss the intricacies with the chief, but alas, the chief's extraordinary talent allowed him to discern the discrepancies instantly. The chief's martial prowess is formidable, and his intelligence unparalleled. He shall undoubtedly lead the Chang'an to prominence in the martial realm, a true blessing for us all." Su Yuqing chuckled meaningfully. "Indeed, Mr. Bei, you possess a gift for eloquence." Bei Haisher chuckled awkwardly as Su Yuqing approached a nearby desk, taking up a brush to begin writing. As he wrote, he spoke, "Mr. Bay, let your words be as they may. I require a plethora of medicinal herbs. You shall arrange for them to be procured one by one. Additionally, prepare a cauldron for alchemy. From now on, I shall focus on refining elixirs. Unless necessary, do not disturb me. As for the mundane affairs of the gang, you may handle them as you see fit." Upon completing his writing, Zhu Yuqin blew lightly upon the page to ensure no details were overlooked. With a flick of his fingers, the seemingly weightless sheet of paper soared through the air, whistling like an arrow towards Beihaisher. Beihaisher summoned his true energy, timing his grasp perfectly. Yet, as the paper hovered half a foot away, it paused momentarily, spinning gracefully before landing on the back of his hand. The delicate paper, with its displayed interplay of rigidity and softness, and the fine control over true energy, were unlike anything Beihaisher had encountered before, reminiscent of the legendary finger-flicking technique of Xie Yang. As Beihaisher examined the paper closely, he noted it listed a myriad of medicinal herbs, numbering in the dozens, yet lacking any quantities. So many varieties of herbs, yet no quantities specified. What exactly are you planning to concoct? Beihaisher pondered, perplexed. Could you perhaps delineate the required quantities for me? I can then instruct the brothers in the gang to procure them, Beihaisher inquired, bowing respectfully. Simply have your people buy as much as possible. That will suffice. Now, you may leave. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent. Zhu Yuqin waved his hand dismissively and turned to peruse a book titled Dancing Willow Sword Technique. With no choice but to comply, Beihaisher took his leave. Observing the throngs of people surrounding the area, he could not help but shake his head in silence. Upon returning to his quarters, Beihaisher finally allowed the tension he had been holding to dissipate. As he entered, Mi Xiang and Yun Xiang, seated in the guest area, rose to inquire, "How did it go? Were you able to manage?" Yet, Beihaisher did not divulge the truth. Instead, he replied, "The strategy was effective. The chief has become engrossed in the martial manuals we provided, delegating all gang affairs to me. Additionally, the chief has requested a batch of medicinal herbs. I am uncertain where he acquired his alchemical knowledge, but he wishes to experiment." Upon hearing this, Mi and Yun burst into laughter, feeling a sense of relief after a long period of toil. Mi Xiang clasped his hands in congratulations, saying, "Then I extend my best wishes to you, Mr. Bei. You shall henceforth oversee gang affairs, leading your brothers as they navigate the martial realm." "Not at all, it will require the collective effort of all brothers moving forward," Beihaisher replied graciously. With spirits high, they exchanged pleasantries, and Beihaisher seized the opportunity to suggest, "Now that we have made a promising start, we must maintain this momentum. In the future, I hope you both will gather additional manuals to present to the chief." Well, Mi and Yun exchanged glances, steeling themselves before agreeing. After bidding farewell to the two, Beihaisher let out a cold laugh. "If only you two could witness the extent of that boy's prodigiousness, you would likely turn traitor at once." For now, only he and the youth maintained a connection, allowing him to manipulate the situation to his advantage and firmly control the Changle gang. Chapter 81, The Distress of the Sword Attendant. After bidding farewell to Mi and Yun, a young maiden emerged from behind the screen, kneeling respectfully before Beihaisher, saying, "I pay my respects to Mr. Bei." Beihaisher, regaining his composure, responded with a warm smile, "Miss Sword Attendant, now that the leader has returned, you must be vigilant in your service." However, the sword attendant's face was clouded with sorrow, as if recalling the devilish visage of the youth from before. Beihaisher gently reassured her, "The leader was merely young and inexperienced in the past, now he is engrossed in martial arts and alchemy. You need not worry. Should any issues arise, feel free to seek me out." After soothing the sword attendant for a while, Beihaisher emphasized that she should promptly report any matters concerning the past actions of Shizhongyu had left the sword attendant with lingering fears, and she readily agreed to his counsel. Once she departed, Beihaisher calmly arranged for the preparation of medicinal herbs and the alchemical furnace, intending to send them to the youth's quarters. Subsequently, Beihaisher took the time to meticulously analyze the youth's every action from that day. Uncertain of how long had passed, he was jolted back to reality as night deepened outside. Under the nocturnal sky, as the lanterns crackled, Beihai squinted, listening to the sounds of patrolling guards, stroking his beard and contemplating. No matter your schemes, as long as you relinquish control, the Changle gang shall be firmly within my grasp. And where has the final chapter of the Yi Jin Jing been hidden by Sichuheng? Alas, despite my relentless inquiries back then, that old fellow refused to divulge. Now, I find myself at a loss. As long as this old injury remains unhealed, I shall be unable to subdue the heroes of the martial world. When shall I awaken to seize dominion over the realm and indulge in the company of beautiful women? That youth is indeed aware of the Yi Jin Jing, and he even knows of my meddling. Could it be that he has mastered its divine techniques? Yet, upon leaving Shaolin, we fought over the Yi Jin Jing, and only the final chapter fell into Sichuheng's hands. Where did that youth acquire the other 11 chapters? No, if he has mastered the Yi Jin Jing, why would he seek it from me? This makes no sense. What internal power does he truly possess? In that moment, Beihai felt an overwhelming sense of contradiction. Since his encounter with the youth at Mortian Ridge, he had been met with numerous surprises, and each interaction deepened his unease. His mind was a tumult of thoughts, leaving him bewildered by the complexity of the situation. Meanwhile, having distanced herself from Beihai, the sword attendant peeked through the door, relieved to see the youth quietly engrossed in his reading under the candlelight. After several furtive glances, she observed that he was either reading or gesturing with his fingers, entirely oblivious to his surroundings, lost in martial practice. As the night deepened, the sword attendant steeled herself and quietly entered the room to prepare washing water. Just as she turned to leave for food, she found the youth looking at her calmly. "Young master," she gasped, but he merely sat there, devoid of his former levity, exuding an air of composure and serenity. Su Yuchen glanced at her and, deducing from her attire and address, remarked, "You are the sword attendant, are you not?" The sword attendant, upon hearing this, forgot her fear and responded with a smile, "Young master, after your outing, you seem like a different person." "If I am not the sword attendant, who else could I be?" Su Yuchen cast her a fleeting glance. The once unremarkable youth now radiated an imposing authority and coldness, rendering her laughter abruptly silent. He did not linger on her, returning his focus to his book. "In the future, upon entering, you must knock first. Without my permission, you are not to enter. Do you understand?" The sword attendant's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though she were confronting an unyielding iceberg. Internally, she muttered, "This is not how you acted when you sought to be frivolous and called me good sister or good younger sister." Though she intended to retort, the earlier intensity of his gaze flooded her mind, leaving her with an indescribable sensation that stifled her ability to argue. "Yes, young master." "I understand," she replied, kneeling in acknowledgement before turning to leave. Su Yuchen shook his head, realizing that Shizhongyu was truly beyond redemption, and he felt no inclination to tidy up the mess left behind. This time, the sword attendant had learned her lesson. She knocked at the door before entering, waiting for the youth's permission before pushing it open to set the table with food. Once others had withdrawn, Su Yuchen wiped his hands with a warm towel before approaching the dining table. However, upon his first glance at the array of dishes before him, Su Yuchen frowned. He sampled each dish hastily, swallowing his meal in a rush. "In the future, your diet must be balanced. Avoid excessive oil, blandness, sweetness, or spiciness. A proper mix of meat and vegetables will suffice," he instructed the bewildered sword attendant, who stood by. Seeing her look of confusion, he refrained from elaborating further, hoping only that she would carry out her duties diligently. After a moment, the sword attendant finally comprehended his words and hurriedly agreed. Once she had cleaned up and exited, Su Yuchen picked up the Qianlong Bag and began to read once again. In contrast to the graceful fluidity of the Wu Liu sword technique, the spear techniques were entirely unfamiliar to Su Yuchen from either of his lifetimes, and this dual spear method possessed unique features. The Qianlong Bag, from the first move of the White Python S-flip to the final move of the Heavenly Dragon S-pride, presented a gradual progression, each move more powerful than the last. Moreover, the dual spears, one embodying yin and the other yang, one representing rigidity and the other softness, complemented each other to cover any weaknesses in the techniques. Truly remarkable. As Su Yuchen utilized his inner light to deduce the techniques, he found himself gaining much insight, with novel ideas springing forth repeatedly, captivating his attention. When Su Yuchen began to delve deeper into martial arts, the sword attendant peeked through the door once more, seeing him engrossed in practice and reading. A mix of relief and frustration washed over her. It felt as if the youth had transformed entirely since his return. His demeanor, gaze, and conduct were all radically different from before. Were it not for their identical appearances and the fact that Beihai had brought him back, she would never have believed them to be the same person. Her emotions were a tangled web. From then on, every 2 hours, the sword attendant checked outside the door, and upon realizing the youth had not called for her, she cautiously returned to her own quarters. As the night grew quiet and the candlelight in the youth's room extinguished, the sword attendant, filled with concern and a heavy heart, retired to her own chamber to sleep. You have learned the 5 elements and 6 harmonies palm, the Wu Liu sword technique, and the Qian Long Bag. Your martial arts knowledge has expanded, and you have analyzed more martial arts techniques. When the system notification sounded, Su Yuchen confirmed that he had garnered no further achievements and set aside the volumes filled with questions. Glancing outside, he realized that the moon was high in the sky. The headquarters of the Chang'e gang lay shrouded in darkness. Su Yuchen closed the doors and windows, lying down to practice the Yi Jin Jing. Chapter 82, Su Yuchen's scheme of tadpole script. As dawn broke on the second day, Su Yuchen had already awakened, concluding a night of practicing the Yi Jin Jing. Dressed and ready, he quietly slipped out of his room. The headquarters of the Chang'e gang sprawled across a vast area, filled with numerous buildings bustling with the warmth of humanity, yet it lacked the tranquil essence found in the mountains. Su Yuchen's gaze settled on the northern woods, which appeared to be much quieter. With a single leap, he moved without alarming anyone, transforming into a wisp of smoke as he floated out of the Chang'e gang's headquarters. Beneath the dim light, he arrived at the northern cliff, ascending to its peak to recapture a hint of the serenity he had experienced while cultivating on Mount Mortian. Seizing the early morning hours, he promptly assumed his stance and practiced the Luohan Zhuang, Tai Hikan, and the 5 elements 6 harmonies palm. Afterwards, he sat cross-legged facing east, awaiting the sunrise. As he closed his eyes and regulated his breath, the rising sun appeared to be drawn closer with each inhalation and exhalation. A massive swirl of hazy purple energy flashed from his nose, enveloping his face, which gradually thickened with the purple aura as he practiced, eventually leaving only a shadow of purple behind. By the time the sun rose high in the sky and the purple energy dissipated, Su Yuchen had already gracefully descended the cliff, making his way back to the Chang'e gang's headquarters. "Young master, where did you go so early?" Su Yuchen silently approached the doorway, only to find it ajar with Shijian waiting inside. Upon seeing him enter, she quickly inquired. Without answering, Su Yuchen walked toward the desk and said, "Go prepare breakfast. Also, notify Mr. Bei to send the medicinal materials I requested as soon as possible." Shijian glanced at him, noticing he was engrossed in examining a set of clay figurines, and could not help but pout before heading out to relay the message. After finishing breakfast, Su Yuchen shook his head. With the practice of the 5 elements 6 harmonies palm, his internal organs' digestion, absorption, and detoxification capabilities had greatly enhanced. This modest meal could hardly provide sufficient energy. It was imperative to refine the great return pill soon. Thinking of this, he could not help but send Shijian to urge Beihai once more. Poor Beihai had spent the entire night worrying, losing a significant amount of hair and beard, and had only just managed to sleep in the latter half of the night, only to be roused again by Shijian's insistence. Once Shijian had left, Su Yuchen sat cross-legged on his bed, entering a state of quietude for cultivation. The true qi of the Yi Jin Jing surged within his dantian like an ocean, flowing along the path of the Luohan subduing demon skill. The originally formless true qi gradually divided into yin and yang, guided by Su Yuchen to nourish the meridians and acupoints it traversed. As he focused inward, his thoughts settled, assimilating the essence of the Luohan subduing demon skill. The transformation of true qi accelerated, and many meridians and acupoints unwittingly expanded. After seamlessly circulating the Luohan subduing demon skill twice, he felt his true qi brimming with energy, on the verge of breaking into the innate realm. Su Yuchen had already devised a plan and hurriedly guided the qi back to the Dantian sea of energy. Feeling the fullness of his internal qi, which was ready to break through to the next level, he could not help but feel troubled. This Damo Yi Jin Jing has thickened my true qi with each practice since it became self-generating, now filling my entire being. I initially intended to transform the I Ching Jing True Qi into Luohan subduing demon True Qi, to differentiate the two. However, the Luohan subduing demon skill is fundamentally a Buddhist martial art and cannot escape the confines of the I Ching Jing. In the future, there is no need for exhaustive practice, a daily nurturing of the meridians will suffice. The immediate priority is to hasten the cultivation of the complete truth Great Tao Song, the golden lock illuminating the spirit technique, and the purple mist divine skill, so that when I reach the Hero Island, I won't miss the opportunity. Sigh, I never anticipated I would one day be troubled by suppressing my own realm. But since I have the chance to be here, I will not be satisfied with merely breaking through using the I Ching Jing. If that tadpole script can indeed integrate the foundational techniques of the I Ching Jing, the indestructible body, accumulate true Qi, and harmonize all energies. The purple mist divine skill that absorbs the great sun's purple Qi and refines various exotic true Qi, the complete truth Great Tao Song's all-weather cultivation, the golden lock illuminating the spirit techniques foundation building, spirit nurturing, and the harmonization of yin and yang, along with the internal training of the 5 elements 6 harmonies palm. Then I can break free from the shackles of my predecessors and cultivate a versatile internal martial art that belongs to me. Thinking of this, even Su Yuchen's heart was stirred, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Beihai, having been urged twice by Shijian early in the morning, hastened his pace, fearing to provoke Su Yuchen's displeasure. Before noon, the Changla gang had swept through the nearby pharmacies, purchasing all the medicinal materials Su Yuchen had listed. With the Changla gang's abundant wealth, money flowed like water, and they naturally reaped a bountiful harvest. Various medicinal materials piled high behind Beihai, accompanied by a long line of followers. Mr. Bei, why so many? Shijian stood at the entrance, staring at the endless procession in astonishment. Beihai glanced back and shook his head, saying, "This is the order of the gang leader." "How could I not do my utmost, Miss Shijian? Please convey the message." Shijian shook her head and walked aside with Beihai, whispering, "After breakfast, he started practicing again and hasn't left the room since." "Mr. Bei, won't it be a problem if he practices day and night like this?" Hearing Shijian's words, Beihai stroked his beard, signaling her to be quiet, and then quietly approached Su Yuchen's door, peering through the crack. At that moment, Su Yuchen was in the critical stage of practicing the Luohan subduing demon skill, his true Qi surging throughout his body. Beihai caught a glimpse and marveled at the profound internal skill demonstrated by Su Yuchen, realizing he had cultivated such formidable true Qi in just 6 months. What extraordinary internal skill! How did he manage to cultivate such potent true Qi in just half a year? Right now, he is wholly focused, making this the ideal moment for a sneak attack. Unfortunately, with his enigmatic internal skill, I fear that before I can even approach, he might retaliate with his true Qi and injure me. Beihai's mind raced with thoughts, but ultimately rationality quelled his desires. He turned and gestured for everyone to exit, then softly instructed Shijian, "I see the gang leader's internal cultivation has reached a critical juncture. We must not disturb him at this time. I will have the nearby rooms cleared out, and the medicinal materials can be stored there. Once the gang leader has finished his practice, you can inform him." Shijian understood that internal cultivation should not be interrupted and agreed, quietly leaving with Beihai to direct the others in organizing the medicinal materials. Chapter 83, Su Yuchen refines pills. Beihai in distress as Shijian opened the door, a strong medicinal scent wafted out. Su Yuchen stepped inside, and to his delight, he found the shelves lined neatly with medicinal cabinets. All the materials he required for alchemy had been properly categorized. Moreover, some of the ginseng, deer antler, and turtle shell were well over their prime. Su Yuchen was immensely satisfied. It seemed Beihai had truly put in the effort. Additionally, Shijian had indeed worked diligently, as the room adjacent to the shelves had been converted into an alchemy chamber, eliminating the need for him to run back and forth. After inspecting everything and confirming nothing was missing, Su Yuchen waved his hand, signaling her to leave. In these past 2 days, Shijian had come to understand his temperament. She believed that since he had returned, he had turned over a new leaf and preferred solitude, hence she left without a word of complaint. Once Shijian departed, Su Yuchen began to prepare the medicinal materials one by one, processing them for future use. He remained in the alchemy room, working tirelessly for 2 to 3 days before everything was ready. This was largely due to the fact that most of the materials had been procured from the pharmacies and had been pre-processed, otherwise, it would likely have taken him a month to prepare. During this time, Shi Jian, aware of his preferences, would only knock on the door to leave meals at the entrance, ensuring no one else interrupted him, much to Su Yuchen's satisfaction. In your past life, you delved deeply into pharmacology. In this world, with Beihaisha's lifelong medical knowledge, your medical skills have improved, and the handling of medicinal materials is in order, giving you a 90% confidence in refining the Great Return Pill. Hearing the system's prompt, Su Yuchen felt elated. This was indeed a good omen, prompting him to start the alchemical process. As he added various fragrant and foul-smelling materials into the cauldron, he grew increasingly serious. While controlling and adjusting the fire with his true qi, he remained vigilant about the fusion of the materials inside the cauldron, knowing that a moment's negligence due to insufficient heat could lead to a complete waste of the precious ingredients. Knock, 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 young master, the meal is ready and placed at the door, Shi Jian's voice called out. After speaking, she prepared to leave. Su Yuchen projected his true qi with one hand, while using the other to perform a maneuver reminiscent of Xie Yang's controlling the crane technique, pulling the door open from several paces away. Come in. If others were to witness him multitasking with his true qi while speaking, they would likely drop their jaws in astonishment, as this not only required immense true qi support, but also a deft mastery over it. This display would likely deter any other thoughts among the Charnle Gang's members. As for Shi Jian, she could only be likened to a blind person throwing flirtatious glances, mistakenly identifying the target. After a brief hesitation, Shi Jian turned and walked in. Upon entering, she noticed the alchemy chamber was already empty. Standing a couple of paces away from Su Yuchen, without turning his head, Su Yuchen said, "The alchemy process has begun. I need to monitor it day and night without leaving, so prepare a set of bedding to bring in." Seeing his serious demeanor, although unsure of the specifics regarding the alchemy, she did not dare to question him, promptly agreeing to prepare it. After she left, a moment's hesitation led her to head toward Beihaisha. Beihaisha was busy managing gang affairs when he saw her approach, instantly dismissing the others. "How did it go? Did you find out what materials he has been using?" Beihaisha inquired eagerly. Since Su Yuchen began managing the medicinal materials, Beihaisha had instructed Shi Jian to observe discreetly, as he was genuinely curious about Su Yuchen's alchemical endeavors. Shi Jian shook her head, saying, "The room where the materials are stored has been locked from the inside, and I can only enter through the alchemy chamber. In the past 2 days, while he was processing the materials, he forbade anyone from approaching, so I couldn't discern what he was concocting. Today, he did instruct me to bring a set of bedding, stating he must be present at all times to oversee the process. However, the materials he soaked in the alchemy chamber have all been used up and are now inside the cauldron. Hence, I have no idea what young master has used or how much." Hearing this, Beihaisha's brow furrowed. Since Su Yuchen's return to the headquarters, he had grown increasingly perplexed. After all, he had vanished for half a year, only to inexplicably master alchemy. "Could it be that I've misjudged him?" he pondered. Before he could reflect further, Shi Jian spoke up. "Mr. Bei, you should hurry inside, the young master is waiting for you." Beihaisha slapped his palm in realization, exclaiming, "Damn it, the gang leader has summoned us for a reason. We must go now." Knock, 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 young master, Mr. Bei and the 3 fragrant masters have arrived, Shi Jian announced, knocking on the door. Su Yuchen, seated at the desk, fiddled with a porcelain bottle and said, "Come in." As Shi Jian opened the door, she ushered the 4 in and then moved aside to prepare tea. Su Yuchen pointed at the chairs opposite him, saying, "Take a seat." After expressing their gratitude, the 4 settled down. Once Shi Jian served the tea, Su Yuchen instructed, "You may leave, this is no longer your concern." After she departed, the 4 exchanged discreet glances. Beihaisha clasped his hands, saying, "Gang leader, you summoned us late at night, may I ask what urgent matter requires our presence?" Su Yuchen, stroking the porcelain bottle in his hand, replied, "It's nothing of great importance. However, someone will be coming to visit tonight, and it won't be in a straightforward manner. Upon hearing this, Master Chen inquired, is it possible that the gang leader's enemies intend to invade our Charmla gang under the cover? Su Yuchen shook his head, saying, quite the contrary, that is not my intention at all. Here is the plan, Mi Xiangju, Yun Xiangju, you two will stand guard outside. A young girl will arrive, and you are to capture her without causing her harm. This girl is the granddaughter of Ding Buzan and possesses a bit of skill. You can only capture her without inflicting injury, then bring her to me. Mr. Bei, Master Chen, tonight the Shuashan sect asking Wanzhong and Hua Wanzi will infiltrate the Shiwei Hall. Mr. Bei, I need you to oversee this. These two can only be captured, not killed. If they speak out of turn, a little injury is acceptable, but remember to silence them. The instructions left the four in a haze, yet they could only comply, seeing the seriousness in his demeanor. As the four exited the door, confusion written on their faces, after a short distance, Chen Chongji could not help but grumble, what is the meaning of this? We were summoned in haste only to be told a bunch of vague matters. Does he possess some foresight? Bei Haisher waved his hand, saying, regardless of whether this is genuine or merely the gang leader's paranoia, we should execute the tasks as instructed. The truth will reveal itself tomorrow. Mi Xianbei, Yun Xianbei, you two must remain vigilant tonight. I will head to the Shiwei Hall to lend my support. The other three accepted his statement without further protest. Thus, Chen Chongji and Bei Haisher made their way toward the Shiwei Hall, while Mi Xiangju and Yun Xiangju found a rooftop nearby to conceal themselves, awaiting the arrival of visitors. After some time, Mi and Yun, concealed on the rooftop, grew increasingly restless with the biting cold wind. Yun Xiangju glanced at the ever-relaxed Mi Xiangju, saying, are we to remain here and waste time? That young man might already be fast asleep by now. Before Mi could respond, his ears perked up, and he raised a hand to hush Yun. Yun Xiangju, agile as a cat, melted into the shadows. He followed Mi's gaze to the northern wall, where a faint green figure leaped up, crossing the rooftop and heading their way. As the figure drew closer, they recognized it as a 17 or 18-year-old girl, with a delicate oval face and sparkling eyes that conveyed a mischievous charm. The two exchanged glances, astonished that someone had indeed arrived. As the girl was about to pass by, Mi sprang into action, leaping into the air and aiming a finger at her leg's acupoint. The girl, taken by surprise at the ambush, instinctively flicked her wrist, producing a cascade of jingling sounds as she drew a concealed dart that shot toward Mi's head. What a cunning little girl, going for the kill right off the bat. Mi, unfazed, quickly pinched the dart between his fingers and, as he landed, turned the dart back against her. The girl laughed, executing a graceful backflip to evade the incoming dart, using her foot to push off the eaves, propelling herself backward. Though the gang leader forbids us from inflicting harm, that doesn't mean we can't give you a taste of suffering, Mi declared, moving swiftly to intercept her. Yun Xiangju, wielding a pair of short blades, flanked the girl, effectively trapping her between the two. The girl grinned at them, saying, Uncle, what if I say I just accidentally got lost? Would you believe me? Yun Xiangju scoffed, this delicate little flower would be reduced to a pile of mush with a single blow from my blades. It's best you take action, Mi. Mi, unperturbed, unsheathed his long sword, twirling it with flair. Young lady, if you surrender peacefully, we won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, what happens if I don't? The girl asked, still smiling, as she readied another set of concealed darts aimed at Mi's face. Har. Mi moved with elegance, his sword slicing through the air as he dodged the incoming darts. Swish, he deflected them with ease, closing in on her. The girl remained calm, showcasing her remarkable skills as she deftly avoided Mi's sword, her fingers dancing through the air with precision. As her hands moved deftly, she was able to grasp the back of Mi's sword momentarily. Yet, before she could exert force, the sword vibrated, and she was forced to let go, with her fingers barely a hair's breadth from being severed. The girl's face paled in fear. Mi, however, halted just before making contact, allowing her a moment to breathe. With a flick of his wrist, he struck her hand, causing her to wince in pain as she clutched her injured hand. Before she could protest, Mi swiftly sealed her acupoints, rendering her unable to speak. The girl stood frozen in place, her eyes darting as she struggled to break free. Mi chuckled, as expected of Ding Buzan's granddaughter, your skills are impressive, but alas, the Ding family's capture techniques lack experience. Just as Mi intended to call for someone to take the girl away, they suddenly heard a mocking laugh from the left side of the roof. "Who goes there?" both Mi and Yoon shouted, leaping into action. Mi floated up to the roof with agility, his sword transforming into a silver flash, launching a flurry of strikes toward the mysterious figure. Yoon, swift as a dragon, lunged above the figure, wielding his dual blades, ready to strike. The figure merely chuckled, watching the two with amusement, as he flicked his fingers, accurately striking the sword from Mi's grasp. As Mi felt a surge of force travel through his sword, his hands went numb, and he was forced to retreat. Yoon, caught off guard by the figure's sudden movement, found his weapons immobilized, as a wave of green energy enveloped his short blades, rendering him unable to wield them. In an instant, the figure waved his hand, sending Yoon's weapons flying into the wall. Both Mi and Yoon were taken aback, realizing they had been bested by this figure, who had effortlessly repelled their combined attack. As they stood in shock, the figure casually observed the area, seemingly unconcerned. Mi raised his head and recognized the figure. "Are you the esteemed Skywalker Xie Yang?" "Oh, you know me, I recall you were among those who attacked the Great Grief Elder," the figure replied, revealing himself to be Xie Yang. Realizing the figure's identity, Mi and Yoon both displayed increased respect. "We heard from the gang leader's attendant that you were here to visit." This implied that they were in Changle Gang's territory, not Xie Yang's home turf. Xie Yang chuckled, nonchalantly dismissing their acknowledgement. He leaped away effortlessly, disappearing into the night. "Yoon, Mi, what are you doing here?" Su Yuchen asked, gazing at the two in disbelief. Yoon and Mi exchanged glances, only to realize that the girl they had captured was indeed Ding Busan's granddaughter, and they had unwittingly stumbled into a complex web of relationships. "Young master, we were merely following instructions," they stammered, trying to explain themselves. At that moment, Ding Dang's face turned pale as she realized the implications of her grandfather's absence, and she felt compelled to speak up. "Young master, I have to go find my grandfather," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with concern. Su Yuchen raised an eyebrow, contemplating the dynamics at play, and decided to act decisively. "Let's resolve this matter quickly. We have much to discuss," he stated, leading the way toward the deeper parts of the gang's headquarters. Chapter 90, Su Yuchen and Shizhongyu. As they approached the inner sanctum, the atmosphere grew tense. Su Yuchen's expression hardened as he sensed the impending confrontation with Shizhongyu. "Where is that scoundrel?" Su Yuchen inquired, sipping his tea, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. Xie Yang, having anticipated Su Yuchen's intentions, stepped forward, his expression turning serious as he prepared for what lay ahead. "That little rascal won't escape this time," Xie Yang declared, his resolve unwavering. As they entered the room, Su Yuchen's heart raced, knowing that the time for reckoning had come. Chapter 91, The swift resolution of Su Yuchen. At this moment, Ding Dang appeared to be in disbelief. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she reached out and tore open the fabric of Shizhongyu's left shoulder, revealing a row of closely spaced bite marks and scars, still vividly apparent. "Tianji, is it truly you? What has happened to you?" she implored, cradling his face in her hands. Shizhongyu gazed back at her, his body trembling incessantly, while he mumbled incoherently, unable to articulate his thoughts. Ding Dang attempted to release his acupoints but was met with a powerful rebound, causing her fingertip to visibly swell and redden. Seated at the head of the table, Xie Yang let out a cold chuckle, remarking, "Little girl, you are as naive as your old demon of a master, Ding Lao-san. I personally sealed his acupoints. If you could undo them, it would be a miracle." Upon hearing this, Ding Dang turned to the two figures above, one sneering, the other exuding an icy demeanor, and pleaded, "Could you please release his acupoints first? He is in immense pain." "Har har," Xie Yang scoffed, closing his eyes and dismissing her entirely. Su Yuchen, cradling a teacup, remained silent until everyone present had calmed down. He then spoke, "Now that we have all regained our composure, let us settle back into our seats." Once everyone was seated, Su Yuchen turned his attention to Su Zai, indicating the convulsing Shizhongyu on the floor. "Miss Su, I am unaware of how he introduced himself to you, but you need not concern yourself with his words. I will inform you that his true name is Shizhongyu, the only son of the esteemed couple, Shiqing and Minute Ru, of the Jiangnan Xuansu Manor. Years ago, Shiqing sent him to learn the arts at the Lingxiao city on the Great Snow Mountain, intending for him to inherit the strengths of both the Snow Mountain sect and Xuansu Manor to confront a formidable enemy. As for the misdeeds this lad committed in Lingxiao city, those two present, Geng Wanzhong and Hua Wanzi of the Snow Mountain sect, are most qualified to elaborate. I prefer not to dwell on these matters. Should you wish to know more, you may inquire with Miss Hua Wanzi afterward. After his escape from the Great Snow Mountain, he lived in fear of the Snow Mountain sect and his parents, Shiqing and Minute Ru, who entrusted him to the sect for handling, which led to his wandering life in the martial world. In recent years, due to reasons that need not be disclosed, he courted the attention of Bei Haisher and others from the Changel gang, and served as the gang's leader for a time. You are likely aware of what transpired thereafter. He fled from the Changel gang and took refuge in Qingqi Garden, until you became pregnant. Miss Su, the child you carry is likely to be the only descendant of Xuansu Manor, and the sole grandson of Shiqing and Minute Ru. Should Shiqing and his wife be informed, they would undoubtedly welcome you into their home to bear this child. Thus, there is no need for your concern. As for this fool on the ground, I shall deal with him and will write to Shiqing and his wife to explain. You shall not encounter him again. Once you have given birth, he will become the sole heir of Jiangnan Xuansu Manor, and Shiqing and his wife will undoubtedly care for both of you. There is no need for you to worry about their character. A casual inquiry among the martial world will suffice to reveal that, while the Snow Mountain sect may be considered enemies of Xuansu Manor, the integrity of Shiqing and his wife is well known. Upon hearing these words, Geng Wanzhong interjected, Shixiong, there is indeed no fault to find with Shidie Saw. Even I, with the surname Geng, cannot speak ill of them. However, the son they raised, He, is utterly disgraceful. Hua Wanzi retorted, is this rat's behavior not disgraceful? He is hardly better than Su Yuchen took a sip of tea and continued, therefore, Miss Su, I urge you to consider carefully, it would be best to bear this child. I can assure you that you and your child shall live without worry for the rest of your lives. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to make your decision after meeting Shiqing and his wife. Rest assured, I will arrange for Mr. Xie to accompany you to meet them. Should you be unwilling, I can guarantee your safety for life, and you may even marry a suitable husband. Upon hearing Su Yuchen's words, Suzai merely stated that she would think it over. Su Yuchen sighed in relief. As long as she was willing to contemplate, he feared an outright refusal, which would leave no room for negotiation. Har, you certainly know how to trouble me, and I may not acquiesce, Xie Yank grumbled from the side. Without sparing him a glance, Su Yuchen replied, Old man, I only consider your advanced age. Remaining cooped up in the mountains is not conducive to longevity. One must be active to truly live. You're talking nonsense, Xie Yank retorted. Well then, Miss Su, this matter shall conclude for now, Su Yuchen declared as he clapped his hands. Next, your Qian Ji, or Shizhong Yu, is undoubtedly the person I need not elaborate on. Thus, I advise you to let go. There are plenty of good men in the world, many who can sweet-talk you. Why must you cling to this one tree? Your grandfather, Ding Buzan, likely disapproves of someone like him. If you have no further inquiries, you may take your leave. Ding Dang merely shook her head, gazing at Shizhong Yu, murmuring, it cannot be. It is impossible. Qian Ji is not that kind of person. Please do not kill him. Su Yuchen shook his head in response. Miss Ding, I shall not kill him. However, his remaining days will be far more agonizing than death. You may not realize that, in this world, death is not the most terrifying fate. Sometimes, living can be worse than dying. There are those who say it is better to die than to live a wretched existence. They simply do not understand the torment of being unable to seek life or death. Shizhong Yu's life will henceforth be a living hell. Su Yuchen's voice was calm and cold, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Yet, the others present shuddered simultaneously, a chill creeping from their hearts. They speak the truth, each person thought, sensing the undeniable authority in Su Yuchen's words, as if this was the way it had to be. Ding Dang, upon hearing this, could only weep silently, her expressions shifting between laughter and tears, while others assumed she was simply struggling to accept the truth. Even Hua Wanzi sighed, wishing to comfort her, but found the girl utterly naive. Before she could retrieve a handkerchief, the previously sobbing girl suddenly sprang up, grasping Shi Zhongyu by the collar and charging towards the door. Gung Wanzhong and Hou Wanzi were taken aback by this turn of events, only to feel a surge of anger, both rising to pursue her. A sigh echoed from above. What is the necessity of this? Then came Ding Dang's anguished scream as her right wrist, clutching Shi Zhongyu's collar, was pierced open by a blooded wound, shattered by Su Yuchen's flick of the finger technique. Chapter 92, Su Yuchen's swift resolution. 2. With a deft flick of his finger, Su Yuchen executed the flicking finger technique, shattering Ding Dang's wrist, causing Shi Zhongyu to crash heavily to the ground. Gung Wanzhong and Hou Wanzi remained momentarily stunned as Su Yuchen raised his hand, curling his fingers to harness the crane control technique, drawing Shi Zhongyu back through the air with a formidable force. Subsequently, he altered his grip to a slapping motion, unleashing an invisible palm force that struck Ding Dang squarely in the back, propelling her away with great force. You have fallen victim to my 5 elements 6 harmonies palm. Henceforth, the organs within you will reverse, gradually weakening until your internal organs suffer irreparable damage, rendering you incapable of martial training for the rest of your life. Su Yuchen's voice echoed ominously in Ding Dang's ears. In a state of panic and fury, compounded by the impact of Su Yuchen's strike, she spat out a mouthful of blood and, without daring to linger, rose swiftly to depart. A witch remains a witch. No matter how eccentric she may be, she cannot alter her inherently selfish nature. In the original narrative, she was acutely aware of Shi Zhongyu's character and the dire consequences of venturing into the snowy mountains Lingxia city, yet she shamelessly sent her companion to face death on behalf of Shi Zhongyu. Su Yuchen shook his head, dismissing her presence. To him, such trifles were hardly worth his time. Reflecting on the grand elixir he had concocted, which he had yet to consume, Su Yuchen resolved to swiftly clear away these trivial matters. Is the 5 elements 6 harmonies palm a unique skill of Beihaisher? Xie Yang inquired, furrowing his brow. I do not recall his 5 elements 6 harmonies palm possessing such lethal potency that it could inflict internal injury, he added. Su Yuchen chuckled softly, responding, Beihaisher is but a fool, he overthinks matters and neglects his own teachings. This Taoist dynamic technique has been squandered in his hands. He is at best a novice, not even close to mastery. Old man, if you are interested, once I have dealt with these affairs, I will be glad to teach you. Hey. Xie Yang was eager to learn, yet hesitated to lose face by secretly acquiring another's skills. Gung Wanzhong and Hou Wanzi were left utterly baffled, having believed that the youth who bore a striking resemblance to Shi Zhongyu was merely Xie Yang's disciple. Now, it seemed he was acquainted with Beihaisher's exclusive techniques. Once he had dealt with Ding Dang, Su Yuchen turned his attention to Gung Wanzhong and Hou Wanzi. Speaking of which, I once had a connection with both of you in the past, but with the passage of time, it is perhaps best left unmentioned. I understand that you have come for Shi Zhongyu. To be frank, he cannot be entrusted to you for return to the snowy mountains Lingxia city. He gestured for them to remain calm and continued, I have my own ties with the couple, Shi Qing and his wife from. The matter of Shi Zhongyu not only concerns the snowy mountain sect but also affects the reputation of Xiansu Manor. To be candid, even if Bai Zizai were to come personally, he could not take Shi Zhongyu from me. While I aim to uphold the reputation of Xiansu Manor, I will not sacrifice the dignity of the snowy mountain sect. Thus, I shall provide Bai Zizai with a satisfactory explanation, one that will appease both the snowy mountain sect and Xiansu Manor. I have heard of Shi Zhongyu's actions in Lingxia city. Therefore, I will strike his Huiyin and Chihai points. From henceforth, he will become a celestial eunuch, incapable of human interaction. Once his Chihai is breached, he shall never practice martial arts again. As he spoke, he flicked his fingers, unleashing 2 brilliant streaks of finger force that struck Shi Zhongyu's Huiyin and Chihai points with great impact. Shi Zhongyu's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, rendered powerless. Gung Wanzhong and Hou Wanzi were momentarily at a loss, astonished by the youth's ruthless decisiveness, which left them without a chance to interject. And yet, this was not the end. Su Yuchen continued, to prevent him from divulging the snowy mountain sect's martial arts, I will sever his tendons in both hands and feet, puncture his throat, and destroy his Jingming, Sabai, and Qingji acupoints. Henceforth, he shall be unable to lift a hand, move a foot, speak a word, or see with his eyes. He will spend the remainder of his life engulfed in darkness and fear, descending into madness. As he spoke, Su Yuchen's fingers continued to flick, each strike successfully targeting the acupoints he mentioned. When Shi Zhongyu awoke, he would find himself ensnared in an endless cycle of terror and insanity, with no option left for self-termination. On the day he could no longer endure, he would succumb to madness, becoming a silent, immobile, blind fool. At that moment, Geng Wanzhong and Hou Wanzi finally comprehended the true meaning behind the youth's earlier words, unable to seek life, unable to seek death. Thus, do you find my treatment of Shi Zhongyu satisfactory? Su Yuchen inquired calmly. Geng Wanzhong and Hou Wanzi exchanged glances, both swallowing hard, and nodded in agreement. The youth's merciless actions and his calm demeanor made it seem as though he were merely addressing a trivial matter, wholly unfazed. Geng Wanzhong clasped his fists, declaring, I shall report this matter to the sect leader, and from this day forth, the grievances between the Snowy Mountain sect and Xiansu Manor shall be laid to rest. Su Yuchen nodded, remarking, as for the second point, to my knowledge, Miss Su has not perished. If you wish to find her, you may seek Bai Zizai's wife, they should be together now. What, Su has not died? Geng Wanzhong exclaimed in astonishment. Su Yuchen nodded, I cannot be entirely certain, but the information should be reliable. Bai Zizai's wife found her when she departed from the Snowy Mountain. This is truly wonderful. Geng Wanzhong and Hou Wanzi exclaimed with excitement. They exchanged glances and promptly rose to take their leave, saying, Esteemed leader, we shall return to the Snowy Mountain immediately. We bid you farewell. Su Yuchen nodded, you are welcome to depart. Once everyone had left, Su Yuchen glanced at the unconscious Shi Zhongyu and said, Old man, arrange for someone to take care of him. Feed him daily so he does not perish. When I send someone to locate Shi Qing and his wife, please assist in escorting Miss Su and this fool to meet them. Oh. You won't wait for them to come to you after you have treated their child in such a manner. Shi Qing is likely to seek your life. Xie Yang remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Su Yuchen scoffed, had it not been for the unbreakable ties I have with them, I would not concern myself with this trivial matter. Xie Yang nodded in understanding, saying, I suspected as much. With your striking resemblance to this lad, what is your true relationship? Su Yuchen revealed, it is of no harm to tell you, years ago, Shi Qing and his wife had 2 children, one was Shi Zhongyu, while the other, their younger son, was abducted by enemies. That child is me. However, I hold no familial affection or gratitude toward them. I spared Shi Zhongyu's life and returned them a grandson, thus fulfilling this fragment of our shared destiny. When you meet them, do convey my sentiments. I shall not acknowledge them, nor should they pursue me, otherwise. Chapter 93, The Speculations of the Changle Gang and the Search for the Shi Qing Couple. No wonder you refused to acknowledge your identity back at the Hujian gathering all those years ago. Har 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 har. Xie Yang suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming as he chuckled, I, Xie, admit to my own madness and disregard for the world's conventions, acting solely on my whims. I never anticipated that you, young lad, are the true heartless one. If those foolish adherents of etiquette were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly denounce you as the greatest demon of our time. Su Yuchen gazed at the dawn light breaking in the east, scoffing, I am no guest of this mortal realm. How could I be shackled by its constraints? Upon hearing his words, Xie Yang found not arrogance, but rather a sense of agreement. How laughable it is to think a shallow pond could restrain a celestial dragon. Su Yuchen ceased to speak, stating, I leave the remaining matters in your capable hands. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Yuchen's form vanished. Xie Yang stared blankly at the spot where he had stood for a moment, then murmured to himself, could it be that you truly are a visitor from the heavens, but for what purpose? The Island of Heroes. Yet he could not fathom what could possibly entice an immortal to scheme in the mundane world. On the other hand, if there indeed existed some advantage on the Island of Heroes that could lure a celestial being to with all his might, Su Yuchen covered a distance of over 10 zhong in an instant, as if teleporting, and within a breath, he had already departed. In but a moment, he returned to the headquarters of the Chan. Su Yuchen shook his head and unleashed a surge of energy to awaken her. Our young master, you have returned. Shijian, still in a daze, exclaimed with delight upon seeing Su Yuchen before her. Realizing that no one else was present, her heart soared with joy as she said, "Young master, do you wish to rest? I shall arrange for someone." Su Yuchen waved his hand, interrupting her, "Please summon Mr. Bei to come here." "Oh, I shall go at once," Shijian replied, regaining her composure and cheerfully departing. Meanwhile, Bei Haisher, Mi Shenju, Chen Chongji, and others had also spent a sleepless night. As dawn broke, the individuals they had dispatched had yet to return with news of the gang leader's return. "That lad. TNND, has he truly fled?" Yun Shenju cursed as she gazed at the brightening sky. Mi Shenju stifled a yawn, her expression sour. "Perhaps we should pack up and leave this place as soon as possible, each seeking our own paths. Indeed, we may have to let down our brothers. We cannot allow them to find out, otherwise." The four of them understood the implication. If word spread widely, they would likely be unable to escape. Only by departing quietly could they avoid trouble. Even if others discovered their absence later, they would merely speculate, unable to assert that they had fled in cowardice. For countless unexpected events could occur. Once the two emissaries of reward and punishment had departed, they could emerge again, providing themselves with reasons to explain their absence, and continue to navigate the rivers and lakes. Chen Chongji turned to the taciturn Bei Haisher, asking, "What does Mr. Bei say?" The other two turned their gazes toward Bei Haisher. For among the four of them, it was indeed Bei Haisher who excelled in strategy and martial prowess. Bei Haisher, lost in thought, raised his head upon hearing Chen Chongji's inquiry, saying, "If the leader does not return, it is likely that he has gone off to revel with those two ladies, and may not come back. I fear that Xie Yang has revealed everything to him. If you gentlemen do not wish to face punishment for evil, in my humble opinion, it would be best to, Wait a moment." Bei Haisher's ears perked up, and he waved his hand. After a brief pause, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. "Is Mr. Bei here?" Shijian's voice called out with a knock on the door. Bei Haisher and the other three exchanged glances, immediately rising to open the door and step outside, where they whispered to each other for a while. After a moment, as the footsteps faded away, Bei Haisher re-entered, his face beaming with joy. "Heaven's blessings, the leader has returned and summoned me to discuss matters. I shall go at once to see what instructions he has. You three gentlemen, please wait here for a moment." The other three felt a surge of excitement as well, and Chen Chongji urged, "Mr. Bei, do hurry, we shall await the leader's commands here." The other two also encouraged Bei Haisher to leave swiftly. Bei Haisher clasped his hands in thanks and promptly departed. After a while, the other two still wore expressions of joy, when suddenly Yun Shenju remarked, "What if this is a trap laid by Mr. Bei? What if he has fled first?" At her words, the others' expressions changed, alternating between pale and flushed, and they exchanged glances, leaving the room in silence. "We shall wait a quarter of an hour. If Mr. Bei has not returned by then, we should also go to pay our respects to the leader. We cannot burden Mr. Bei with everything," Chen Chongji stated. Mi and Yun both nodded in agreement, and thus the three of them sat quietly, each lost in their own thoughts. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, Mi Shenju could no longer contain herself and began to pace, occasionally glancing at the door. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet the three within felt as if time dragged on endlessly. "Perhaps we should go out to welcome Mr. Bei," Mi Shenju suggested. "Yes," Yun Shenju replied eagerly, rising to head outside. The other two exchanged a glance before following suit. Time rewound to a quarter of an hour earlier. Mr. Bei hurried along, quickly catching up to Shijian, who had gone ahead. "Miss Shijian, may I inquire when the leader returned?" Mr. Bei asked as he walked. Shijian, without much thought, replied, "I had just fallen asleep. The young master must have only just returned. I noticed he hadn't washed his face or had tea, so I sent for you, Mr. Bei, as I presumed there was something urgent." Bei Haisher nodded, inquiring further, "Did the leader return alone?" Shijian responded, "Yes, he returned alone." "How peculiar." Bei Haisher muttered under his breath, glancing at the puzzled Shijian, "Oh, I was merely speculating." "Miss Shijian, I shall proceed ahead. I cannot keep the leader waiting." As Bei-Haisher walked, he remained perplexed, unable to comprehend why he would return amidst such great peril. If others were aware of it, they would avoid him at all costs. Why would anyone willingly march toward death? Did Xie Yang not inform him? Yet considering the relationship between Xie Yang and him, it seemed unlikely that he would withhold such information. In that moment, even the astute Bei-Haisher found himself bewildered, his mind racing, yet he could not arrive at a conclusion. Is the leader seeking to locate the Shiqing couple? Bei-Haisher inquired, seated beside the youth. Su Yuchen, behind the desk, nodded in agreement, saying, "This matter must be addressed swiftly. We need to ascertain their whereabouts and ideally arrange a meeting, claiming we have news of their son. They will undoubtedly come." After a moment of contemplation, Bei-Haisher replied, "The Shiqing couple likely roams the Jiangnan region. I shall dispatch individuals along several routes to search. One group will head to Suzhuang, another to Jiangnan, seeking out forces allied with our gang, disseminating the news. Is there a suitable location, leader? I can have someone secure it immediately." "You decide," Su Yuchen replied nonchalantly. After a brief consideration, Bei-Haisher suggested, "In Jiexing ancient town, there exists a Yinyu Tower, which is an excellent venue. Many prominent merchants, noble families, and forest heroes from Jiangnan gather there to resolve disputes. It would serve well." Su Yuchen affirmed, "Then let us settle there. Our primary goal is to find the Shiqing couple quickly." "This matter is urgent." Bei-Haisher rose, clasping his hands. "I shall make the arrangements at once and report back to the leader swiftly." Su Yuchen nodded, lifting his teacup as a gesture for him to depart. P.S. Please take a moment to encourage updates. Thank you very much. Chapter 94. The Longle Gang comes to a conclusion. As Bei-Haisher departed from Su Yuchen's residence, he soon encountered the lingering figures of Chen Chongji and his companions. With a quick shift of his gaze, Bei-Haisher discerned their intentions, and a flicker of derision momentarily flashed in his eyes before he swiftly suppressed it, approaching them with an air of feigned ignorance. "My dear younger brothers, I appreciate your patience." The leader had some matters to discuss, which took longer than anticipated, Bei-Haisher explained, clasping his hands in greeting. Chen Chongji smiled and replied, "Not at all, the three of us were merely concerned that Mr. Bei might have some instructions for us, hence our visit to welcome you." "Pray tell, what directives does our leader have that require our assistance?" "Mr. Bei, please feel free to speak candidly." Bei-Haisher did not withhold the details and promptly recounted the tasks assigned by Su Yuchen, stating, "This matter is of utmost importance to the leader, and we must all take it to heart. Let us proceed as follows. Brother Mi, please take some individuals to Jiangnan Xuanzu village, and it would be best to leave a message there. Brother Yun, I would like you to visit the Haisha gang and the general cargo dock to request their assistance in disseminating the news and ensuring that it reaches the Shiqing couple as swiftly as possible. Once this task is completed, reserve a prime location at the Yinyu building in Jiexing for a month. Brother Chen and I will remain at the headquarters, ready to respond as needed. What do you all think?" Both Mi and Yun were seasoned in the ways of the martial world, and this minor task posed no challenge. The only difficulty lay in locating the individuals. After their plans were established, just before parting ways, the head of the Mi family could not help but inquire, "Mr. Bei, might I ask if the leader intends to leave our gang?" Upon hearing this, the group halted, and Bei-Haisher stroked his beard thoughtfully, responding, "The leader's current thoughts are inscrutable, as profound as the depths of the sea, as vast as the heavens, and as ethereal as the clouds. Even I cannot ascertain what the leader is contemplating." With Xie Yang by his side, it would be hard to believe that the leader is unaware of the matters of reward and punishment. However, since the leader has returned, it is likely that there are ulterior motives at play. The rationale behind this eludes me as well. Nevertheless, there is no need for us to fret. If the leader chooses to remain, it is entirely possible that he will soon issue the decree of reward and punishment. At that point, we shall have no cause for concern. The other three nodded in agreement, entrusting all matters to Bei-Haisher, determined to ensure that Su Yuchen solidifies his position as the leader. Once Bei-Haisher departed, Su Yuchen retrieved a slender porcelain bottle from his sleeve, contemplating its contents and reflecting that he had likely overlooked nothing crucial. He let out a sigh, for since joining the Longle gang, Trivial matters had been relentless, but now he could finally focus on his cultivation in peace. Su Yuchen instructed that all affairs be handled by Beihai, and that he should not be disturbed during his training. He then returned to the alchemy chamber he had previously organized, seated himself in a meditative posture, consumed a large elixir, and placed the remainder back against his chest before beginning to close his eyes and regulate his breath. In a brief moment, he felt a gentle warmth rising from his dantian, surging through his body. Su Yuchen concentrated his thoughts, allowing himself to drift into a state of semi-consciousness. As the elixir's energy flowed along the path of the complete reality Dao Song, he guided his internal energy toward the various acupoints along its course. As he focused his mind and returned to his original essence, casting aside all distractions, the transformation of the elixir's energy into true qi accelerated, and the circulation of his true qi quickened. The two forces complemented each other, leading to an ever-increasing accumulation of true qi within his Daoist practice. From the initial wisps of energy, it gradually coalesced into a stream akin to a fine strand of hair, subsequently expanding to the thickness of a chopstick. Su Yuchen, wholly engrossed in his cultivation, felt the deepening of his Daoist internal energy, while the Buddhist energy within him became increasingly agitated. Fortunately, the Buddhist true qi had spontaneously emerged following his successful body refinement, endowing him with superior control. Under Su Yuchen's suppression, it did not overwhelm his Daoist practice. Thereafter, he devoted himself entirely to cultivation, paying no heed to worldly affairs, from dawn to noon, from noon to evening, and from evening to the early hours. Aside from his unwavering morning routine of practicing Tai Chi and the 5 elements harmonious palm, along with harnessing the morning sun's purple energy to refine the purple mist divine art, he seldom Thus, more than 10 days passed, with only 2 visits from Xie Yang. The first was when the notorious Ding Biyu San and his grandson attempted to abduct the now crippled and deranged Shizhongyu, only to be discovered by Xie Yang, who showed no mercy, resulting in their demise outside the courtyard. The second was when Miss Suzai observed Shizhongyu's tragic condition and grew concerned that the Shiqing couple would not recognize him. Overwhelmed with sorrow and complex thoughts, her emotional turmoil led to instability in her pregnancy. To the former, Su Yuchen simply acknowledged with a nonchalant "oh," indicating he was aware. To the latter, he prescribed a stabilizing medicine, advising her to take the young lady out for fresh air, assuring her that a lighter heart would lead to smoother outcomes. To this end, Su Yuchen specifically instructed his attendant, Shi Jian, to present Xie Yang with 200 taels of gold, allowing the young lady to purchase whatever she desired. If we cannot cure all ailments with a single package, then let us simply spend to remedy them. He also waved his hand, instructing Xie Yang to visit Beihai monthly to provide 200 taels of gold for the young lady to save, ensuring she had the means to seek treatment if needed, and protection if not. These matters were of little consequence to Su Yuchen, who was experiencing rapid advancements in his internal cultivation and remained focused on his practice, hastily dispatching them without further concern. Seeing his relentless dedication to training day and night, Shi Jian grew increasingly anxious and sought out Beihai to check on him. Beihai also seized an opportunity to approach Su Yuchen during his morning exercises, bringing forth a few matters. However, Su Yuchen did not inquire further, instructing him to handle it independently, unless there were updates regarding the Shiqing couple, in which case he should not disturb his training. Subsequently, Beihai and Shi Jian observed from outside the door several times, noting the ethereal mist enveloping Su Yuchen's head and the vigorous flow of true qi coursing through his body. Evidently, he was reaching a critical juncture in his internal cultivation. Aside from arranging for individuals to vigilantly guard the alchemy chamber during Su Yuchen's seclusion, preventing any disturbances, Beihai had no other recourse. Consequently, Shi Jian could only stand watch outside the alchemy chamber day and night, occasionally stepping out to check in. Alas, all these endeavors went unnoticed by Su Yuchen. After consuming 8 large elixirs, Su Yuchen's mastery of the complete reality Dao Song and the golden lock illuminating the divine art advanced remarkably. One day, as he sat in deep observation, a sudden burst of golden light illuminated his vision, warm yet not blinding. In that fleeting moment of brilliance, all his acquired knowledge and martial arts flowed through him like a stream, signifying that he had ascended to the 9th level of the golden lock illuminating the divine art, his inner light naturally manifesting. At that instant, both his Buddhist and Daoist internal energies reached their zenith, the energy of the Daimo Yijinjing stood as solid as substance, rooted immovably in his dantian. Meanwhile, the newly cultivated, under the influence of Su Yuchen's formidable will, the two energies followed their respective paths without interference. Gradually, Su Yuchen concluded his practice, expelling a breath from his nostrils that transformed into a half-foot-long white sword energy in the air. He felt invigorated, his true chi flowing ceaselessly, his body responding fluidly to his intent, everything in harmonious balance. Seated on his mat, Su Yuchen quietly reflected for a moment, contemplating, next, I shall practice the 5 elements harmonious palm, utilizing this dynamic technique to smooth the restlessness of the rapidly cultivated Daoist true chi, allowing it to flow freely. The yin-yang principles of Tai Chi seem applicable in regulating both the Buddhist and Daoist true chi. The Buddhist energy is more vigorous, while the Daoist energy is more yielding. This is indeed the perfect moment for me to comprehend Tai Chi. Moreover, the purple mist divine art can only be cultivated through the absorption of the sun's purple energy. It cannot be hastened and requires diligent, daily practice. Alas, no wonder the ancients proclaimed, a day in the mountains equates to 1,000 years in the world. How insufficient is the passage of time. Chapter 95. Su Yuchen enters Yangzhou thus, more than half a month has passed. On this particular morning, after collecting the purple aura, Su Yuchen was practicing the 5 elements 6 harmonies palm in the courtyard when Beihaisher hurriedly approached. Observing Su Yuchen's movements, which were as slow as an ancient tortoise, each palm strike seemed to be obstructed by an enormous mountain, exuding a frustrating slowness. Is this indeed the 5 elements 6 harmonies palm? Yet, why does it appear so peculiar? What is he up to now? Beihaisher pondered, filled with confusion. As Su Yuchen continued his slow practice, he inquired, have there been any developments regarding the Shiqing couple? Beihaisher snapped back to attention and clasped his hands, responding, the leader's foresight is indeed remarkable. It is true that the incense masters Enmai and Yun have located the Shiqing couple near Yangzhou. The Shiqing couple, upon hearing news about their son, intended to seek out the leader, but were intercepted by my subordinates. He continued, however, these two opted not to go to the Misty Rain Pavilion in Jiexing, instead agreeing to meet at the Iron Buddha Temple east of Yangzhou. Go inform Xie Yang of the Shiqing couple's location. He will know how to proceed. Su Yuchen commanded without pausing in his training. Beihaisher nodded and immediately dispatched someone to notify Xie Yang. Noticing Beihaisher's hesitance to depart, Su Yuchen remarked, is there anything else troubling you, Mr. Beihaisher, seeing the inquiry, candidly replied, not long ago, Bai Wenjian from the snowy mountain Lingxia city visited. However, the leader was in seclusion, so I politely declined his visit. He did not force his way into our faction, but during our conversation, he seemed to be inquiring about a certain young lady. After lingering for a few days, realizing that the leader had no intention of emerging from seclusion, he departed, leaving a message inviting the leader to visit Lingxia city. Su Yuchen halted his movements, then inquired while continuing his practice, a young lady. Which young lady? Beihaisher replied helplessly, Bai Wenjian did not specify, merely stating that currently, only the leader knows. As Su Yuchen paused his training, he remained silent, while the system's narrative echoed in his mind. Bai Wenjian returned from the burning Xiansu Manor in Jiangnan, encountering Geng Wenzhong and Hua Wanzi. Bai Wenjian learned of your incapacitation of Shizhongyu, feeling elated, yet he believed you should not bear the retribution from the Snowy Mountain sect on behalf of the Shiqing couple. He wishes to take on the enmity with Xiansu Manor for you. From his junior sister Hua Wanzi, Bai Wenjian discovered that his daughter Asu is still in the mortal realm, clinging to a glimmer of hope, and specifically sought you for information. Unable to meet you, Bai Wenjian has already returned to the Snowy Mountain with his junior disciples, reporting his experiences to Bai Zizai. 3 days later, Bai Zizai's wife, Shixiaocui, accompanied by her granddaughter Asu, drifted down the Yangtze River, passing by Yangzhou. In a fit of anxiety, Shixiaocui's cultivation went awry, leaving her partially paralyzed, and the grandmother and granddaughter encountered Ding Buzi on the Yangtze River, about to fall into a predicament. You have disrupted the fate of Dog Brother. Young man, will you stand idly by or intervene to save them? Su Yuchen paced thoughtfully, considering the narrative from the original text. It appeared that only this young girl harbored goodwill towards Dog Brother, making her the sole benevolent character in the original tale. Moreover, given Ding Buzz's disoriented and villainous nature, without Dog Brother's intervention, the fate of the grandmother and granddaughter was uncertain. Go and prepare a large vessel to dock near Yangju. I must make a trip to Yangju, Su Yuchen instructed Beihaisher, who stood nearby. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Beihaisher's troubled expression and added with a half-smile, "You are aware of my whereabouts. Should the emissaries of reward and punishment arrive, you may direct them to seek me." Understood." With his thoughts laid bare, Beihaisher felt a touch of embarrassment, replied promptly, and hurriedly departed. In ancient Yangju, renowned for its prosperity and flourishing culture, it was often said, in the world, 1/3 of the bright moonlit nights belongs to Yangju, while 2/3 are unruly. This place was not only a bustling hub of economic trade but also a gathering ground for literati and poets, leaving behind countless verses that depicted its splendor. As spring returned to the land, in this southern water town, by the banks of the slim West Lake, with willows turning green and peach blossoms blooming, painted boats gently swayed atop the rippling azure waves, mirroring the reflections of pavilions and towers along the shores. Within the bustling streets, merchants thronged, with silk and satin, jewels and jade artifacts dazzling the eyes, showcasing the scene of opulence. Scholars and gentlemen, under the cover of night, would indulge in wine and song, composing poetry while singing, on the moonlit night by the 24 bridges, where does the jade maiden teach the flute? As night fell, Yangju was ablaze with lights, the sounds of flutes and songs resounding, as if the entire city were enveloped in a golden glow, a mesmerizing display of prosperous times. Just as the ancients praised, 10 miles of long streets connect the market. On the moonlit bridge, one can watch the immortals point one ought to die in Yangju. The serene mountain shines beautifully upon the burial ground. Outside the city of Yangju, a 4-story ship lay anchored in the river's center, surrounded by armed members of a gang, creating an impenetrable barrier. Since this colossal vessel had arrived on the Yangju River just a day prior, no one had disembarked, nor permitted any other vessels to linger nearby. Those who dared to test the waters were met with swift and fierce retaliation. Even the largest cargo guild on the waterways had personally intervened, yet could not compel the giant ship to depart. Rather, they assisted in driving away lingering vessels. On this night, as darkness descended, the Yangju dock was alive with song and dance, a bustling spectacle. Even the immense ship anchored in the river displayed vibrant red lanterns, illuminating the nearby area. Suddenly, 2 sharp and piercing whistles echoed from upstream, the sound as jarring as an owl's hoot, reverberating through the night for an extended duration. Following this, a cacophony of raucous laughter erupted, ringing out from afar. "Xiaozui, my search for you has been arduous. I've waited here for a day and a night. Why have you only just arrived?" This was followed by another bout of eerie laughter, resonating ominously in the night. Su Yuchen, initially meditating in the cabin, felt a stirring within and silently descended onto the deck. Startled by the whistles, Min Yun, upon seeing his appearance, immediately bowed in respect. Gazing at the river for a moment, he observed a small black boat laden with straw drifting downstream, on a direct collision course with the giant ship. Behind the straw-laden boat followed a dilapidated fishing vessel, from which an elderly man, clad in patchwork clothing and with unkempt hair, was shouting wildly. Su Yuchen realized that his awaited guests had arrived, and with a swift leap, he alighted onto the straw-laden boat, leaving behind a remark in midair: "You may wait for Xie Yang here and then return to the main headquarters." "There is no need to wait for me." Min Yun could only exclaim, "Leader," before witnessing the straw boat veer around the giant ship and drift downstream. With no other recourse, they sighed and discussed seeking Xie Yang at the Iron Boot. Chapter 96. The ship on the river. Su Yuchen, as light as a feather, landed at the bow of the straw-laden boat. Behind him, the elderly man on the fishing vessel was shouting vitriously, urging Su Yuchen to leave. "That little brat, where did you come from? A scoundrel raised without a mother, hurry and scram. Xiaozui, wait for me, I am about to deal with that kid." In a matter of moments, the old man, channeling his true energy, propelled the fishing boat towards the straw-laden vessel with the speed of a galloping horse, while the fishermen on board shouted in alarm, "The boat is capsizing." "We're going to capsize, you madman, what have you done?" As he spoke, he looked up, realizing the 2 vessels were only 30 or so yards apart, and immediately yelled, "Stop, we're going to collide." At this moment, Su Yuchen, standing at the bow, disregarded the chaos emanating from Ding Buzi behind him. Instead, he turned his attention to an elderly woman seated at the cabin's entrance. In the pitch-black night, with his back to the moonlight, Su Yuchen could not discern her features. The elderly woman was rigid, unable to move, having been afflicted by a cultivation malfunction, with the majority of her meridians sealed by true energy. Without assistance, her fate would ultimately be one of half paralysis. With a sigh, Su Yuchen noted the elderly woman's dead fish-like eyes staring at his indistinct face, as she scolded, "Which family's brat are you, so unaware of the weight of your actions?" "That man on the fishing boat is the infamous Ding family's ruthless old demon. Quickly, throw me and my granddaughter into the river, you should jump in and escape as well." Su Yuchen smiled faintly, choosing not to respond, and walked towards the cabin. There, atop a pile of straw, lay a young maiden, her features obscured except for her flowing black hair, as she lay sideways on the bedding. Su Yuchen approached and placed his hand on the girl's wrist. The maiden was unable to move, feeling a mix of shame and anger, and let out a cry of surprise. Ashio, what has happened to you, you bastard? What have you done to Ashio?" The elderly woman, unable to move and facing outward, could not see inside the cabin. In her panic, she began to hurl accusations. "Grandmother, it's nothing. This gentleman seems to be checking my pulse." Ashio, though unable to see, sensed from Su Yuchen's lack of further action that he was merely holding her pulse, and she understood part of the situation. The elderly woman, Shishirtsue, was momentarily taken aback, then began to curse again. "What good is checking the pulse now? Ding Laosi is closing in. None of us will survive. It's best we jump into the river early." HMPH. Su Yuchen dismissed her concerns, maintaining a stoic expression as he asked, "Have you practiced your grandmother's internal skills?" "Yes," the girl Ashio replied in a voice barely above a whisper, clearly fearful of her grandmother overhearing. Su Yuchen remarked on the folly of such unorthodox practices, looking at the young girl and saying, "Such reckless internal cultivation, eager for quick results, do you dare to practice? I fear your grandmother herself may not fully comprehend it before imparting it to you. It matters not if she has become disabled. If a delicate beauty like you were to suffer the same fate, it would indeed be a great loss." As he continued to check her pulse, Su Yuchen turned to the elderly woman and advised, "I counsel you to refrain from recklessly unblocking your meridians. Currently, most of your channels are sealed. Hastily attempting to open the Shaoyang gallbladder meridian will only result in further disorder, rendering any hope of rescue futile." The young maiden Ashio gasped, unable to help but exclaim, "Grandmother, you should listen to this elder brother. Do not use your true energy." The elderly woman, realizing he was well versed in her condition, felt a wave of horror wash over her, yet could not help but scold, "You be quiet. We cannot fall into the hands of that old demon. Once I unblock the Shaoyang gallbladder meridian, I will drag you to jump into the river, ensuring that old demon gains nothing. This brat is courting death. We cannot afford to worry about him." As she spoke, a loud thud sounded outside, an iron anchor crashing onto the deck, creating a large hole. Following this, Ding Buzi had already clambered over the chains. Shoutsui, I have come." Su Yuchen gently laid Ashio's wrist back down onto the bedding and tucked her in, smiling lightly, "A rest for a moment. I will deal with that fool and return." Upon hearing him refer to the old man as a fool, Ashio couldn't help but chuckle softly, though she quickly stifled it. The elderly woman snorted coldly, as if mocking Su Yuchen's overconfidence. At this moment, the old man continued to bellow, "Shoutsui, why are you ignoring me? If you keep ignoring me, I will come in." Ding Buzi, in his mad state, paid no heed to the imminent collision of the fishing vessel. The fisherman shouted loudly, having already positioned himself to jump into the river for safety. Finally, Ding Buzi, growing impatient, exerted force with his foot and kicked the iron anchor on the deck, causing it to fly upwards and smash towards the fishing vessel. With a resounding thud, the anchor pierced through the cabin, striking the fishing boat's deck and creating a leaking hole, leaving the fisherman to drift away amid a torrent of curses. "Xiaozui, why are you not responding? If you don't respond, I will enter." Ignoring the fisherman's protests, Dingbuzzy rubbed his hands together and approached the cabin. Shishirzue, in a fit of anger, felt her blood boil, her vision blurring as she inwardly cursed, "It's all this wretched boy's fault for wasting time. Now I can't even take my own life." In that moment of despair and fury, just then, Su Yuchen bent down and emerged from the cabin, causing Dingbuzzy to halt mid-step. "It's you, you little brat. Your insolence warrants a slap," Su Yuchen retorted. Dingbuzzy raised an eyebrow, snorting in disbelief as he regarded the composed Su Yuchen. A sense of unease began to brew within him. He inwardly speculated, could this little brat be a formidable opponent? "Who are you? How may I address you? Feel free to reveal your name." Dingbuzzy scrutinized Su Yuchen, growing increasingly uncertain, contemplating the possibility of feigning retreat if the boy proved to be a significant threat, and then discreetly following him. He had already surmised that this boy was undoubtedly here for the girl in the cabin, perhaps a lecherous scoundrel. "Dingbuzzy believes you to be a lustful rogue, you are kindred spirits. Uncertain of your background, he decides to let you have your way first, intending to take Shishirzue away before probing into your identity, hoping to earn her gratitude in the process." Su Yuchen's gaze turned icy, a palpable aura enveloping the small boat as Dingbuzzy felt a chill run down his spine, trembling uncontrollably. "I initially intended to spare you. Now, however, that is unnecessary." Disinterested in further discourse, Su Yuchen casually slapped towards Dingbuzzy. As Su Yuchen's hand approached lightly, devoid of apparent force, Dingbuzzy felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and fury. "What a little brat. Turns out you're merely a decorative pillow." With that, Dingbuzzy shifted his foot and lunged forward, aiming a palm strike at Su Yuchen's hand. "This palm will surely break your arm. After I subdue you, I'll thoroughly deal with you," Dingbuzzy thought to himself. With a loud bang, their palms collided, and Dingbuzzy felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, as though a colossal force surged through his arm like a relentless tide. Dingbuzzy screamed, his right arm cracking with a series of audible snaps, bones fracturing one after another. He swiftly stepped back, but Su Yuchen would not allow him to escape. With a flick of his hand, he yanked Dingbuzzy's limp right arm, pulling him forward with a fierce force. In that moment of pull and tug, Dingbuzzy's retreat clashed with Su Yuchen's forward pull, and he could no longer suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth, spraying into the air. Chapter 97, Dingbuzzy meets his demise. Shishirzue faints in terror before the rain of blood. Su Yuchen furrowed his brow, shifting his feet to retreat. With a casual flick of his sleeve, a surge of vital energy rippled forth. The billowing fabric of his sleeve effortlessly repelled the oncoming blood, creating a barrier that kept it at bay. As he swirled and tossed his robe, the torrents of blood coalesced, transforming into a crimson mass that plummeted into the river, where it was swiftly dispersed by the flowing waters. It was only at this moment that Dingbuzzy fell with a resounding thud onto the deck, his head striking the planks with a dull thump, causing him to bounce back. Shishirzue, seated at the threshold of the cabin, beheld his blooded visage with a "Is he friend or foe? I hope he is not just emerging from the wolf's den only to stumble into the tiger's lair," she mused silently, her thoughts turning to the distant Baizazai in the snow-capped Lingxiao city, her anger mounting. With her meridians blocked and blood flow stagnant, the tumult of emotions within her caused her chaotic vital energy to erupt violently, and with a gasp, Shishirzue spewed forth a mouthful of blood. "Grandma! Grandma, what is wrong with you, big brother? Look at my grandma. Is she?" The little girl in the cabin, hearing the commotion, rushed to inquire, casting a glance back at Shishirzue, whose eyes had rolled back. Su Yuchen replied coldly, "It's nothing. She merely has a surge of anger." At that very moment, Dingbuzzy, having regained some composure, slapped the deck with his left hand, launching himself into the air. With a powerful kick, he propelled himself like a cannonball, his left palm striking towards Su Yuchen's forehead, the dark energy radiating from his hand unmistakably toxic. "You little brat, die!" he shouted, the gust of wind from his strike accompanied by a sweet fragrance. Su Yuchen stood there, seemingly frozen in place, as Dingbuzzy's malicious grin widened. A surge of relief washed over him. Perhaps he had underestimated this fool, whose strength was formidable but whose reflexes were dreadfully lacking. Yet, upon glancing at Shishirzue, he hesitated, not wanting to silence her for good. At that instant, Shishirzue, having regained her composure, believed Su Yuchen was merely paralyzed with fear. "You incompetent fool, why are you meddling? You re going to get us both killed," she scolded. In the midst of her tirade, Dingbuz's palm connected with Su Yuchen's forehead, producing a resounding ding. It was as if his hand had struck a searing iron. Dingbuzzy leaped 3 feet into the air, yelping in pain, clutching his swollen hand which resembled a doughy mass, red and grotesque. Yu Shishirtsue watched in disbelief, pondering whether this man's head was forged of iron. Surely, even a stone would have shattered under Dingbuz's strike. Dingbuzzy, now facing the impassive Su Yuchen, let his right arm droop while shielding his chest with his left, retreating cautiously and casting uncertain glances at Su Yuchen. "Who are you?" he inquired. Shishirtsue, witnessing Dingbuz's retreat, felt a surge of confusion. Was he the instigator, or was this young man truly of an unfathomable skill? Upon hearing Dingbuz's question, Su Yuchen looked skyward, noting the dawn's light. He had drifted far downstream and felt a loss of interest. "I will deliver one final strike. If you evade it, you shall live. If not, you will perish," he declared, not affording Dingbuzzy a moment to respond before he raised his hand and struck. As the imprint of his palm materialized in midair, Dingbuzzy's eyes widened in terror, akin to a frightened wolf, and he sprang backward in panic. In midair, he executed a series of movements, creating afterimages as he pushed his lightness skill to its limits, desperately attempting to evade the impending palm strike. To his dismay, the palm imprint curved in pursuit, descending upon him in a heartbeat, striking his forehead with a resounding smack. The imprint, crimson and distinct, marked his brow as he fell backward, crashing onto the deck and leaving a human-shaped indentation. Is he dead?" Shishirtsue asked, eyes wide as she observed Dingbuz's unmoving form. Su Yuchen nodded, his disinterest palpable. With a flick of his sleeve, a gust of wind surged forth, colliding with Dingbuz's still body. The force propelled him into the turbulent river, where the cacophony of cracking bones echoed as his chest shattered, leaving no hope of survival. With a splash, Dingbuzzy was swallowed by the currents, never to resurface. "Now, old lady, do you have a place to alight upon this Yangtze River?" Su Yuchen turned to Shishirtsue. Following her guidance, he propelled the small boat forth, slicing through the waters, leaving a frothy wake as they sped away. Moments later, a small patch of land emerged, and with a powerful thrust, the boat beached itself upon the sandy shore. The sky had brightened, a hint of violet hue gracing the horizon. Determined not to miss his morning ritual, Su Yuchen set his sights on a towering peak upon the island and muttered an apology for the intrusion. He then wrapped the girl in a blanket and secured her at his waist, lifting Shishirtsue by her collar as he leaped toward the summit. As dawn broke, Shishirtsue could discern her surroundings, and upon a glance, she recognized Su Yuchen's features, her eyes widening in terror. You, how could it be you, this wretch?" Overcome by rage, she spewed forth another mouthful of blood, her eyes rolling back as she fainted from shock. "Big brother, what has happened to my grandma?" the girl cried, unable to see Su Yuchen's face, but feeling as if they were soaring through the clouds. "It's nothing." She scared herself into a fit. Su Yuchen replied. "What, my grandma, dead? Ashio gasped in disbelief. "Not yet, but if she continues to spew like this, she'll shortly bleed out," he remarked. Ashio chuckled nervously, then felt guilty for her amusement. "Big brother, can you save my grandma?" she implored. Su Yuchen nodded, realizing she could not see his expression. "Not at the moment, I must gather the sunlight's essence at the peak first. I will attend to her once I have completed my cultivation." "Thank you, big brother, you are truly a good person," Ashio said gratefully. Su Yuchen paused, feeling a pang of helplessness. Were it not for the radiant figure in his heart, he might have been destined to be a true hero. Ignoring the girl, he leapt skyward, landing atop the peak as the sun began to rise. He gently placed them beneath a tree several yards away, declaring, "I must cultivate now, we shall speak later." After collecting the essence, both grandmother and granddaughter had awakened, their gazes fixed intently upon him. As the violet aura dissipated from Su Yuchen's visage, Ashio gasped, her body trembling slightly. Su Yuchen offered a faint smile, causing Ashio to lower her head, resembling a timid fawn. As he approached, Shishirtsue's voice rang out, filled with ire. You wretch, scoundrel, do not come any closer. Su Yuchen's cool gaze silenced her, rendering her words trapped within her throat. Xiao, still with her head bowed, sensing the sudden stillness, glanced up curiously at her grandmother. Xiaozui, drenched in cold sweat, felt her eyes constrict with fear. Startled, Xiao called out to her, and Xiaozui finally seemed to regain her senses, yet she refused to gaze at Su Yuchen any longer. The young girl, peeking at him, whispered, "This big brother, he seems not to be him." Xiaozui paused, initially ready to rebuke her, but the boy's penetrating gaze stirred something within her. She surveyed Su Yuchen, standing 2 paces away, and remarked, "What do you mean he isn't him? It is clearly his face." Chapter 98, Conversations of Brotherhood on Purple Smoke Island. The young girl, Xiao, shook her. "I can't see it." Xiao quickly darted a glance and then lowered her head, saying, "It's just not the same. This elder brother's gaze is clearer, as if devoid of any impurities." "You mean he resembles a fool," Xiaozui remarked, the last word barely audible. Xiao understood perfectly. Fearing that her grandmother might say something wrong and provoke another quarrel, she interjected, "Oh no, Grandma, it's not a fool, it's pure." Seeing the two whispering as if he were invisible, Su Yuchen felt his aura flicker momentarily. They both lifted their heads, and Su Yuchen looked at Xiaozui, saying, "Given your advanced age and your failing eyesight, I shall not hold it against you." He then turned to the blushing Xiao and remarked, "You, my dear girl, possess both wisdom and grace, far surpassing your elderly relative." Pointing towards a cave partially concealed by the trees, he inquired, "Do you reside in the cave behind?" Xiao nodded, and in an instant, Su Yuchen appeared between the two of them, one hand grasping the bedding and the other lifting Xiaozui. With a swift stride, he traversed over 10 zhang in a heartbeat, arriving at the entrance of the cave. Upon surveying the humble cave, Su Yuchen shook his head in resignation, resorting to gathering some rice and flour to prepare a simple meal. Just as they were about to eat, he recalled that both were still incapacitated due to blocked meridians. With no other recourse, he activated the Dharma I Ching Jing, a skill for harmonizing myriad energies, and first cleared the Han Shaoyang gallbladder meridian and the Han Shaoyang heart meridian for the elderly lady, enabling her to feed herself. Xiaozui felt a vast and overwhelming energy surge through her meridians, her own energy seeming like a mere ripple in the face of such a tidal wave. Su Yuchen's energy acted as a commander over all, swiftly permeating all the acupoints in Xiaozui's arms. Her own energy was easily mobilized by the Dharma I Ching Jing, sweeping away the blockages that had sealed her acupoints. As the energies of the Han Shaoyang gallbladder meridian, Han Shaoyang heart meridian, and Han Shaoyang triple warmer all returned to her dantian, Xiaozui's hands finally regained mobility. As the elderly Xiaozui ate, she covertly observed Su Yuchen, feeling the weight of her scrutinizing gaze. Su Yuchen sighed, realizing that if he did not clarify matters, this old woman would never find peace of mind. He turned and said, "Madam, if you have inquiries, feel free to ask. I will share what I can." "What is your name?" Xiaozui squinted. Su Yuchen shook his head and replied, "In this chance encounter, it is unnecessary to know." "A chance encounter?" "I doubt that. If you think about it, you clearly came searching for us, the two of us. What a coincidence to run into us. Now that I think about it, that large ship lingered in the river for quite some time. Do not tell me it was merely a coincidence that it stopped at that moment." Xiaozui asserted. "Tell me, what is your relationship with Shiqing and Minute Ru from the Xiansu Manor in Jiangnan? You are not him, yet you bear an uncanny resemblance. It is as if you were carved from the same mold." Su Yuchen nodded in acknowledgement. "You are referring to Shizhongyu, correct?" "Har," Xiaozui exclaimed suspiciously, sneering, "you are indeed aware. You look so much like him. What is your connection to him?" After feeding the astonished young girl and wiping the corners of her mouth, Su Yuchen smiled slightly and then sat down to drink porridge, continuing, "I have a connection to him, yet at the same time, I do not." "What nonsense is that? If you have a connection, then you do, if not, then you don't," Xiaozui retorted. "Grandma, please let this elder brother speak," Xiao interjected. Xiaozui snorted but held her tongue. Su Yuchen, disinterested in arguing with a madwoman, resolved to conclude matters swiftly and said, "Shiqing and his wife had 2 children. One was Shi Zhongyu, while the other was taken by their enemies, and they believed that child to be long dead. Are you the child who was taken? Shi Xiaocui inquired. Su Yuchen ignored her and continued, the Shi couple and their enemy were from the same school. Not only did the Shi couple possess skills, but their adversary was even more formidable. Thus, despite numerous attempts to seek vengeance, they were unable to defeat her. In desperation, Shi Qing sent his only son, Shi Zhongyu, to Lingxiao City to learn, hoping he could master the strengths of both Xiansu Manor and the Snow Mountain sect to avenge his father's death. Minute Ru, however, was unaware that having lost one child, she doted excessively on her sole remaining son, Shi Zhongyu, believing him to be an obedient child. Alas, indulging a child is akin to killing him. The deeds Shi Zhongyu committed in Lingxiao City are known to you all. HMPH. Shi Xiaocui scoffed, unwilling to listen yet unable to restrain her curiosity, asking, You still have not answered my question. Are you brothers with that scoundrel? Su Yuchen remained silent and continued, after the incident in Lingxiao City, Bai Wanjian and a group of disciples descended the mountain overnight. Although that rascal escaped, Xiansu Manor did not fare well. Xiansu Manor was reduced to ashes by Bai Wanjian, while another faction, Geng Wanzhong and Hou Wanzi, encountered Shi Qing and his wife years ago, confirming the situation. However, Shi Zhongyu was aware of his crimes. Even his father could not protect him, so he never returned to Xiansu Manor for years. He has lived freely outside. Shi Xiaocui could not help but curse. Bai Wanjian is a fool. Bai Zizai is even more of an old fool. Indeed, they are fools. The entire Bai family is comprised of fools, Su Yuchen replied with a grin. Shi Xiaocui had realized he was deliberately provoking her and glared fiercely at him. Undeterred, Su Yuchen shrugged and continued, Shi Zhongyu, wandering the Jianghu, was later deceived by Bai Haisher into becoming the leader of the Changle Gang, a collection of ruffians, indulging in vice and misdeeds. Eventually, he recognized that Bai Haisher intended to use him as a scapegoat, so he seized an opportunity to escape from the Changle Gang. However, Shi Zhongyu was rather unfortunate. For the past few years, I have been in seclusion on Mount Mortian, entirely indifferent to the affairs of the Jianghu. It was only in the past 2 years, due to certain circumstances, that I began to traverse the Jianghu. Consequently, Bai Haisher of the Changle Gang mistook me for Shi Zhongyu and forcefully assaulted Mount Mortian, seeking to bring me back to the gang. Coincidentally, I also sought to leverage the Changle Gang's influence, so I accompanied them down the mountain. However, while I intended to cultivate peacefully within the Changle Gang, I was soon confronted by his mistress and individuals from the Snow Mountain sect. I had no desire to deal with such chaotic matters, so I had to cut through the entanglements swiftly. The result was that Shi Zhongyu was rendered incapacitated, and his mistress, along with her grandfather Ding Buzan, was killed by Xie Yang. Now Shi Zhongyu should have gone mad by now. Chapter 99, The Broken Golden Crow Sword Technique. You mean you've incapacitated him? How did you manage that? Shi Xiaocui inquired. Su Yuchen replied nonchalantly, I sought out his little lover, along with Geng Wanzhong from the Snow Mountain sect, Hou Wanzi, and the sky-high recluse Xie Yang as witnesses. I severed the tendons in his hands and feet, rendering him incapable of utilizing the Snow Mountain sect's techniques in the future. I also shattered his thyroid cartilage, destroyed his dantian, and blinded him. He will be unable to pass on the Snow Mountain sect's skills to anyone else. Since he was so lustful, I also damaged his perineum, condemning him to a life as a eunuch, unable to engage in carnal pleasures from now on. However, I left a sliver of bloodline for Xian Su Zhuang. A courtesan has conceived his child, and I ensured that the fetus was preserved. Now, with his limbs useless and his vision lost, he should be half mad, and his inability to speak or act will not tarnish the Snow Mountain sect's reputation. Thus, the enmity between the Snow Mountain sect and Xian Su Zhuang is settled. Ashio exclaimed, her voice laced with concern, but will the Shi Qing couple agree to this? Shi Xiaocui retorted, nonsense. If Shi Qing were truly black and white, he should have ended that scoundrel with a single strike. The fact that he spared the wretch's life shows just how fortunate that boy is. What more could he want? But, dear brother, he is after all a brother to that person, and I fear that the Shi family may harbor grievances, as Xiao said apprehensively. Sure, Xiaocui declared, Iran, what of it? If Shi Qing denies him, that scoundrel is free to enter our Lingxiao city. Su Yuchen remarked coolly, my affairs are of no concern to you, I have my own plans. Sure, Xiaocui shot him a glare before turning back to Xiao, scolding, look at you, worrying unnecessarily. He doesn't even appreciate it. As long as this elder brother is safe, that is sufficient, as Xiao said. Xiaocui scoffed, glancing at Su Yuchen. After all this time, I still do not know your name. You also bear the surname Shi, what is it? Su Yuchen replied, I do not share the surname Shi. As for my name, we need not exchange pleasantries, as we are but passing acquaintances. Hey, Xiaocui huffed in frustration. After allowing them some time to digest the information, Su Yuchen continued, a few days ago, I was in seclusion. I was unaware that Bai Wanjian from the Snow Mountain sect had approached the Changla gang. Later, Bai Haisher informed me that Bai Wanjian sought me for information, and I presumed he was looking for the two of you. Fortunately, the Changla gang still possesses some influence in the Central Plains, and after some effort, I managed to locate the two of you and intercepted you on the Yangtze River. HMPH. Xiaocui snorted, I have no intention of returning to the Snow Mountain. Su Yuchen stated, whether you return or not to the Snow Mountain is of no concern to me. What matters is that this young lady's injuries can be attributed to Shizhongyu. Although I do not wish to be involved, now that I am aware, I must offer this lady some recompense. You may resist, but it is unavoidable. Hey. Xiaocui retorted, forcing benefits upon others. Su Yuchen nodded, that is simply how I operate, if I do something, I must do it thoroughly. With that, he turned to Xiaocui and said, your hands have healed. The remaining acupoints you must clear at your own pace. I must take this opportunity to teach this young lady some skills. He then approached Xiao, cradling the young girl and bringing her to the cave entrance, ensuring Xiaocui could see but not hear their conversation. From this moment forth, you must cease practicing your grandmother's unorthodox internal techniques. I will teach you a new one. This technique will unify your chaotic vital energy, aiding you in clearing your meridians and restoring normalcy. You must diligently commit this to memory, he proceeded to explain to the young girl a simplified version of the Yi Jin Jing, imparting it sentence by sentence. From a distance, Xiaocui cast a glance, growing increasingly frustrated as she began to clear her own acupoints. In the following 10 days, Su Yuchen dedicated time each day to instruct the young girl on the Yi Jin Jing, guiding her in unblocking her acupoints and opening her meridians, channeling her scattered vital energy into her dantian. After more than 10 days, the young girl had successfully resolved the blocked acupoints in her hands and legs, while Xiaocui had also cleared the meridians in her legs, allowing her to walk outside the cave. On one such day, after gathering purple qi from the highest peak, Su Yuchen returned to find the young girl waving a branch outside the cave, with Xiaocui seated cross-legged beside her, explaining sword techniques. Upon noticing Su Yuchen's approach, Xiaocui continued her instruction, undeterred, until the young girl completed her final move, at which point she triumphantly declared, my grandmother's sword techniques are specifically designed to counter that old fool's swordplay. When we return to Lingxiao City, we shall strike his face hard, and see what face he has left to call himself Mr. Wei Der. What a farce! Does he not claim to wield the Snow Mountain sword techniques? We shall name this sword technique the Golden Crow sword technique, designed solely to counter him, leaving him in darkness. My grandmother, as seeing her enthusiasm, Xiao could only helplessly call out. Xiaocui, basking in her pride, noticed Su Yuchen shaking his head in disdain. Infuriated, she exclaimed, what, do you look down upon my Golden Crow sword technique? Su Yuchen nodded, it is crude and unrefined, with numerous flaws. It is indeed beneath my notice. Xiaocui's anger flared. Su Yuchen reached out, grasping a nearby dry twig, and declared, I learned a bit of the Snow Mountain sect swordplay years ago. I do not recall it all, but there are about 20 moves. I shall demonstrate the first move, Kangsong welcomes guests, to break your Golden Crow sword technique. Having said this, he beckoned to a Shio. If your grandmother does not believe, let us show her. Come. Before a Shio could respond, Shishiyotsue, unable to contain her impatience, shouted, "A Shio, use the golden crow sword technique. I want to see what tricks this lad's snow mountain swordplay can conjure." With no choice, a Shio stepped forward, saying, "Dear brother, do be careful." With that, she initiated with opening the door to greet a thief, her hands appearing to clasp in a salute as she bent forward, the branch already slashing towards Su Yuchen's waist. Su Yuchen flicked the twig in his hand, executing Kangsong welcomes guests, a move typically countered by opening the door to greet a thief, yet he preempted her, striking her wrist. A Shio gasped, then swiftly transitioned to Plum Blossom meets Summer, her technique encompassing 5 or 6 variations, aiming to trap Su Yuchen's twig within her blade's wind. Yet, Su Yuchen responded with the Kangsong welcomes guests, expertly tapping the branch at the critical points of her changing techniques. Thus, the two exchanged blows. Regardless of how a Shio altered her moves, Su Yuchen countered with a single technique, Kangsong welcomes guests. As the young girl executed her final strike of the Golden Crow sword technique, all 73 moves fell to the same counter from Su Yuchen. Shishiyotsue, seated nearby, wore an exceedingly grim expression, utterly baffled as to how her Golden Crow sword technique could not withstand even the first move of the Snow Mountain swordplay. Chapter 100, The Art of Blade Techniques. Returning to the Changlagang, Su Yuchen smiled gently at the young girl, observing Shishiyotsue, who was muttering to herself. He remarked, "Is it truly so hard to believe? The Jinwu blade technique is your creation, but do you truly possess the skill to wield it?" Shishiyotsue lifted her gaze and asserted, "This is a technique I devised myself. How could I possibly be incapable? Do you hold me in such low regard?" Su Yuchen gestured for the girl to step aside and raised the branch in his hand, stating, "I have never formally studied blade techniques. Since you claim to be proficient, allow me to demonstrate my Jinwu blade technique." With that, Su Yuchen swung the withered branch, executing the same move, opening the door to the thief. In his grasp, the blade seemed imbued with an inescapable aura, akin to rays of sunlight that, regardless of how one attempted to evade, would inevitably strike true. Next came the move Plum Blossoms Meet Summer, which in Su Yuchen's hands resembled the sun's radiant glow, enveloping both the plum flowers and snow-capped mountains in a blade's embrace, leaving no avenue for escape. As Su Yuchen continued to display the 73 techniques, they exuded a formidable aura capable of severing the heavens and shattering mountains. "How do you find it?" he inquired, tossing the branch aside and turning to Shishiyotsue. Gazing at him in disbelief, Shishiyotsue, still in shock, received a shake of the head from Su Yuchen, who continued, "A martial arts cannot be practiced as you have done. Merely possessing a set of swordplay or blade techniques does not make one a master. Martial arts are lifeless. It is the practitioner who breathes life into them. Since your technique is called the Jinwu blade technique, it should embody the might of the Jinwu illuminating the world and melting all existence. What you have demonstrated is nothing more than a flickering flame of a blade technique. Of course, your exposure has been limited to the Snow Mountain swordplay. Discussing this with you is akin to playing music to a cow, utterly pointless." With that, he turned to a Shio, who stood beside Shishiyotsue, and declared, "From this day forth, I shall explain the true Jinwu blade technique to you." After their meal, Su Yuchen did not shy away from Shishiyotsue. He began elucidating the variations of the Jinwu blade technique at the cave entrance, detailing the circumstances each move corresponded to. He spoke for an entire day, clarifying the intricacies contained within the technique. The following day, after gathering the purple chi, Su Yuchen engaged in practice with her outside the cave, employing various moves to familiarize her with the fluidity of the blade techniques. The young girl proved to be remarkably astute. Within 3 days, she had mastered the majority of the variations. The remaining issues were her insufficient vital energy and the lack of seamless transitions, both of which required time to develop. Su Yuchen could not help but praise the girl's quick-wittedness. This blade technique should ideally align with the sheer divine skill. Alas, it remains a secret of Mount Hoer. On the 4th morning, after collecting the purple chi, Su Yuchen departed without notice, toppling a great tree in the forest and crossing the river. By the time the duo realized his absence, he was already adrift on a tree trunk, a distant silhouette fading from view. "Leader, you have returned?" Upon his arrival at the Charmli gang headquarters, Bei Haisher approached him eagerly. As Su Yuchen sipped his tea, he inquired, "What is it? Is there something amiss?" Bei Haisher replied, "Leader, the 4 major sects of the East, Liardong Crane Fanafei, Jinju Qinglongmen with the 9 section with Feng Liang, Charmbai Mountain's purple gold blade LV Jingping, and Wanmas Huang's Jiao Sanyang have gathered to pay their respects. For what purpose?" Su Yuchen asked curiously. Bei Haisher cleared his throat and sighed. "The former leader of our gang, Sichuhang, formed a bond of brotherhood with these 4 in the East. 2 years ago, leader Sichu unfortunately passed away. Upon learning of this, these 4 insisted on causing a ruckus, claiming that someone within our gang had rebelled and caused the death of leader Sichu. They have rallied considerable momentum, coming with the weight of righteousness. We cannot simply ignore it." Su Yuchen replied with a smirk, "If that is the case, then you shall handle it. You are most aware of how Sichuhang met his end. All affairs of the Charmli gang are under your purview. There is no need for me to intervene. You must manage this matter yourself." Bei Haisher coughed a few more times and lamented, "I had no intention of troubling the leader. However, those 4 from the East have summoned Master Pu Yuan from Shaolin, the couple Shiqing from Chuansu village, and several witnesses from the 7 swords of Jiangnan, including Wu Yuangu and Bai Haoqian, to confront us. Now, it seems the leader must make an appearance. I lack the reputation and authority to lead the Charmli gang and would be remiss in facing them. When do they arrive?" Su Yuchen inquired. Bei Haisher responded, "They have agreed to meet on the Double Ninth Festival." Su Yuchen nodded. "I will present myself then, but you must handle all matters. I shall not interfere." Bei Haisher was elated, coughing once more, and said, "As long as the leader is willing to appear, the rest I shall manage." Su Yuchen nodded, signaling for him to take his leave. Bei Haisher, undeterred, departed with a look of joy, retreating backward. Once Bei Haisher had left, Su Yuchen examined the ginseng in the brocade box and could not contain his delight as he made his way to the nearby apothecary to prepare medicine anew. It was not until evening that Su Yuchen emerged, reeking of medicinal herbs. He was determined to concoct a 5 elements pill to enhance his internal organs, aiming to perfect the 5 elements unified palm. In doing so, he sought to achieve a state of invulnerability akin to the Daimo's indestructibility, impervious to fire, water, or poison. Thusly, Su Yuchen immersed himself in the routine of cultivation and alchemy, overwhelmed with joy. On the 2nd day of his return, Xie Yang made a rare visit. Shi Zhengyu, half-crazed and half-paralyzed, along with Su Zai, had already been entrusted to the care of the Shiqing couple. Regarding their son's condition, Shiqing and Minute Ru were, of course, heartbroken. However, with the situation as it was, they had no other recourse. The primary concern was that they could not overpower Xie Yang, and at the very least, their grievances with the Snow Mountain sect had been resolved, thereby preserving the reputation of Chuansu village. A surprise was that Shi Zhengyu would finally have an heir, likely a boy, which was an unexpected delight, and thus the couple was exceedingly pleased. However, Shiqing and his wife harbored reservations about Su Yuchen, who had personally injured his twin brother and showed no intention of reconciling with his parents or returning to his roots. To these grievances, Su Yuchen merely smiled dismissively and chose not to elaborate. Should Shiqing and his wife persist, he would not hesitate to be forthright. "If that child proves worthy in the future, I ask that you keep a watchful eye on him and impart the I Ching Jing to him. If he is unworthy, simply pretend you have not seen him." With that, Su Yuchen concluded the conversation and returned to his cultivation and alchemical pursuits.